Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1701 Conspiracy. Reality froze around Ves as he took in Raymond's explosive news. The reinforcements turned out to be an entirely different beast. All official communication between the LMC and the authorities only described the incoming fleet as reinforcements meant to bolster Cloudy Curtain's defenses. There was nothing that hinted at taking Ves into custody and bringing him away to a different star system. Ves thought that the Tovars had already solved this problem. How could the Mech Corps deceive them all by sending a capture fleet under the guise of reinforcements? Perhaps the most worrying aspect about the new arrivals was the presence of an expert pilot. Venerable Ves Larkinson himself accompanied the reinforcements, which was massively overkill for a lesser star system. Each and every expert pilot was needed to defend the most strategic locations. Bentheim needed expert pilots more than Cloudy Curtain. It didn't make any sense to send Ganso to Cloudy Curtain just to fend off some Sandmen. The only way it made sense was if Ganso had been sent to oppose Ves and the Larkinsons on his side. Ves always knew there were contradictions between him and the more patriotic faction of the family. He knew that Ganso strongly sided with the Larkinsons who pursued duty to the Republic above anything else. Yet how could his illustrious cousin ever agree to be used as a sword pointed at a family member? "This is outrageous!" he exploded. "Family doesn't fight against family. This has been the Larkinson rule for centuries, right?" The Larkinson elder looked grave. "There are exceptions to this rule, Ves. And those are: if a Larkinson has betrayed the family or betrayed the state, he or she does not deserve to be treated as family." Ves fell silent. He vaguely recalled this exception when his father lectured him about it in his youth. Of course, back then he was just a little kid, so he couldn't really remember so many clauses. "Does Venerable Ganso and his fleet come with any orders?" "See for yourself," Raymond replied and activated his comm to transfer some files. The desk terminal lit up, allowing Ves to skim through the official-looking documents. The format, letterhead and everything else looked completely identical to his prior correspondence with the Mech Corps. "Are these orders fake?" "No. I've already verified them." Raymond pointed at a corner of the current page. "Look at this virtual signature. As long as you are connected to the galactic net, the signature automatically links up to the servers of the Mech Corps. You can visit a site and immediately verify that this unique signature is a valid order." Ves did so, and quickly found out that the Mech Corps indeed issued these orders. They weren't fake. This meant that Venerable Ganso was acting on official orders. Why would the Mech Corps issue such orders? The documents were very wordy and full of formal terms, but they all came down to a single priority. Ves had to be taken into custody by the Mech Corps, no matter what he wanted. "The Mech Corps isn't a unilateral entity, Ves. You should know this since you served with Vandals for some time," Raymond wearily told him. He seemed more old and frail than ever since he took up the position of COO. "While I'm not a veteran, I'm decently aware of the power struggles within the military. I strongly suspect that these orders don't represent the will of the entire institution. This is very likely someone in the hierarchy playing games with us. No average military official can arrange such elaborate deception surrounding the reinforcement fleet." This was something that befuddled Ves. He was no longer the kid who operated a mech workshop by himself. He was the head and the lead designer of a large mech manufacturer, a prominent elder of the Larkinson family and a well-connected individual. Why didn't the Tovars say anything? Why didn't Flashlight warn him ahead of time? How could Calabas possibly miss something so huge? All of these partnerships and alliances had failed at this critical moment. With Ves Larkinson and 3 combat carriers worth of military mechs bearing down on Cloudy Curtain, Ves had been completely caught off guard. He quickly contacted Captain Sylvestra and briefly filled her in on the situation. "Captain, can the Barracuda escape this star system?" The projection of the captain shook her head. "My apologies, sir, but it's too late. According to the movements of the forces in orbit, the defense fleet has already spread out to envelop every approach. The combat carriers have split up as well to surround the entire planet from 3 angles. No matter which angle we attempt to follow, at least one of the combat carriers and accompanying mechs will be able to intercept our escape." Venerable Ganso only transmitted his ultimatum when the capture fleet had come close enough to seal off any escape routes. It was too late to run. Ves had been far too complacent against the so-called reinforcements. He cut off his call with Captain Sylvestra and contacted someone else. "Miles," he shouted, "are you aware of what is going on right now?" "I have just been informed, sir," Miles replied with panic. "The Mech Corps wasn't supposed to come with orders to take you away. I can guarantee that our Tovar family had nothing to do with this. I'm trying to gain more information from my family right now, but from what I have heard so far, we were completely blindsided. It will take some time for Senator Tovar to uncover the truth." Ves grunted in frustration. "You better give me an answer soon. I trusted you Tovars to cover my back." As he shut off the comm channel, he briefly contemplated the possibility that the Tovar family stabbed him in the back. Did Senator Tovar really tear up their existing agreement in order to achieve another objective? No. It did not make much sense. The Tovars agreed to work with Ves because they thought he had a lot of promise as a mech designer. They also wanted to leverage his connection with the hegemony to serve as a hedge in case the Hexadric hegemony won the Komodo War. Both of these motivations still applied, and Ves trusted that the Tovars would not do anything to endanger their benefits. There was a possibility that the Tovars might have agreed to drop their support of Ves in exchange for other benefits, but he doubted it. The Tovars should not be short-sighted enough to stab the designer of the desolate soldier in the back. This was not to say that Ves cleared them from suspicion, but for now he gave them the benefit of the doubt. "Humph. Let's see what my resident spy has to say." He contacted Leland next, who didn't even wait for clarification to talk. "I'm aware of what has transpired, Ves. I can emphatically say that I was in the dark as well. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has no involvement in this development at all." "I thought your ministry was well connected to the military," Ves responded with a glower. Leland's cover identity was a liaison from Minefe. Since they were talking on a comm channel, they couldn't mention Flashlight directly. Nonetheless, Flashlight was a military intelligence agency. Out of all of the brighter spy organizations, it should have been the first to become aware of this ambush. For his part, Leland pretended to look sheepish. "We are mainly concerned with staring at foreign militaries instead of our own. We can absolutely assure you that we are not involved in this matter. In fact, we are victims ourselves since another arm of the Bright Republic has dared to move against our interests. We value the shares we own in your company, and we are aware that they are only useful so long as you are placated." Ves didn't know what to think. While he often lied, he never really picked up the ability to sense if others tried to do the same. He knew that he especially couldn't trust his judgment towards trained spies like Leland and Calabast. For now, he could only go by Leland's word that Flashlight did not intend anything nefarious towards him. Ves was inclined to believe the spy this time. Just like with the Tovars, it didn't make much sense for Flashlight to burn their bridges. Through a shell company, they owned 21% of the LMC, which was an extremely lucrative share. VS had long wanted to do away with this, but refrained from doing so. He knew that as long as Flashlight had a significant stake in his company, they would do everything to safeguard their and by extension his interests. This shouldn't have changed. Flashlight was probably just as much of a victim as VS at the hands of the hidden conspirators. Find out as much as you can, VS instructed Leland with gritted teeth. Tell me who is responsible and what you guys can do to negate these orders. I swear that if the Mech Corps robs my freedom and takes me away from Cloudy Curtain, my relationship with your ministry will irrevocably change. Leland discolored for a bit. This was not an idle threat. VS did not dare to specify what he would do, though. Instead, he left it to Leland's imagination. This was because VS didn't actually want to ruin his relationship with one of his allies in the government. Perhaps the situation could still be salvaged after Ganso dragged him away. I understand. Leland bowed. My superiors are already at work trying to uncover the truth. It is extremely strange that the ones who are targeting you managed to blind our eyes. I can only conclude that another ministry has run interference on us. This means that more than the military has moved into action against you. Be careful and don't do anything rash. The call ended shortly afterwards. VS collapsed in his seat and rubbed his face. Meow. Lucky noticed his concern and worryingly swished his tail while he sat on his desk. It's been a bad day, Lucky. You might have to go into action. Meow. At least you're still reliable. Once he took in the new information, he turned back to Raymond, who had been quietly conferring with some other Larkinson elders. What is up with Ganso? VS asked. It's one thing to act against me if I threatened the Bright Republic, but I didn't. I did nothing but contribute to the state all this time. My insistence on staying at Cloudy Curtain shouldn't be enough to make him move. Raymond grimaced. As you know, young Ganso has always been a part of the most conservative and most duty-oriented Larkinsons. The recent developments in the family has made them all worried. They fear that you and the prosperity that you bring is hollowing out our family's traditions. When Larkinson mech pilots started flocking to the Avatars or Sentinels instead of the Mech Corps, this faction has grown a lot more concerned. If they have anything to say about it, they should bring it up when the steering committee convenes. That's the problem, VS. The steering committee can't convene during wartime. Too many Larkinsons are obliged to fight during this time. This is bad for the conservative faction because more and more Larkinsons continue to go over to our side. The longer this situation develops, the weaker Ganso's faction becomes. For this reason, he should have a very strong desire to curb your growing influence in the family. By becoming the lackey of my enemies? As far as he is concerned, he is following orders. Raymond sighed. This is a very potent shield. If Ganso is acting in private, we wouldn't hesitate to stand up against him. Yet because he is acting on official authority, our family cannot do a thing. In fact, even non-Larkinsons won't dare to oppose the Mech Corps. VS froze at these words. This meant that the Avatars and Sentinels would never take up arms against Ganso and the capture fleet. The mech forces he painstakingly cultivated in order to protect him were rendered useless if they had to square off against the Mech Corps. Chapter 1702 Hidden Hands. There was still some time before the new arrivals reached low orbit. There, the combat carriers could maintain their blockade or make landfall to dispatch mechs and troops to capture VS. During this time, VS had to do everything to stop this operation. Right now, the Tovar family and Flashlight both performed their own investigations and tried to come up with ways to put a stop to this action. Raymond constantly talked to every influential Larkinson he could reach and asked for a way to convince the Mech Corps to reconsider. Unfortunately, the Larkinson family wouldn't be of much help. Many Larkinsons who have the most say in the family are currently in active service, the Larkinson elder explained. You know what that means. They can't be contacted without a good reason. I understand. Ves sighed. Soldiers aren't supposed to have access to the galactic net in order to maintain operational security and stuff. Even though they fought against aliens who did not perform any intelligence gathering, the Mech Corps never let down its guard. It maintained the same tight communication restrictions as during the Bright Visual Wars. The military would never allow complacency to be the reason why the Bright Republic fell. Therefore, Ves knew it was hopeless to gain the assistance of the most respected and influential Larkinsons. While the retired veterans in the family had a lot of say as well, the biggest issue was that the status of an expert pilot like Ganso ranked at the top in the family. While that didn't mean he could dictate family policy, no one in the family would be inclined to oppose him if he wanted something. The only one who could truly oppose him was another expert pilot. Right now, the only other Larkinson expert pilot Ves could think up was Ark Larkinson. As his father's brother by blood, Ark would definitely stand up for his cousin. Uncle Ark will never stand for this, he said. Can you get a hold of him? He'll surely smack some sense in Ganso. As far as I'm aware, Ark Larkinson hasn't taken a side in our family dispute. However, he is consumed by the Sand War at this time. We haven't been able to reach him in months. Ves cursed in his heart. My grandfather. Benjamin is likewise out of reach. During wartime, the Ministry of Defense can be just as strict as the Mech Corps. As long as he is involved with a sensitive operation or important strategic plan, you can forget about contacting him. He's likely unaware of this development. In essence, Ves could not count on any Larkinson to exert any influence on Ganso or the Mech Corps. What a useless family. Of course, that was a bit unfair to the Larkinsons. They weren't powerful enough to contend against the state, especially one which they trusted and served from the bottom of their hearts. The thought of opposing the Mech Corps never crossed the minds of many Larkinsons. Only a crooked member of the family like Ves had no qualms against resisting the military. Ugh! With all of his helpers, backers, and allies rendered impotent due to the nature of his opposition, Ves was running out of people to turn for assistance. He called Gloriana next and briefed her in on the situation. I'm aware. She spoke with concern. I'm just as mad about this as you, Ves. I won't let anyone take you away if I have anything to say about it. I'm doing everything I can to stop this travesty. Ves thought of the detachment of the Glory Battalion assigned to protect her during her stay in the Bright Republic. While they didn't number very much, each second-class mech was a force to be reckoned with. While a third-class expert mech still possessed some advantages, a Hexer mech company could easily suppress Ganso. Can you move the Glory Battalion? Her face suddenly turned glum. I can't. I tried, but Melody and the Glory Battalion are abiding by my mother's orders before my own. Their only duty is to protect me. They won't lift a finger to help you. In fact, my guards won't even allow me to go near you in fear that you would drag me in this mess. Melody's face entered the projection range, crowding Gloriana aside. Mr. Larkinson, please exercise restraint. We are guests of the Bright Republic. We will not allow you to break our agreement of neutrality with your government. If we become involved in whatever infighting you are caught up in, a significant diplomatic crisis will ensue. Though Ves hated it, he had to admit that Melody was in the right. It was unfair for him to try and drag the Hexers in this mess of his own making. He realized that he couldn't count on anyone else to solve this immediate crisis. He could only rely on himself and his closest, most loyal confidants to resist the incoming capture fleet. I understand, Miss Melody, he replied in a defeated tone. Rest assured that I will figure something out without involving Gloriana. Good. She spoke in her cultured accent while staring at Ves with interest. We will be observing you. If you wish to be a worthy suitor, then you must prove you have the capacity to operate at this level. This difficulty of yours is very minor compared to the intrigues that take place in the hegemony. Gloriana finally managed to push Melody away. Ves! I'm sorry for her. If it was up to me, I would have intervened. Diplomacy be damned. Don't do anything drastic, Gloriana. I'm more resourceful than you think. I'll find a way to thread the needle. He spoke confidently. In truth, he was quaking in his boots. Without Gloriana, where else could he turn to for assistance? After ending this latest call, Ves breathed deeply and pressed his fingers against his forehead. He turned towards Raymond, who remained in constant contact with fellow Larkinsons. Any progress? The contradictions within our family have come out in the open, Ves. Ganso's involvement in this ambush has forced everyone to make their stance clear. There are Larkinsons who are openly supporting Ganso and agree with his agenda to make our family return to its roots. That's madness. Does Ganso want to turn back the clock and throw away all of the rewards the family has gained? You're not alone, Ves. I've roughly gotten the measure of most of our available Larkinsons. At least a third are openly on your side. They believe in you and think you are the only Larkinson who can elevate our family to a greater height. That leaves a lot of people who aren't on either side. Correct. Raymond sighed. The majority of Larkinsons are on the fence. They value our heritage and traditions, but they also think the LMC has done a lot of good to the family. However, the main reason why they aren't taking any sides is because they don't believe this conflict is all that serious. What? Don't they know what will happen to us all if Ganso has his way? No one believes that anything bad will happen to you, Ves. You are a respected mech designer, war hero, and celebrity. It is extremely doubtful the Mech Corps intends anything towards you. Their only goal is to move you from a less secure star system to a more secure star system. Even if you object, it won't really harm our interests. Is that what you think? Ves eyed Raymond with suspicion. I am on your side, Ves. While it is difficult for me to agree with your suspicions, I have a duty to assist you in my current position. At least Raymond remembered who he really worked for. This elder became more and more pleasing to Ves. Thank you for your support. For now, let's see how we can escape this crisis. He estimated that it would take about an hour or so for the new arrivals to reach Ves and bring him away. He continued to contact various people such as Marcella Bollinger and Professor Ventag. Neither of them could offer any assistance. As Ves was running out of options, the door to his office opened. Both Leland Toll and Miles Tovar entered at the same time. We have made some progress on our respective ends. Leland spoke first after reaching the desk and sitting down on the opposite chair. Do tell. Leland first activated a jammer to shield their conversation from any eavesdropping. After some extensive snooping, we managed to identify why our intelligence has failed in this instance. He spoke softly. It turns out that Spotlight has assisted the unit that is tasked with bringing you away by camouflaging their mission with fake orders and other bureaucratic smokescreens. Spotlight is able to do that. Even though Spotlight is responsible for domestic intelligence, there is a lot of rivalry and overlap between the spy agencies. Spotlight has invested a significant proportion of their limited resources in the Mech Corps to assist in the deception. We were completely caught off guard. Ves grimaced. What is it with Spotlight? Spotlight hasn't decided to oppose you directly. We believe that they are acting on the instructions of a higher authority. Miles Tovar took over from Leland. We just happened to find out the person who signed Venerable Ganso Larkinson's orders. After we have managed to pierce through the smoke screen, we have found out that Mech General Ulrich Cavendish is supporting this operation. Who? Cavendish? Ves frowned, before his eyes widened. Is he a part of the Cavendish family? The Cavendish family was one of the 5 founding families of the Bright Republic. Correct. Miles nodded. General Cavendish is 173 years old and one of the mainstays of the Cavendish family. Out of the founding families, the Cavendish family are military hardliners. They have a very strong presence in the Mech Corps. For General Cavendish to issue these orders in a covert manner while keeping everyone else in high command in the dark can only be done with the full support of the Cavendish family. Why? Is the Cavendish family targeting me? Ves asked hollowly. I never did anything to them. I don't even know Ulrich Cavendish. This is our fault, Miles admitted. Our Tovar family is competing against the Cavendish family for influence. Due to the difficulties caused by the Sand War, the Bright Republic is forced to make increasingly more desperate decisions. The contradictions between every faction has intensified because no side wants to pay an excessive price to keep our state aloft. Ves banged his fist against his desk. So the only reason General Cavendish has issued these orders is because they are targeting your family? We are attempting to remedy this problem as best we can. Miles held up his hands. However, our Tovar family is mainly involved in administration. While our influence in the government is considerable, we don't have much say in the Mech Corps. Don't forget what time we are in right now. In times of war, the military has the most say. The Mech Corps is able to act with near impunity, especially when martial law has been declared throughout our entire state. Leland reminded Ves. God damn it! It gets worse. Miles Tovar spoke. From what we have gathered, the Cavendish family hasn't acted alone in this. The hand of the Ramza family is also evident. While they are mostly engaged in commerce, they possess a decent influence in the government and the military. Let me guess. The Ramzas have a beef with you Tovars as well, right? The Tovar mech designer reluctantly nodded. The Ramzas are our biggest rivals. They may even be the instigators of this scheme. With their extensive influence in the mech industry, the Ramzas are likely responsible for the follow-up. When you are taken to Rittersberg or New Foundation, you will probably be pressured into working for the military or some other mech institution for the remainder of the Sand War. In other words, Ves may not be a captive of the state, but he would definitely be restricted and firmly under its control. Chapter 1703 Illegal Move. So both the Ramza and Cavendish families are out to get me because I'm in your camp. Ves summed up while directing an acrimonious look towards Miles. This is your fault. Fix it. Now! We are doing the best we can. Senator Tovar is personally contacting anyone who can countermand Ganso's orders. However, it isn't proper for a legislator to influence the military. Not only do the Cavendishes have deep roots in the Mech Corps, there are only a few military officials outrank General Ulrich Cavendish. The wartime situation wasn't helping them either. The military possessed the most say right now. The civilian government could only cede ground in order to make sure the Mech Corps had what it needed to defend and save the Republic. Tell me what you can accomplish, then. Give us at least 3 to 4 hours. Miles spoke. Senator Tovar informed me that he needs at least this much time to access the right officials and countermand the orders. As long as you can stay out of the clutches of the Mech Corps, we can probably deprive Venerable Ganso of his authority. 3 hours? This is way too long. Don't you see how close the combat carriers are? They can be on top of us in less than an hour. This is the best we can do, Mr. Larkinson. While Ves appreciated the help, it wasn't enough to bail him out. Should he play hide and seek or something in order to stall out his capture? With his stealth toys, this might actually be a viable plan. It was just that Ves was not very confident about it. His stealth and sensor shielding drained a lot of energy, so he could only hide himself from the mech core for only so long. The main difficulty was that it was too late to go into hiding. The mech nursery was isolated, but that also made any departure extremely obvious to enemy scans. Right now, Cloudy Curtain's ever-present cloud cover was very helpful in obscuring most orbital scans. That did not mean the military possessed no solutions, however. There were doubtlessly some assets in the vicinity that kept an eye on the mech nursery. Perhaps Spotlight placed a lot of watchers in and outside of the company to stare at him specifically. When Ves shared this suspicion, Leland immediately concurred. This is likely the case. Spotlight and Searchlight has never given up on keeping you and the LMC under observation. Even if you've cleaned out their spies a few months ago, it isn't in their nature to give up after a single setback. Great. And I take it Flashlight can help? We are all on the same side, Ves. We never act directly against each other. Is there anything Flashlight can do that's actually helpful? Our organization may be vast, but most of our resources and personnel are dispersed. Our headquarters might be able to make some small actions, but you are better off relying on the Tovars to solve your problems. I see, Ves flatly replied. Whether Leland lied to him or not, clearly Ves could not rely on Flashlight in this situation, which was a massive disappointment. Leland noticed V's disappointment. Please keep the precariousness of our situation in mind. 2 founding families have moved directly against an ally of another founding family. 2 spy agencies are directly entangled in this confrontation. A detachment of the Mech Corps is acting under secret orders that can't be countermanded on a whim. Different institutions and factions of the Bright Republic opposed each other at this time. It would be very bad if relations between each other deteriorated over this spat. Each side had to act with restraint and play by the rules in order to avoid any undesirable escalation. This was why no one ever seriously thought about opposing Venerable Ganso and his comrades with force. Yet what most people considered taboo, Ves thought differently. We need to buy time, he concluded after understanding the complete picture so far. I have only less than an hour of time to remain free. I might be able to extend this time if I go into hiding, but it's obvious our opponents have prepared for this operation for a while. He strongly suspected that the Ramsey and Cavendish families might have laid the groundwork for this operation a few months ago. These clever and well-prepared opponents probably took most of his possible actions into account. They likely had a countermeasure ready for any decision he might make. It was as if his opponents put him in checkmate before he even became aware that he was playing a game. Their plan was almost airtight. Just an expert pilot of the Mech Corps alone was enough to suppress every open opposition. Ves was not willing to accept defeat. There had to be a way to resolve this impossible situation. The only way for him to outfox his opponents was to flip the board or make an illegal move. Perhaps he wasn't strong enough to flip the board at his current state, but he happened to be an expert when it came to illegal moves. He first thought about messing with Ganso's spirituality. By himself or with the help of an F-stone, he could probably inflict considerable mental damage to his stuck-up cousin. Ves experimentally concentrated his mind and cast a piece of himself in the imaginary realm. He had a very strong impression of Ganso Larkinson, and the expert pilot also happened to be pretty close to him. It did not take much effort to find his spiritual presence in the imaginary realm. Unfortunately, Ves could immediately tell that attacking it was unlikely to succeed. The spiritual presence was not only active and in its most guarded state, but its strength and resilience was also far stronger than anything he had seen before. After exploring it from a distance, Ves understood why Ganso looked so spiritually unassailable. Ganso was interfacing with his expert mech. Ves had never succeeded in messing with a mech pilot's mind when they interfaced with a mech. The man-machine connection was so strong that Ves had a much easier time attacking expert pilots in isolation rather than affecting the combined strength of a regular mech pilot paired with a regular mech. If the regular man-machine connection was already that bad, then the bond between an expert pilot and an expert mech was far more formidable. Unless Ganso stepped out of his cockpit, Ves could forget about messing with his mind and spirituality. He pulled back his concentration and began to contemplate another solution. Is Ganso leading this operation? The commander of this unit is probably a confidant of General Cavendish. However, if you manage to affect the Venerable in some way, he might be able to hold back his comrades. This was what Ves wanted to hear. He hardly had any options left. The only one he could turn to was to make full use of his devil tongue. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think he could convince Ganso to change his mind. Expert pilots were extremely strong-minded and rarely flinched from their decisions. The only possible way that Ves could make him halt was to employ the one thing he cared the most aside from his duty. Ves waved both Leland and Miles to silence. Be quiet. I need to address the family right now. He first took care of his appearance. He sat up straight behind his desk and adopted the most serious expression he had ever formed. He mentally thanked himself for wearing his Pride of Dusk ensemble today. Of course, he had kept his cat ears in his pockets. He could not afford to paint himself as a fool this time. In order to make himself more impressive, he activated his calm and activated a function before patting his palm against his chest. A projection of all of his metals appeared in place. The Darkness Eater, the Plasma Spark, the Torchbearer, the Golden Mech and so on shone so realistically that no one would be able to tell if they were illusionary. All right, it's show time. He entered the communications section of his desk terminal and selected every Larkinson on his contact list. He initiated a one-sided broadcast to every Larkinson at once, no matter if they were on Cloudy Curtain, Bentheim, Rittersburg, or anywhere else. At least half of the connections failed to go through. The Larkinsons on the other end were either asleep, under communication blocks, or simply didn't want to accept his call. No matter what, Ves still managed to reach hundreds of Larkinsons, enough to sway the family. As no new connections emerged, Ves centered himself and began to employ some tricks to boost his stature. He concentrated his mind and began to envision the desolate soldier design. He made contact with the solemn guardian, which had grown even stronger than Ves had last seen. Yet no matter how much it had grown, it still remembered its creator. It didn't take much to convince the solemn guardian to allow Ves to borrow its strength. Right now, Ves did not appear casual or selfish at all. His straight but empathic bearing highly resembled that of exceptional Larkinson veterans. Fellow family members, let me begin by apologizing for you for bringing up this ugly incident to you. Today is a day where our Larkinson family is beset by division. The conservative and tradition-minded members of our family have acted against me and our mech company without going through the rest of our family. Our latest source of prosperity is at risk because some people in our family don't want us to enjoy nice things. Ves could immediately sense a wave of disgust from the other end of his broadcast. There was a reason why he addressed the Larkinsons first. Hopefully, Ganso was in the dark about this little move of his. Since Ganso was such a stickler for the rules, his communications were probably restricted. Knowing this, Ves addressed his family with confidence. If you have not heard about what is going on, then let me fill you in. Two of the founding families, the Ramses and the Cavendishes, are conspiring to take down the LMC and remove me from my home in order to stop me from enriching and empowering the Larkinsons. This is despite the backing I've secured from the Tovar family. The mention of 3 of the founding families probably shocked many of the Larkinsons. Anything involving the 3 foremost groups of the Bright Republic was bound to be explosive. Make no mistake. Under my efforts, our Larkinson family has started to rise from a middling military family with little influence into a prosperous power with enough money to make every Larkinson rich. However, the Ramses and Cavendishes don't want us to rise. They want to keep us under their thumb and continue to volunteer our mech pilots to the Mech Corps as obedient dogs. He was probably touching a lot of nerves right now. In ordinary times, he would never disparage the family's noble mission, but Ves could not afford to mince any words. He needed to convey the gravity of the situation in the most dramatic way possible in order to make every Larkinson feel as if they were in a monumental crisis. A supposedly respected mech general from the Cavendish family has directly abused his authority, employed spies to confuse the headquarters of the military, and issued fake orders to hoodwink me into surrendering everything I have done for the family. Ves painted a very big and dangerous vortex. While this might scare away some Larkinsons from getting involved, he wasn't finished. What is worse is Venerable Ganso Larkinson willingly sided with these snob elites and betrayed the interests of our Larkinson family. Is this what our family stands for? Is this what constitutes honor to us? I fought and bled for the Mech Corps just as Venerable Ganso has done. His medals appeared especially eye-catching right now. While I may just be a mech designer, I have done more for the Larkinson family than Ganso and his conservative faction has ever done. After 4 centuries of continued service, no expert pilot managed to elevate the wealth and status of our Larkinson family. As for me, it took less than 5 years for me to enrich the Larkinson family to the point where all of you can buy your own mechs with plenty of money to spare. Ves was right. Even the neutral Larkinsons agreed with his argument. Let me ask you this, my fellow Larkinsons. Do you believe that Ganso's vision of our family is better or mine? Is tradition worth giving up all of the wealth we are entitled to? Is service without reward for 4 more centuries worth our continued sacrifice? Each of his questions landed like a bombshell among the Larkinsons he addressed. Chapter 1704 The Family Address. The Larkinson family numbered thousands of people. Though a large portion of them consisted of spouses, children, and norms, the entire family developed an immense amount of pride and worship in its heritage. The Larkinson ancestor, who left the new Rubarth Empire for reasons lost in history, earned a lot of merits during the founding of the Bright Republic. Ever since then, his descendants multiplied and adopted the noble mission of defending the state their ancestor fought and bled for. In time, this noble mission took on its own identity. Constant dedication caused the Larkinson family to develop a reputation of an upright, honorable military family. Reputation was like a glow. Every Larkinson became someone more. The accomplishments of their predecessors surrounded them like a halo, causing everyone who was aware of the Larkinsons to see them in a much better light. Yet reputation also served like a shackle that constrained their choices along a predetermined path. Because their predecessors selflessly fought for the Mech Corps, their descendants automatically gained the expectation to perpetuate this duty. Over time, so many Larkinson mech pilots volunteered for service that the family no longer questioned this pattern. It became a deep-seated family tradition that every eligible Larkinson had to take part in because that was the price for maintaining the honor of their family. To most Larkinsons, the reputation and honor they carried were sufficient rewards for their sacrifice. Few Larkinsons developed ambitions to achieve anything more. This was because they would have to play by different rules. To break into a higher orbit, they needed to make enemies. This went against their instincts as a family dedicated to the betterment of the state as a whole. Of course, there were plenty of Larkinsons over the years who disliked this burden and wanted to carry on with their lives without the baggage of the past. The Larkinson family did not force the unwilling misfits, rebels, and deviants to take part in its noble mission. It simply cast them out and made it very clear to the public that these exiles no longer had anything to do with the official family. This was why there were a lot of Larkinsons who weren't on the family rolls. Riella Larkinson was one of the most recent ones. Even if she became a part of a vicious gang from Bentheim, her choices no longer affected the stellar reputation of the Larkinsons. Due to the voluntary departure of dissenters, the Larkinsons who remained all believed in their family's noble mission. The most sincere, fanatical, and dedicated Larkinsons continued to dominate the family and perpetuated its burden of duty. Ves had thought long and hard about this situation. As a deviant Larkinson, he knew how pernicious this expectation of duty had become in his family. From birth, this expectation of duty was hammered into the minds of their children through many subtle ways. The tales of their extended family, and the teachings of the Larkinsons acting as mentors all served to indoctrinate every young Larkinson into serving the bright Republic. Even Ves was aware that he developed some codes within his mind which compelled him to defend his home state. Although his many changes and experiences caused this programming to glitch, he still couldn't get rid of his impulses to aid the state that shaped his life. Yet now that Mech General Ulrich Cavendish unilaterally dispatched Ganso and some troops to take him into custody, Ves finally felt as if his programming had crashed. He no longer felt any goodwill towards the bright Republic anymore. While his home state was his cherished home, Ves felt he no longer owed it anything. This was why he addressed the Larkinson family with not a single shred of doubt or guilt. While he was taking several liberties with the truth, he truly believed in the main points he tried to convey. Do you not think that the Larkinson family has done enough to defend the bright Republic? He addressed his audience of Larkinsons with complete conviction. The bright Republic at the time of the Larkinson ancestor was a fragile entity that only amounted to several poorly defended colonies. It's different now. Even with the Sandmen testing our resolve, there are countless mech pilots and starfighter pilots fighting for the Republic. The few hundred mech pilots who bear our family name hardly makes any difference at this point. While he spoke the truth, this was not enough to introduce a sufficient amount of doubt in the minds of his audience. He only said this to diminish the contributions of the Larkinsons of today. They needed to get off their high horse and recognize that they have become nothing more than cogs in a large and unfeeling machine. Ves patted his chest, drawing attention to his prestigious projected medals. While I respect the honorable service of the Larkinsons who served, I have done more for the bright Republic as a mech designer than hundreds of Larkinson mech pilots. He could hear the outrage from the mech pilots now, but he wasn't finished. I do not mean any disrespect. I am simply telling the truth. With the wealth, knowledge, and power that I have gathered through my own efforts, I have saved the bright Republic from collapse by designing the Desolate Soldier and its variants. Tell me if I'm wrong. No Larkinson was ignorant of the Desolate Soldier. It single-handedly propped up the morale of many wavering mech pilots, not just in the bright Republic but also in many other states. Although the Dawnbreaker recently stole its thunder, it was definitely the most influential mech design of the Sand War. The supreme contribution the single mech design earned had given the Larkinsons much more honor than any expert pilot had ever accumulated. Not even Ark Larkinson, the most impressive living Larkinson at this time, could match what Ves had done to support the state in these trying times. Ves momentarily paused his speech to allow the Larkinsons he addressed to form these conclusions on their own. It was not appropriate for him to brag too openly and stomp on the many sacrifices made by the Larkinsons risking their lives at the front. Nonetheless, his noble posture as he sat behind his desk with his hands clasped in front of him, conveyed a strong message in itself. An effect similar to the time he channeled Ylvain's spiritual fragment occurred again. This time, Ves dialed back the effect in order to extend the time he could empower his stature. While he wasn't short on spiritual energy these days, this was still a very draining action. The expenditure was worth it, though. In order to maximize his persuasion towards the Larkinsons, Ves had to occupy the high ground by painting himself as a bigger contributor than any other Larkinson. My fellow family members, what are we actually fighting for all these years? Is it for honor? Reputation? Heritage? If this is so, why are we still the same family as 100 years ago? Have we grown wealthier? Did we gain more say in the running of the state? I don't see any changes. Even our family's honor and reputation seem to hit a ceiling. Perhaps many Larkinsons already knew this, but no one wanted to mention this. They were too comfortable with the status quo. Look, I get it. Our Larkinson family is a military family. We shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. We're not politicians or businessmen. We had no advantages in this area, but this has changed. He pointed his thumb at himself in a dramatic fashion. You have me now. I am an illustrious, award-winning journeyman mech designer who has designed many innovative mech designs. I have used my talents and abilities to better the Bright Republic during the latest Bright Visual War as well as the Sand War. While I have selflessly contributed to the state because it is my duty to do so, I have done even more to enhance the wealth and standing of our family. This is because I am different from you. I am the sole Larkinson who has benefited our family more than dozens of Gansos put together. Ves grinned as he brought up his killer point. Yes, while Ganso Larkinson and his band of Cephalus Larkinsons have served the Mech Corps with distinction, how have they actually benefited our family? Merely maintaining our current level of honor and reputation is not enough. Have you never considered that while our Larkinsons are constantly dying and bleeding to fulfill our noble mission, the state has never really rewarded us in a substantial fashion? A silence stretched among all of the Larkinsons listening in on his address. Do you know what I think? He swept his arm in a half circle. We have all become unwitting slaves for the state. If our Larkinson family truly received the remuneration we deserve from all of the sacrifices our predecessors have made, we should have been equal to the Cavendish family. Instead, this jealous founding family is deliberately trying to suppress me, the only Larkinson who can make our family rise to the top. What is worse is that venerable Ganso Larkinson has willingly become General Cavendish's tool. Attacking an expert pilot, especially a Larkinson expert pilot, was not something that anyone could do lightly within the family. Yet Ves boldly targeted the latest and most prominent expert pilot of the younger generation. The sheer daring of this action astounded even the most experienced Larkinson veterans. It is one thing if Venerable Ganso is acting for the betterment of the Larkinson family. Yet how much has he contributed to our family compared to me? Why does he think his way of empowering the family is better than mine? We belong to the same generation. Our ages are identical. Yet as Ganso Larkinson has become a willing attack dog for the state in exchange for some scraps, I have done much more for both the state and our family. Though it was not exactly a proper comparison, Ves made a very persuasive argument. If the Larkinsons compared Ves and Ganso directly, most of them would definitely side with the journeyman mech designers who introduced so many benefits to the family. Service is not an end. It is a means to an end. Following Ganso's vision of the Larkinson family is nothing less than perpetuating our slavery to the state. Yes, I did not misspoke. What do you call those who toil and suffer for someone else without receiving the remuneration we deserve? Slaves! No matter how much we have done to fulfill our noble mission, it is never enough to change our status. All of the work we have done over the centuries has not resulted in any gains. Do you think it's ridiculous to regard ourselves as slaves under these circumstances? He was sure that a lot of Larkinsons were thrown into doubt. Very likely, a lot of veterans were doing some soul-searching right now. What had their suffering and sacrifice accomplished? Ves figured it was ready to unveil his main goal. He calmed down and tried to look as authoritative as possible. In my opinion, we have sacrificed enough. We do not need to perpetuate our noble mission any longer. Whatever debt we owe to the Bright Republic has long been repaid. If you don't think that is enough, then add my contributions on top of that. I have saved our state from imminent defeat with my desolate soldier mech, and I will save it yet again with my upcoming mech design. He boldly cast his arm towards his audience. Allow me to free you. Allow me to release you from your burden of duty. As long as you appoint me as the patriarch of the family and invest me with power, I promise to improve your fortunes and lead you all to prosperity. This change is long overdue. If you believe our family deserves better, then do not follow Ganso's hopeless trajectory. Instead, believe in me and my ability to elevate our family. Every Larkinson became stunned yet again. Ves wanted to become the sole leader of the family, depriving the expert pilots and the steering committee of their say. The Larkinson family never concentrated power in a single person in its entire history. However, at this time, the broadcast suddenly took a different turn. Ves Larkinson! Ganso's angry voice interjected. Do not spout your poisonous lies! You have no right to lecture our family! Before Ves could utter a reply, his broadcast suddenly shut off. The Mech Corps forcibly interrupted and blocked his transmission. Chapter 1705 Bound by Tradition. Ves stared at his empty desk terminal in astonishment. He knew that what he was doing would not escape the Mech Corps or spotlight. Eventually, they would find out about his attempt to address the Larkinson family. Even though it wasn't very obvious how he could extricate himself from this current situation, it was bound to be bad for the people targeting him. Overriding the broadcast through the back doors in the planetary communication network was trivially easy to his enemies. Unfortunately for them, Ves already anticipated this problem. A vicious grin appeared on his face as he made a small internal call. At the very least, the internal network of the LMC was fully intact. Few spies or saboteurs were in place that could mess with this network because Ves had already cleaned most of them out during the mass firing spree a few months ago. Mr. Larkinson, Crinden greeted. Please assist me in maintaining my upcoming transmission. The forces targeting me have shut me out of the network, but we both know that's not enough. I will do my best to monitor our network for any attacks. After he finished notifying Crinden, he turned to Lucky. Meow? You know what to do. Let me use your CFA protocols to override the overrides of the Mech Corps. Hey, do they really think they control their own networks? No backdoor under their control can trump that of the Big Two. Ever since Lucky gobbled up his CFA officer comm, he somehow inherited some of its functions. What was even better was that Lucky possessed the most up-to-date protocols, which was fully usable on any modern communication equipment, especially the quantum entanglement nodes regulated by the COM consortium. He had already taken advantage of the CFA's backdoors before, and knew how pivotal it could be. Ves always refrained from using it again. He treated it as a trump card that should only be employed when he had no other choice, just like the Amastendra. Ves was afraid that the CFA would get wind of his use of this backdoor. He was very certain that its uses had been logged in some CFA database. However, the CFA performed countless actions every day. As long as Ves wasn't too blatant about his misuse of their protocols, he could probably avoid triggering some alarms. After issuing some instructions to Lucky, his desk terminal lit up again. The interrupted broadcast suddenly resumed as if it only experienced a momentary glitch. This time, his broadcast directed off-planet routed through the Barracuda's quantum entanglement node. Since his ship was fully under his control, there was no way his opponents could block his broadcast. Different from last time, the projection of Ganso Larkinson in his cockpit appeared at the side. Obviously, Ganso hijacked the broadcast in an attempt to undo the damage that Ves had done. "Are you surprised, Venerable Ganso?" Ves spoke lightly. He had already wiped the unsightly grin off his face in order to leave a better impression on his audience. "If I was an ordinary person, you would have gotten away with your attempt to silence me. Don't you think it's rude to cut me off so you can hoodwink our family with your misguided beliefs?" Anger and resentment simmered in Ganso. Since he was an expert pilot, he always exposed his emotions. It was too easy for Ves to manipulate his opposing cousin's emotions. In contrast, Ves maintained a calm facade that exuded dignity, superiority, and confidence. His connection with Solemn Guardian constantly made him come across as righteous. If Ganso was aware of how bad he looked, he didn't show it. Expert pilots possess too much confidence in themselves to engage in deception or duplicity unless their force of will was crooked from the start. As a tradition-bound Larkinson, it was impossible for Ganso to center his will around deception. His will exuded strength and aggression that was somewhat similar to that of Venerable Foster's will. This only gave Ves more confidence in this confrontation. He knew how expert pilots like Venerable Foster worked. Dealing with the known was far better than dealing with the unknown. "You are blowing this situation way out of proportion, Ves," Ganso hissed. "I am acting under legal and valid orders to escort you to a safer location. In no way is there a conspiracy at foot that seeks to silence or imprison you. The higher-ups merely want to keep you safe so that you can keep contributing to the war effort in complete safety." Ves shook his head. "What an awful lie! You are tarnishing the dignity of expert pilots by parroting the excuses of a political enemy of ours. First, those orders you are acting upon represent the will of a single general instead of high command. Just because General Cavendish managed to confuse the headquarters of the Mech Corps doesn't mean his orders are right. As long as the other generals have their say, I am confident that your orders will be rescinded. If that is the case, you have nothing to fear. You have no right to resist authority. You should just allow us to do our jobs and wait for a resolution," Ganso huffed. "Instead of doing that, you would rather resist the state. Not only do you refuse to surrender to authority, you are also trying to drag in innocent Larkinsons who have nothing to do with your misgivings towards the Republic." Ves wanted to laugh. "Did you not hear what I said earlier? I admit that I have misgivings towards at least some of the factions that are in power. I also admit that I want to involve every Larkinson. Is that wrong? I am merely doing what you have never done, which is stand up against the Republic's exploitation of our family. I think we deserve better than being treated as slaves. All that is wrong right now is that you have decided to stand in the way to perpetuate our thankless service." "Thankless? Absurd. We are a family of soldiers. Helping the bright Republic exist and prosper by fighting its enemies should be enough of a reward. You say that we have never been properly remunerated for our services, but that is completely wrong. The personal glory that our mech pilots have earned is enough to give them opportunities after they have done their duty. Do you think your own grandfather Benjamin could have become an influential advisor at the Ministry of Defense if he was a nobody? We Larkinsons are better off than 99% of Brighters." More and more Larkinsons heard about what was going on and started to tune in to the family broadcast. Over 1,000 Larkinsons listened closely to what the two most prominent Larkinsons of the younger generation had to say about their future. "We have fought and sacrificed far more than to lead slightly more comfortable lives than average Brighters," Ves retorted. "How many expert pilots did we provide to the Bright Republic? At least 2 in every generation. We have supplied so many expert pilots, and so much more normal mech pilots that we have done more than enough duty to cross out any obligations we have towards our state." You are talking about breaking off our Larkinson family when our republic is in the middle of a war. I can think of nothing more disgraceful than to cease supporting those in need when they need it the most. We are serving the bright republic in order to protect its citizens, not its higher-ups. You have forgotten what it means to serve. Our duty is not to the powers of the state, but the people who depend on its institutions. As I have already stated, I do not mean to pull our support for the Bright Republic during this war. I have already done more than enough to prop them up, and I will surely be able to do it again in the coming weeks as long as I stay free and in control of my work. What you are trying to do is nothing less than sabotaging the introduction of my latest mech design, one that is definitely more decisive and impactful than my desolate soldiers. Are you talking about that marksman mech your company has tested in orbit? That machine is too ordinary to be able to swing the war, Ganso sneered. Ves found it interesting that Ganso was aware of his deliverer. Obviously, the information he received wasn't very complete. Either that or he simply didn't believe in the more outlandish claims surrounding the deliverer. Venerable Ganso, I have already done the impossible once by releasing the desolate soldier. I am definitely capable of doing it again. My upcoming mech design will single-handedly save the Bright Republic. You can bet on that. Whatever the case, you can save the Republic when you are safe in Rittersburg. Again with the kidnapping. Why are you so eager to take me away? Don't think I am ignorant of what will happen once I fall into your hands. Your combat carriers will quickly shut off all communications in the name of operational security and travel straight to Rittersburg without any interruption. By the time you've arrived, it's too late for you to receive the revised instructions that countermand General Cavendish orders. Do you think we are bandits, Ves? I am a soldier. Even if I think you are a cancer to the Larkinson family, I am committed to following the rules and regulations of the Mech Corps. I can hardly believe you served in the Mech Corps as well if you think our men and women are allowed to pursue our personal interests over the military's interests. It doesn't surprise me that you are willing to upend centuries of tradition and seize absolute power over our family. Only a selfish, greedy, and immoral individual will do something like that. You are not a true Larkinson. If being a true Larkinson means becoming a selfless drone who automatically enlists in the Mech Corps because that is what tradition is compelling them, then I would rather be different. Your vision of the family is absolutely thankless and will never benefit the family in any way. In order to change our direction, it is better to allow someone with the courage to buck the old ways to be in charge. What you plan to do is no less than usurping power in order to corrupt our family. Our heritage built over 4 centuries of sacrifice will be tainted in your hands. All of the honor and reputation that we have painstakingly built through continued service will become a thing of the past. All future Larkinsons will lose what their predecessors have fought so hard to secure for their offspring. Is it wrong to be a little selfish? If you had your way, our Larkinsons would continue to be selfless to the point of paying everything we have. I don't think this is the right way for our family anymore. What you are trying to do is nothing less than to destroy our family and replace it with a different one that is unworthy of the Larkinson name. Ves dramatically released a sigh. We can argue this over and over, Ganso, but you're only stalling for time so that your combat carrier can get close enough to kidnap me in order to suppress your own family. I won't let you have your way. Instead, I propose we allow our family members to decide who is right. We are not in a steering committee meeting right now. You have no right to call a vote. Unlike you, I value our family members over our harmful traditions. Let them have a voice. To any Larkinson who is listening in on us, please issue your votes in the upcoming prompt. Do you believe the Larkinson family should continue to bow its head in service to the Mech Corps in perpetuity? Or do you believe we can rise to greatness with the help of the prosperity that I am providing to you all? Vote for what is best for the family, not for a state that we don't know anything anymore. Ganso looked livid. Ves! Don't you dare do this! Your actions are too divisive. You'll tear our Larkinson family apart. After VS inputted some commands on his terminal, every Larkinson tuning into the broadcast was presented with a choice. Would they agree to stick to tradition? Were they willing to allow VS to take charge and lead their family in a new direction? This choice directly put the Larkinson family at a crossroads. Chapter 17068 Pivotal Choice. Expert pilots were amazing individuals. They possessed strength beyond the reach of average humans, especially when paired with expert mechs. They were a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield and could single-handedly turn a large battle around by their deterrence factor alone. Although they were not as effective against the Sandmen due to their inability to feel fear, expert pilots still served as the pillar of the military. Every human worshipped or respected expert pilots. They were some of the foremost groups of modern society. Through the constant efforts of the MTA, expert pilots were deified as demigods. They transcended their mortality and grasped a portion of power that did not belong to normal humans. Yet for all of their might, will and skill in battle, expert pilots all possessed some shortcomings. Regular people might not know this, but a Larkinson like VS who interacted with several different expert pilots long figured out their weaknesses. The source of their strength was also their greatest weakness. Every expert pilot developed an obsession or pursued an ideal to the extreme. This was a consequence to developing a force of will. A normal human was a lot more mixed when it came to their thoughts. Every human was a complex individual who possessed numerous different values and principles, many of which contradicted each other. While this sounded messy and flawed, this was exactly why humanity managed to rise through various difficulties. By acting duplicity and deceptively, they managed to fool many stronger alien empires. If every human was truthful, they wouldn't be human anymore. A human society that adopted the same strong principles as expert pilots would be one which wouldn't be able to hide anything and could only fight its opponents honestly. This was a very bad thing to VS because humanity only came out on top by playing dirty. Of course, this was his analysis on the official history of the rise of the human race during the Age of Space and Age of Conquest. VS was not entirely sure how much of a role the Five Scrolls Compact played in humanity's rise and how much it affected his narrative. In any case, expert pilots all lost a part of humanity when they broke through the extraordinary threshold. It kind of made VS feel relieved that his life did not follow this trajectory. Who knew what kind of simpleton he might become if he became a mech pilot and advanced to expert pilot on account of his strong spirituality. As an expert pilot, his mind and spirituality developed in a completely different direction. Whereas high-ranking pilots seemed to pursue strength through purity, high-ranking mech designers opted to pursue strength through complexity. These directions were very suited for their chosen professions. Expert pilots did not need to think too much or develop their intelligence. Instead, they needed to harness their minds and spirits to handle the enormous load of interfacing with their powerful mechs. In contrast, high-ranking mech designers had no need to go through such a burden. They had to master the sciences and polish their design ability in order to create new mech designs. To give them an edge in this aspect, they focused on developing new innovations that developed as a result of combining knowledge, inspiration, their own traits, and some spiritual sauce. As a result, high-ranking mech designers were much more capable of navigating the commercial sector and upper society than high-ranking mech pilots. The latter was just too unsuited to play politics. Right now, VS engineered a verbal confrontation against Venerable Ganso. Once Ganso fell into his trap, he soon managed to turn their semi-public argument into a political contest by letting their audience decide who was right. VS refrained from grinning or showing any undue pleasure while he waited for the Larkinsons to issue their votes. Throughout the entire debate, VS had continued to do his best to cast himself in the best light. Meanwhile, he threw as much shade as possible at his opponent, not even caring if he lied or exaggerated some of his accusations. Though Ganso did a reasonable job at parrying the attacks, his nature as an expert pilot did not exactly make himself look good. He was extremely honest in showing his contempt and disdain, which worsened the impression he made. While this wouldn't do much damage to expert pilots considering they enjoyed a very high regard, Ganso hadn't refuted every argument either. At the very least, the unwitting expert pilot was more concerned about his mission than winning a popularity contest. In his opinion, as long as Ves was taken away, his influence in the family would eventually collapse, or at least diminish to the point where Ganso could regain the upper hand. How could he possibly guess that Ves outright ignored the rule that he could propose drastic changes when the steering committee convened? Ves did not wait for such a useless, tradition-heavy meeting. He also didn't limit the vote to the elders of the Larkinson family, and neither did he wait for the Larkinsons on active duty to come back from their deployments. Instead, he gave each and every available Larkinson a choice to decide their own future. He even offered this choice to the minors of the family. He made these choices deliberately to maximize his share of the votes. It was no secret that most of the Larkinsons who sided with Ganso and valued their duty were serving in the Mech Corps. The old and retired veterans who felt they still needed to offer their services to the Bright Republic due to the outbreak of the Sand War had left as well. This meant that most of those who remained behind consisted of Larkinsons who were much more inclined to take his side. Each of them would probably agree that the Larkinsons deserved more, and that prioritizing duty to the state above everything else was not worth all of their sacrifice. While the decision to give the minors a chance to vote was not entirely proper, Ves doubted that anyone cared at the moment. While the older generation were more set in their ways, the younger generation had adapted to the recent changes in the family the fastest. While many young Larkinsons still dreamt of serving in the Mech Corps, even more were lured by the promises of working for Ves. Though Ganso sputtered with outrage, Ves continued to sit while projecting confidence as he waited for the Larkinsons to make their choices known. After several minutes, most Larkinsons who wanted to make their choices known had issued their votes. "All right," Ves spoke. "Every available Larkinson has spoken. Let me announce the results." Ganso narrowed his eyes as he couldn't help but be curious how many Larkinsons took his side. "I will only be mentioning the Larkinsons who took part in this vote today. 39% of you have abstained. No one from this group has offered any support to Venerable Ganso or myself. That's all right. I understand if you don't really have a preference, or simply wish to avoid taking sides." Those who wanted to abstain simply didn't vote at all. Perhaps if Ves was more scrupulous, he would offer the choice of abstaining as a third voting option. The reason why he left that out was because he feared the abstainers would amount to 80% of the Larkinsons. After all, most Larkinsons probably disliked the infighting in their family. The Larkinsons had to stick together. This was what they had always been taught. Strong disagreements were never allowed to fester to the point where they produced a schism. Of course, Ves stomped on this rule like many other rules formed by his family. No one aside from Ganso were there to rebuke his decisions at the moment, so he was free to trample on tradition whenever he liked. 46% of the family has voted in favor of letting me assume command of the Larkinson family. Ves cracked a modest smile this time. Each of you believe in my vision for our family, and for that I thank you all for your vote of confidence. Hey! This vote is farce. It's not representative of the family at all. Only our wisest, oldest, and most honorable Larkinsons should be making these decisions. Ganso objected. Even if I let this go, you should at least include every Larkinson instead of excluding those like Colonel Ark Larkinson who is busy saving us against the Sandmen. Though Ganso had a point, Ves outright ignored his protests, thereby diminishing their weight. The remaining 15% of you have chosen to side with Ganso, who wishes to perpetuate our current traditions. I think it is clear who has won this vote. Instead of shouting at him again, Ganso suddenly retracted his outrage and looked at Ves with an anticipating grin. Do you believe you've won, Ves? This vote of yours has no basis in our family's rules. As far as I am concerned, the Larkinson family is still the same. Just wait for my arrival to your little headquarters, Ves. I will be arriving soon to escort you to safety. As for our family, we should do everything properly and make a decision by convening the steering committee after the Sandman invasion has passed. Perhaps knowing that Ganso would not be able to accomplish anything, he cut the connection, leaving Ves to face the Larkinsons alone. While it appeared that Ves had gained an absolute advantage over Ganso as a result, he knew that his victory would only be empty as long as Ganso succeeded in taking him away. Right now, Ves had to return to his primary goal and convert the gains he made into a way to extricate himself from this crisis. To do that, he needed to make use of his newly gained authority and appeal to the Larkinsons once again. My fellow Larkinsons, you have heard Venerable Ganso. His dislike towards me is evident. He hates me because I want to change the Larkinson family for the better. While I do admit that this vote is not fully representative, I have won a majority of your support. Whether the Larkinson family would truly acknowledge his victory remained to be seen. However, it was difficult for other Larkinsons to band together and argue against his decisions at the moment. This gave Ves the opportunity to make use of the halo he gained from winning the vote. I hope that those of you who disagreed or abstained will respect the opinions of the majority of our family. As your temporarily appointed leader, let me begin with a request. Those like Ganso and the paltry 15% of our family do not wish to see me follow through with my promises. They wish to deprive you all of the wealth and fortune that only my mech company and I can provide. He clasped his hand and tried to look a little desperate. Let us stop Ganso by showing how much we disapprove of him by standing in his way. To any Larkinson on Cloudy Curtain who is serving with the Avatars or Sentinels, please lend me your support today. I am granting every Larkinson permission to board any mech they like and deploy in front of my headquarters. He could sense the shock from his audience. Was he asking for them to fight against a fellow Larkinson and an expert pilot? This was outrageous. Ves quickly raised his hand. I am not asking you to fight. I am not asking you to point your weapons at Ganso's expert mech or push it back. I am just asking you to form a wall of mechs to make your stances clear. Family should never attack family. Let us stop this rule breaker from pursuing his personal vendetta. Stand with me, Larkinsons, and fight for a brighter future. He ended his broadcast at this point. His office descended into silence as he had finally made his gambit. Were the Larkinsons brave enough to support him by standing in the way of an expert pilot of the family? After a few minutes had passed, the first mechs piloted by the Larkinsons already started moving out of the bases of the Avatars and Sentinels. Ves inadvertently smiled as the Larkinsons started to show their support. Chapter 1707 Taking Sides. Hundreds of Larkinsons lived on Cloudy Curtain. Many of them left the Larkinson estate on Rittersburg in order to take part in the new and promising ventures of Ves and LMC. Most of them were at least partially inclined towards Ves and his bold new vision for their family. Even so, most Larkinsons disliked turning against their own family members. The Larkinson family had never been good at politics and infighting. They never raised their children to scheme and to turn against each other to gain an advantage. To be honest, they abhorred such conduct. They much preferred the entire family to get along with each other. Open conflict between family was very taboo because it disrupted the camaraderie between every member of the family. This was also why the steering committee convened behind closed doors. Not even the Larkinson family could escape division. The best way to control it was by allowing the most influential members of the family to hash out their differences of opinions in a formal gathering. This was a tradition formed in the early days of the formation of the Larkinson family. Now, Ves outright ignored this tradition and deliberately aired his conflict in full view of every available Larkinson. None of the Larkinsons had ever encountered a situation like this. Even though disagreements between Larkinsons were common, no family member ever dared to do anything in public for fear of disrupting the harmony among their own kind. Most Larkinsons, even the oldest veterans who had survived multiple wars, reacted to this explosive incident with horror and confusion. "What is this kid Ganso doing? Family never goes after family. How can little Ves be so outrageous to trample on every rule that has allowed our family to remain strong? I don't want to see our family getting torn apart by these two knuckleheads. Can anyone contact Ark? He should be able to sort this crisis out. I've already asked my contacts, but to no avail. It seems that Ark in the 1st Havensworth Division is currently locked in a battle against a large Sandman fleet. There is absolutely no way the Mech Corps will allow us to disturb his mood as he is leading his troops in battle." This was an extremely unfortunate coincidence. Ark Larkinson was not only a strong and respected expert pilot, but also a mech colonel who possessed a strong foundation in the Havensworth Mech Army. It was not very rare for expert pilots to become qualified mech officers able to command a mech company or two, but very few of them became senior officers due to various reasons. First, expert pilots were generally disinclined to meddle too much in the affairs of mortals. Most of them pursued greater strength and considered the heavy responsibilities of a senior officer to be a detriment to their growth. Second, anyone who wanted to surpass the rank mech captain needed a certain degree of political skills or at least learned how to curry favor. The reason why Venerable Ark Larkinson managed to climb up the ranks was because he was very charismatic. While most expert pilots were rather difficult to get close to, Ark Larkinson maintained both a friendly and dignified demeanor, which turned him into a very good leader. Ark Larkinson became known as an expert pilot who was impeccably upright and moral. At the same time, he was also compassionate and inspirational. By relying on these strengths, Ark easily became a mech colonel some years ago, but stalled ever since then. It was far more complicated to become a mech general. Even so, Ark's ability to become a high-ranking officer brilliantly proved his ability to work with people. If Ark was reachable, he would definitely be able to mediate this disastrous conflict between Ves and Ganso. The absence or inability to contact any Larkinson who could de-escalate the situation forced every Larkinson to take a stance. At this time, everyone who watched the broadcast and heard V's appeal began to make their own decisions. Very few Larkinsons sided with Ganso. This was not only because the most duty-minded Larkinsons were currently in the Mech Corps and therefore difficult to reach, but also because the young expert pilot did not appear very likable. His abrasive attitude and his insistence on following unpalatable orders did not paint him in a good light. Many retired Larkinson mech pilots ordinarily held much respect for the Mech Corps they served for many years. Yet they were not blind to the factionalism within the military. The Larkinsons were never taught to navigate the political currents within the Mech Corps, so they ordinarily avoided them altogether. When Ves accused Venerable Ganso Larkinson of acting as the lapdog of Mech General Ulrich Cavendish, a lot of veterans unconsciously expressed disgust. While it was not a problem in itself to obey a superior who belonged to a faction, it was a different matter if the orders aimed at their own family. Whether Ves was truthful or not, Ganso never refuted this accusation, which likely signified that it was true. Therefore, despite the feelings of the Larkinsons towards the Mech Corps, they did not associate Ganso's conduct with the service as a whole. Instead, they recognized that Ganso improperly involved himself in some kind of private scheme. This has led to the indignation of many Larkinsons who would have otherwise remained neutral. I don't really agree with how Ves is handling things, but at least his heart is in the right place. Someone like him is worth protecting. While Vesey here has broken a ton of rules, at least he believes he is doing what is best for our family. On the other hand, Ganso has shown that he is willing to follow orders and adhere to rules no matter what harm they do to our Larkinson family. If I had to choose between the two, I would go for the one who actually cares a damn about our lives. The galaxy is inherently chaotic, and no rule lasts forever. Most of these crotchety Larkinson veterans were still able to interface with the mech, though only barely. Their bodies and their brains deteriorated significantly due to aging, causing them to be less responsive and less able to handle the flow of data from a mech. However, this was still enough to activate a mech and move it to the headquarters of the LMC. A lot of retired Larkinsons moved into action. Those who were enjoying their retirement at the Cloud Estate entered into some of the mechs bequeathed by the patrolling sentinels. Those who were teaching at the Larkinson Basic Academy at Freslin hopped into mechs as well and headed to the mech nursery as fast as possible. Though Ves hadn't explicitly appealed to the Larkinsons outside of the avatars and sentinels, they nonetheless offered their support on their own accord. This was because they wanted to do what was best for the family, and believed that they could do so by showing up and stopping Ganso from doing anything outrageous. Though these old and wise Larkinsons were aware that they would be opposing the Mech Corps if they did so, right now the family mattered more. Of course, this also led to a lot of inner turmoil among these older Larkinsons. Director Clinton Larkinson, who led V's charity, was one of these conflicted veterans. I never thought I would be stepping into a cockpit again, let alone stand in the way of the service, he muttered with turbid eyes. The old black beak he borrowed from the Sentinels had been stashed for many months as its assigned pilot shifted to a desolate soldier. The night mech only received a minimal amount of servicing during this time, making the mech a bit difficult to move. It didn't help that Clinton was actually a disabled mech pilot. The damage he incurred in a past war had crippled his ability to pilot mech. Such damage was actually fairly common among veterans. In truth, the damage to a mech pilot's ability to pilot a mech varied a lot. Clinton happened to have suffered enough damage to reduce his battle effectiveness, but not enough to prevent him from moving a mech entirely. As it was, he could only slowly move his black beak around, and had to take careful steps in order to avoid tripping his machine or crashing against other objects. There was no way he could fight an expert mech in his state. This was not the point. Clinton simply wanted to show his attitude and hope that Ganso would refrain from doing anything worse. I only have to show up. This fight can't go on any further, he believed. Naturally, aside from these veterans who wanted to show their stance, stop Ganso from doing anything radical or support Ves in leading the family to greatness, a lot of younger Larkinsons made their decisions as well. Unlike the older generation of mech pilots who mostly experienced a lot of wind and rain, these inexperienced Larkinsons were much more straightforward. The Mech Corps should not be our only destination. Ves is right. We don't owe the state anything. I think we can go much further in our careers if we stick with Ves. He's a Larkinson, and he'll definitely treat us better than a military that only ever cared about using us. We're nothing more than thugs to people like General Cavendish. The way the Mech Corps is using Venerable Ganso is not right. If this is what the military is truly like, then I made the right decision to join the Sentinels. Almost every Larkinson among the Avatars and Sentinels joined these forces because they believed in Ves. It didn't take much for them to hop into their mechs and gather at the headquarters of the company. Commander Melker Larkinson, who was supposed to be recuperating from his recent tour, hesitated a bit longer in front of his mech. "Ves is going too far," he muttered. Unlike most Larkinsons, Melker had been with Ves for years. He had grown somewhat familiar with his cousin's unsavory methods. Nonetheless, even if Melker disliked how Ves was handling this situation, he couldn't do anything except to offer his support. As the Avatar commander, Melker had already declared his allegiance to Ves. As a true Larkinson, he needed to show his dedication to his commitment regardless of what he thought in private. "I am the leader of the Avatars. I should do my duty and protect Ves regardless of what kind of mess he made." The mech commander threw everything else aside and entered into the cockpit of his personal crystal lord. Though it had been months since he last piloted it, he easily got used to his mech again and left the Avatar base alongside other mechs. Though Melker deliberately refrained from issuing any orders aside from granting his men permission to pilot their mechs, every other Avatar had followed suit. The battle-hardened survivors who served alongside Melker had entered their mechs and moved out even earlier than Melker. With the example of these loyal mech pilots, every other Avatar followed their example. Only a small portion of them consisted of Larkinsons. Even if these Avatars possessed no ties to the Larkinson family, they still remembered their obligations to Ves. The Avatars existed solely to protect their only employer, and to stand at the times at this difficult time was doubtlessly the wrong thing to do. Even though many of them did not possess any confidence in stopping an expert pilot, they still needed to do their duty. Perhaps the only notable mech pilot that remained behind was Silent William. He wasn't an Avatar or a Larkinson, so he wasn't obliged to meddle in this situation at all. The mute mech pilot simply leaned against the wall of a mech workshop and looked out in the distance. The departing mechs made for an awe-inspiring sight. The support personnel all stepped out and watched them leave. Chapter 1708 True Supper. Those who supported Ves or wanted to use this opportunity to cool everyone's tempers all brought their mechs to the headquarters of the LMC. Almost 80 mechs showed up in the following half hour. In the meantime, a single combat carrier of the Mech Corps descended from orbit. It did not take much guessing that this vessel carried Gansa Larkinson and his expert mech. The vessel made a straight trajectory towards Freslin without obscuring it at all. This was because the Mech Corps did not need to resort to caution within the territory controlled by the Bright Republic. Cloudy Curtain was still firmly in the hands of the state. No power residing on this planet should ever have the guts to oppose the military. Yet Ves managed to accomplish something many Brighters considered impossible. He managed to persuade many Larkinsons in siding against the Mech Corps and one of their own family. The local journalists smelled the scoop, and they eagerly flocked to the Mech nursery in order to document this exceptional event. "The Larkinsons have gone crazy. We have to let everyone else witness this historic clash. Expert pilot versus journeyman mech designer. Which Larkinson is the prodigal son? Find out today." Unfortunately, with martial law in place, few of them managed to sneak out, and none of them could circumvent the lockdown of the local communications network. Only a handful of resourceful reporters managed to solve these problems. Once they arrived at the Mech nursery, the guards did not hinder their entry after searching them thoroughly. Ves had already issued a command to the gate guards to let every journalist inside. In addition, he also opened the Barracuda's quantum entanglement node to their equipment, allowing them to stream their footage live onto the galactic net. Of course, with the Sand War raging hotter than ever, not a lot of people paid attention to this event at first. VS stepped away from his desk and moved over to the high windows to view the mechs that moved to him in support. A mix of black beaks, crystal lords, desolate soldiers, dawnbreakers, and even training mechs showed up to form a wall of mechs. Even though the headquarters was taller than the mechs, their mech pilots mainly wished to make a statement. Whether they sided with VS or not, they possessed enough determination to block Ganso from making things worse. "You did it, VS," Raymond said as he stepped to his side. "You managed to turn Larkinson against Larkinson." "As if I am at fault. Venerable Ganso moved on me first. I'm just defending myself." Raymond smiled sardonically. "You did it in the most disruptive way possible. You didn't hesitate to push our family to the brink by exacerbating our division. No matter what happens today, the Larkinson family will never be able to turn back the clock." "Is that a bad thing? Our views have continued to diverge. Neither of us want to change our minds. A confrontation is inevitable. It's just, this could have been avoided. Your propensity to blow matters out of proportion has turned this conflict into a much bigger incident. If it was any other Larkinson, this would have been kept quiet in order to avoid disrupting the rest of the family." VS crossed his arms across his chest. "That wouldn't have solved any of my problems. You can't avoid change forever, Raymond. Our family has become so reluctant to address its problems that it has missed many opportunities to reform itself." "Is that what you wish to do? You didn't have to hold an irregular vote to take charge of our family. Most Larkinsons won't recognize your authority." "I don't need their recognition. Not at this point, at least," VS mildly spoke. "I merely wanted to make it clear that I'm not alone in this. Many Larkinsons agree with me or side with me. Ganso must respect them if he wishes to maintain his influence within our ranks." There was more to it than this. During this crisis, VS saw an opportunity to openly take over the Larkinson family. He had always harbored an ambition to liberate his family from the shackles of duty and lead it to a better future. It was just that VS did not dare to do anything that risked tearing the family apart. The main reason why he went ahead with his ambition this time was because Ganso made the first move. As long as VS could pass off all of the blame of the schism to Ganso, he would be able to escape most of the blame. Of course, the smarter and wiser Larkinsons such as Raymond already saw through his plan, but so what? Ganso was still guilty of disturbing the harmony of the Larkinson family. "Do you think this wall of mechs can stop Ganso? He's an expert pilot, VS. While he is young, he and his expert mech are impossible to overcome with the forces you have on hand." "I know," VS sighed. "I only hope my supporters can stall him. At worst, I can still make use of their show of support. I'm grateful to all of them for answering my call. They didn't have to go out on a limb for me. That they did so despite the risks is brave. This is who we are, VS. No Larkinson is a coward. Even the thought of standing up against an expert pilot from our own family isn't enough to shake our courage." Raymond was right. VS had underestimated the resolve of the Larkinsons. In truth, he only expected 20 or 30 mechs to show up at most. In addition, he didn't even consider that all of the avatars, most of whom weren't related to the Larkinsons, would show up in total. Every avatar who hadn't departed to the front spontaneously followed the Larkinsons in supporting their employer. This was the first time VS truly felt he could depend on his avatars of myth. After so much investment and time, his personal force had reached a satisfactory standard. Unfortunately, the opposition was simply too strong for the avatars to have any hope of victory. While VS wanted to make his avatars be able to fight against overwhelming odds, an expert mech was simply too much for them to handle at this point. Under the direction of Melker and the former mech officers among the Larkinsons, the eclectic mix of mechs formed into ranks and took positions according to their mech type. The desolate soldiers and dawnbreakers took up the rear. As space-borne mech pilots, their maneuverability on land was not very great. Their mech engines and legs were too weak as they mostly depended on their flight system to move. However, their flight within a gravity well was very cumbersome. Though it was still possible for them to fly in the air, they would be sitting ducks if they did so. Considering the risks of crashing, it was better if they remained firmly rooted on the ground. As for the front ranks, various black beaks and other melee mechs stood in front. There was likely no way for them to do anything to Ganso's expert mech. Regardless if he piloted his famous glittering combat, or another expert mech, as a range specialist he didn't have to close into melee range to take out these melee meches. Though many of the mech pilots knew this, they still chose to go through with their seemingly futile action. As time started to run out, none of the mech pilots who showed up had changed their mind. They resolutely kept their mechs in place, making Ves feel more and more appreciative of his family. Leland and Miles hadn't left the office either. They remained in frequent contact with their organizations and occasionally kept Ves in the loop. Senator Tovar managed to convince one of the mech generals he's friendly with to convene an emergency meeting, Miles told Ves. It's scheduled to begin in 2 hours. We don't expect the debate to last long since General Cavendish clearly crossed a line. Can't they hold this meeting sooner? This is the best we can do, sir. Bureaucracy. Even the Mech Corps was rife with it, especially in the upper ranks. With all of the responsibilities that High Command had to deal with during the Sand War, it was already miraculous to convene an emergency meeting in 2 hours. Flashlight hasn't been sitting still either, Leland added. We have been gathering evidence of misconduct and irregularities surrounding the strange orders. They're not exactly illegal since General Cavendish has the authority to initiate small-scale special operations. It's just that most of them are targeted at our enemies, so General Cavendish is only obliged to account for himself after the operations have finished. He's bending or outright misinterpreting a lot of rules by targeting a citizen of the Bright Republic. So he's not at fault? He is, just not as worse than you think. This is not the first time a higher-up from the Mech Corps has acted first or unilaterally. Sometimes, time is of the essence, and decisions have to be made on the fly. Generals have some leeway in what they can do as long as they account for themselves afterwards. So he won't be arrested or removed from his position, is that what you mean? Leland nodded. General Cavendish is one of the pillars of his family. Their influence in the Mech Corps is very substantial. I don't care about the general. Ves dismissively waved his hand. I just want to be safe and in control of my own life. As long as Cavendish's back off, I'm not inclined to pursue this matter further. This caused both Leland and Miles to let go one of their worries. As one of the founding families of the Republic, their power and influence was too great. They were no less powerful than a noble house of a feudal state, and could never be toppled easily. Ves recognized the futility in retaliating against the Cavendish family. Instead of pursuing his grievances at ruinous cost, he would rather do something productive. He's here. Nita spoke as she stepped closer until she stood right behind Ves. The combat carrier has landed some distance away and dropped off a single mech and some shuttles before flying away. They only need one expert mech to force my surrender, is that what they are saying? Regardless, we are still keeping an eye on the carrier. A sense of dread started to press onto Ves. A small shape appeared in the distance, and slowly approached the mech nursery. Soon, Ves managed to distinguish some smaller shapes following the central form. The glittering comet! Ves gasped as he recognized the famed expert mech designed for Ves Larkinson. What an exquisite mech! Every expert mech was a sophisticated work of art to mech designers like Ves. Even if the glittering comet belonged to his enemy, he couldn't help but admire its fantastic design. While it was clearly a machine optimized for space combat, it still managed to fly in the air without exhibiting any strain. The flight system of an expert mech was much more powerful than the flight system of a standard mech. While the glittering comet definitely performed worse than an expert mech designed for atmospheric combat, it was still able to exert most of its strength in the air. A couple of military shuttles followed the glittering comet. Ves was sure they held infantry troops tasked with capturing Ves and extracting him from the mech nursery. "Let's step outside." "What? Are you crazy?" Raymond objected. "I highly advise against this course of action, sir," Nita protested as well. Ves shook his head. "It makes no difference if I'm inside or outside. I would rather face my enemy up close." He turned around, picked up Lucky, and headed for the exit without another word. His followers had no choice but to follow him and keep persuading him to shelter somewhere else. Chapter 1709 Wall of Mechs. By the time Ves passed the lobby with the stuffed body of Zygra put on display, the glittering comet had entered the perimeter of the mech nursery. Despite the considerable amount of turrets and patrols on guard, none of them did anything to stop the expert mech from advancing. Even if an ordinary military mech took the glittering comet's place, the living sentinels still wouldn't have made a move. This was because it was illegal to attack a military mech. For this reason, the living sentinels did not have the guts to turn their weapons towards the passing expert mech. Even if they were willing to break the law in order to express their loyalty, they still wouldn't be able to inflict any meaningful damage. This was because the glittering comet was far too resilient. Though Ves himself judged that Ganso's expert mech was far from impervious to damage as Venerable Foster's Belisarius, it could still mop the floor of every mech of the avatars and sentinels. This was the terror of opposing an expert mech. Even now, Ves felt a little shaky at the prospect of facing one that was hostile towards him. The impression that expert mechs such as the Belisarius had made on him had infused him with a very considerable amount of fear towards these extraordinary machines. "Make room! Spread out! Don't crowd too close to the headquarters or put it in the firing line!" Now that Ves stepped out of the headquarters, the wall of mechs shifted in response to his movements. After a brief discussion with Melker, they decided to move to the open garden area in the middle of the campus. The mechs formed into several ranks in front of Ves while facing the approaching expert mech. "You should leave. I'll be fine here with Lucky," Ves spoke to his followers. "Meow." Lucky leisurely clung to his shoulders, ready to move into action if necessary. As for Nita, Raymond, Leland, and Miles, Ves doubted they would be useful in this instance. "You don't have to face Ganso alone, Ves," Raymond said. "I'm a Larkinson elder as well. I doubt he'll pay attention to you. You'll only be risking your life here for no reason. Don't think that I'm vulnerable here. I have enough gear on me to protect from attacks or flying debris." After a brief argument, Ves managed to persuade the others in retreating. Ves did not fault them for leaving. This was his battle to fight, and he did not wish to put others at risk. Besides, they wouldn't be of any help in instance anyway. The only exception was Nita. As his loyal Kinner bodyguard, she was compelled to obey, but also compelled to protect his life. "Please don't convince me any further, sir," she spoke as her combat armor's helmet swept over her head. She brandished her heavy ballistic rifle. "I will not do anything to aggravate the situation unless you give the order." "Hopefully it won't come to that," Ves softly whispered, feeling very appreciative of Nita's loyalty. Ever since this crisis erupted, Ves learned how much support he truly enjoyed. Many partners and allies turned out to be ineffective, cowardly, out of reach, or unreliable. The Tovar family, which he relied upon to secure his place in the Republic, directly caused General Cavendish to move against him. The Tovars hadn't been able to shield him from their troubles at all. Calabast and her secret band of sword maidens were completely absent. Ves had no idea what they were doing and how their actions benefited him, but he trusted her intelligence network to warn him about these dangers in advance. How could she have possibly missed this threat? Speaking of spies, Flashlight might not be as good as Calabast and Spycraft, but it should have infiltrated the Mech Corps extensively. Yet because of Spotlight's interference, this military intelligence agency had been completely fooled. Gloriana was not in control of her own organizations. Her mother and the Woden dynasty provided everything for her, but that meant that she was powerless when she acted outside of her dynasty's intentions. The alliances and partnerships he formed in order to protect him from these kinds of threats all failed because a single enemy managed to outfox these powerful people. Ves did not blame them for their inability to detect this scheme in advance. From what Ves had heard from Leland and Miles, General Cavendish masterfully manipulated his authority to spring this ambush. What he was really disappointed about was their lack of ability to provide more help. The Tovar family arguably did the most, as Senator Tovar personally applied his influence over several influential officials and generals. Yet 2 hours was too long to save Ves. He could see the details of the glittering comet at this distance. The others did much less. Flashlight might as well be sitting at the sides while Calabast or her subordinates didn't even bother making contact. Only Gloriana expressed some concern by sending him messages on his comm. Ves idly replied to a couple of them before setting them aside. Ganso had arrived. The glittering comet hovered in the air just a few hundred meters away from the front ranks of the wall of mechs. The eclectic mix of mechs did not cower in front of the expert mechs. They did not brandish their weapons either. They merely stood in place as if to block the glittering comet's approach. Due to the potential risks to Ves, the wall of mechs had dispersed a bit, leaving plenty of gaps around the machines. A very significant distance formed between Ves and the nearest mechs. None of the mechs stood in front of Ves directly, as if the mech pilots were afraid that a single mech could crush him if it toppled backwards. To be honest, the wall of mechs resembled a honeycomb. The glittering comet could easily make use of its superior mobility to pass through the gaps of the formation and reach V's side before anyone else could react. In fact, the glittering comet did not even have to race across the ground or hover just above the surface. It could outright fly over every mech's head and land behind the formation instead. It was just that an expert mech did not need to resort to such theatrics. "Step out of my way," Ganso broadcasted to the mechs in the open. "You are impeding an officer of the Mech Corps from fulfilling his mission." None of the mechs moved. They maintained formation in a silent protest against Ganso. Evidently, the stubbornness of the mech pilots rubbed him in the wrong way. "You fools! Ves has been spouting lies all this time," Ganso blasted against the Larkinsons who chose to pilot a mech in opposition to him. "This is not the time to argue about the appropriateness of my orders. We can sort out these issues after I have completed my mission." "Nice try, Ganso," Melker sardonically replied on the open broadcast. "It doesn't change the fact that you should have never executed your orders in the first place." "Melker Larkinson," Ganso sneered. "How times have changed. I used to look up to you. You used to win against me in every marksmanship bout. Now look where you've ended up. Instead of serving in the Mech Corps with distinction, you instead became a young and clearly unqualified commander of a band of mechs barely better than a mercenary corps. My career is not up for discussion today. While I acknowledge that you have surpassed me, At least I haven't done anything to harm the interests of our family. I can't say the same for you, since you seem determined to follow General Cavendish's orders." "Orders are orders," Ganso rebuked. "We have an obligation to obey our superiors. Any problems will be sorted out in time. The Mech Corps is an honorable institution. There are safeguards in place that prevent any commanding officer from pursuing any private vendettas." Ves decided to interject and patched into the communications channel. "The system has already failed, Ganso. If you weren't so caught up with the rules and regulations of the Mech Corps, you should have been the first to stand up to General Cavendish." "I don't know why you keep mentioning the General's name. I do not care a whit about the Cavendishes or the disputes of the founding families. Do you know what I think? You deserve to be targeted by them. What did you think when you tried to reach beyond your station? The primary reason why our Larkinson family never pursued greater power is because we are not the opponents of the true rulers of our republic." "That sounds like cowardice to me. We Larkinsons should never flinch from a little danger." "You fool! Our courage is all about overcoming our fear in battle. Outside of that, too much courage will only lead to disaster. Our Larkinson family is not suited to enter politics or the business sector. Too many families have gone to ruin by competing against families and organizations that are much more able to navigate these spheres than us. The future that you are advocating for is nothing less but a dead end." Ves scowled. "If you had your way, our Larkinson family would be performing its duty for thousands of more years for free. Just because you're a scaredy cat doesn't mean you should spread your cowardice to the rest of the family. Unlike you, my supporters and I are brave enough to face the unknown." "Ves, you have gone too far. I have fought against too many Vesians and Sandmen to be accused of a coward. This farce ends here." The glittering combat flew forward, only to halt as a number of desolate soldiers and Dawnbringers flew up to block its way. "Get out of the way! You are interfering in military affairs! I won't warn you again!" "It's useless, Venerable Ganso," an elder Larkinson replied. "We have made our choice. If you want to pass our mechs, you have to take us down." A brief pause ensued as both the glittering comet and its opposition faced off against each other in the air. For a moment, Ves thought that Ganso calmed down. Then, the glittering comet brandished its custom ballistic rifle. It aimed the weapon straight at a Dawnbreaker. Ganso spoke a little gentler this time. "On account of your honorable service, I will give you the opportunity to step away. Don't make things worse." The Dawnbreaker did not fly away or point its Sandbreaker rifle at the glittering comet. It simply hovered in place. "So be it," he spoke again, this time with a touch of finality in his tone. Before anyone could process his words, a loud boom cracked in the air. Ves instantly lowered himself into a crouch while pressing his palms against his ears. The glittering comet fired a shot. Not only that, the expert mech fired a round at the left leg of the opposing Dawnbreaker, causing it to disappear entirely. The immediate aftermath of this event was just as horrendous. The leg detached from causing a small amount of debris to spray everywhere. The heavy limb itself fell onto the ground in a heavy thud that caused V's footing to be destabilized. The powerful round penetrated right through the Dawnbreaker's legs as if its compressed armor didn't mean anything. It flew onwards at a downwards angle until it impacted the campus a kilometer away, throwing lots of dirt in the air. The Dawnbreaker itself wasn't doing so great either. Though it had only lost a leg, some of the force transmitted to the rest of the mech, causing some of its components to malfunction. Its mech pilot had no choice but to fly away and make an emergency landing. As the rattling sounds and thunderous vibrations subsided, every Larkinson and Avatar looked at the glittering comet in shock. "You," Melker stammered. You actually attacked a Larkinson! What have you done? Chapter 1710 Shaken Will. Every Larkinson became stunned as Venerable Ganso Larkinson did the unthinkable. His mech attacked a mech piloted by another Larkinson. Not only that, he attacked an honored veteran who served in the Mech Corps for many years, no less. Though Ganso employed great skill and careful aim to disable the Dawnbreaker without imperiling the life of its mech pilot, that did not change the fact that he violated one of the family's most fundamental rules. By shooting another Larkinson, he implicitly conveyed that the laws of the Bright Republic trumped the rules of his own family. While it sounded ridiculous, no Larkinson ever thought those two would ever come into conflict. The Larkinsons were an upright, military family who served the Bright Republic with honor and distinction. They possessed a lot of faith in the justness and properness of the state. The Larkinsons wouldn't have dedicated their lives so wholeheartedly if the Republic they served was corrupt. Of course, to Ves, the Larkinsons were mostly treated as unwitting grunts by the true powers of the Bright Republic. The level his family operated never ascended to a height where they became exposed to the dirty dealings that took place at the top. Perhaps Ganso's mission was the first time the Larkinsons became exposed to the true face of the Bright Republic. Ves held some blame for dragging the Larkinsons into the pit. If he hadn't become such a successful mech designer, the Larkinson family wouldn't have been exposed to the sharks that operated at this greater stage. Naturally, Ves did not feel guilty at all. In his perspective, he was doing his family a favor. The Larkinsons possessed so much power, but rarely used it to better themselves. They should thank him for opening their eyes. Ganso! An old female veteran shouted. You have taken up arms against your own blood. Do you have no shame? Even if you are on a mission, there are some lines that you should never cross. The glittering comet did not seem deterred at all. It pointed its rifle straight at the mech piloted by the woman in question. I admire you, Icebeth Larkinson. I listened to your stories when I was young. Yet that does not mean that you are right. Don't blow this situation out of proportion. I just shot apart the leg of a mech that is in the way, nothing more. I have never threatened the life of any Larkinsons. You fool! Ves couldn't help but shout. Even if you are an expert pilot, damaging mechs is an inherently dangerous action. What seems like minor damage can easily cascade into major damage elsewhere. With the firepower of your expert mech's rifle, you only have to make one misjudgment to damage the cockpit. In truth, as long as Ganso was careful enough, he could probably avoid damaging the cockpit. Mechs these days were quite compartmentalized, and no part was more shielded and separated from the rest of the mech than the cockpit. The degree of compartmentalization depended heavily on the mech type, design style, and budget of the mech design. The Dawnbreaker, which had been explicitly designed to preserve the life of the mech pilot, was a lot safer to pilot than a desolate soldier. This meant that out of all of the mechs that made up the wall of mechs, it was the cheaper and poorly armored desolate soldiers that posed the most risk to their mech pilots. Ves knew his own mech designs the best. When he estimated the immense firepower of the glittering comet, he knew that his desolate soldiers were as fragile as leaves. Ganso's expert mech already crippled the Dawnbreaker with a single shot. Even though its armor coverage mainly converged around its torso and its formula was mainly configured to resist energy damage, it was still an astounding sight. The glittering comet began to fly forward again. Since you've explained the risks of standing in my way, please tell the rest to stand aside. Don't force me to fire again. Instead of quaking in front of the glittering comet, the mechs instead remained rooted in place. They would not allow Ganso to proceed further. Ganso! Clinton Larkinson shouted. I originally sympathized with your views. Now that you have fired your weapon at one of our own, I've realized how far you have gone. Duty does not equal serfdom. The degree in which you dedicate yourself to the state has gone too far. When the Republic wants brothers to fight against brothers, perhaps it is time to question whether it is still worthy of our loyalty. Though Clinton's words weren't specifically meant to support Ves, he nonetheless encapsulated every Larkinson's grievance against Ganso's stance. Go back, Ganso! Don't turn yourself into a kinslayer! You are no brother of mine anymore! I looked up to you. How could you have tarnished our Larkinson name today? Get lost! The glittering comet's shiny exterior shook as Ganso momentarily lost control. The scolding by his fellow family members started to affect his mentality. This was normally impossible. Expert pilots possessed a near unshakable will. They never faltered against even the most awful odds. They would rather die than betray their principles. However, the root of their strength was also their vulnerability. From his understanding of expert pilots, so long as they began to doubt their principles, their will would probably exhibit flaws. Though Ves wasn't sure what Ganso's principles actually were, following the rules and valuing his family probably ranked very highly in his mentality. Ves began to look up to the glittering comet. Would they be able to defeat Ganso in this fashion? Was attacking other Larkinsons a step too far to someone who always admired his own family's heritage? Ganso spoke. I am not at fault. If not me, then the 100 other mechs of the Mech Corps would have shot at you. They don't have the control that I have. The reason why I asked to confront you alone is because I am the only one capable and willing enough to exercise restraint. You still haven't given up? Melker asked in astonishment. Isn't it enough that you shot at a Larkinson once? Shut up, Melker! You are not qualified to look down on me, you drop out! Family or not, we are citizens of the Bright Republic. What you are doing is already intolerable to the Mech Corps. If I refuse to execute my orders, I will be condemned as well. This is why I have to fulfill my orders faithfully. As long as I am. A wave of conviction emanated from the glittering comet, causing every Larkinson to feel a chill. Even Ves became affected by the outpouring of will from the mech. His eyes widened as he recognized that Ganso's managed to solidify his wavering will. All of his hesitation was gone. Only his mission mattered. Before the Larkinsons could scold Ganso further, the glittering comet fired yet again. A loud boom erupted from its rifle. The desolate soldier that Ganso targeted practically tore in half as its lower half separated from its upper half. The damage was so catastrophic that the cockpit automatically detected that the situation was untenable and ejected away. Two huge crashes thundered the ground as both halves of the mechs crashed on the ground. Fires began to erupt from the wreckage, releasing toxic fumes in the air. Just like before, Ganso carefully aimed his shot downwards so that the round impacted the ground a few kilometers away, thereby harming no one else. Even so, the debris flying away from the shattering was enough to kill a crowd of humans. Ves, who almost lost his footing yet again due to the thundering shocks, couldn't help but grasp Lucky tighter and run backwards. The power of a single human was incomparable to the power of mechs. Even with his abundant protection, he had no confidence in protecting himself against the power of mechs. Merely the aftershocks was enough to overload his shield generators and turn him into mincemeat. As Ves hurried away, the glittering comet no longer held back. Venerable Ganso methodically fired his rifle after taking only a second or so to aim. This was enough time for an expert pilot specializing in marksmanship to control his damage output to a very precise degree. While he wasn't too proficient in figuring out the extent of his damage against different mech models, his intuitive understanding was very high. His rifle continued release round after round. Ganso had configured his rifle to the lightest setting, yet it was still enough to crush any mech opposing him with plenty of damage to spare. A battle between an expert mech and more than 100 regular mechs shouldn't have been so one-sided. At the very least, if the Larkinsons and Avatars did anything else stand in place, then they might be able to overwhelm the glittering comet through sheer weight of numbers. Unlike the Belisarius, the glittering comet was still a pure-ranged mech. Its defensive prowess was fairly limited compared to other melee mechs, so its defense shouldn't be as perverse. As the mechs piloted by the Larkinsons and Avatars continued to break apart and collapse on the debris-strewn ground, the mech nursery began to resemble a graveyard of mechs. Ves inwardly bleated at the sight of mechs getting down. Most of them belonged to his avatars and sentinels. In the current stage of the Sand War, it was incredibly difficult to procure more mechs, or the materials required to build them. Each desolate soldier and dawnbreaker was precious to him and the LMC. A part of him wanted to give up and tell his fellow Larkinsons to stop their futile actions. He recognized that his plan to stall Ganso had failed. Outside of his expectations, his stubborn cousin decisively attacked the mechs piloted by family in order to complete his mission. "Well, at least I have made a point," he muttered. "Support for Ganso's faction within the family will probably drop to rock bottom after today." Those who were neutral would probably be repelled by the depths that Ganso was willing to go in the name of duty. Ganso unwittingly validated every accusation that Ves had made. Of course, the more savvy Larkinsons would probably recognize that Ves played Ganso like a fiddle. If he hadn't provoked the irascible expert pilot so much, the situation wouldn't have deteriorated to this extent. Therefore, Ves was sure that the hardliners in his family would not easily give up on tradition. That was fine. As long as Ves won over the majority of the Larkinson family, he would definitely be able to grasp it completely. This was an extremely important goal for him due to one important reason: the family's 25% ownership of the LMC. As long as Ves took over the family, he could essentially control the family's stake in the company, thereby regaining absolute control of his company. If not for these shares, Ves wouldn't have bothered so much with the Larkinsons. As it was, he could never allow the conservative and traditional faction led by Ganso to control a portion of his company. He shook his head. All of this was up for the future. For now, he still had to make it through the current crisis. An expert mech confronting numerous standard mechs almost always led to the same outcome. The latter had no chance. Dozens of mechs crashed or collapsed to the ground as cockpits continued to eject into the air. With the help of his supreme marksmanship, Ganso precisely controlled his aim to the point that not a single mech pilot came close to losing their life. As Ganso continued to disable mech after mech, his understanding of their properties deepened. Less and less explosions and fires erupted, and the amount of debris being flung had lessened as well. Soon enough, not a single mech opposing Ganso was left. All of them lay shattered and broken beneath its feet. The hearts of every Larkinson who witnessed this sight or survived Ganso's attacks had frozen. Even the spectators tuning in on the broadcasts of the journalists in the field were shocked. Chapter 17:11 Hidden Bulge. Ves had run all the way back to the front entrance of the headquarters of his company. A fair distance away, piles of broken and ruined mech parts soiled the green and idyllic gardens of the mech nursery's campus. In destroying every mech that stood in the glittering comet's way, Ganso Larkinson exhibited complete disregard to the value of those machines. Each of those mechs could have contributed to Cloudy Curtain's defense. The fall of so many Avatar and Sentinel mechs weakened Cloudy Curtain's security, and risked the lives of millions of citizens and billions of settled refugees. Ves partially blamed the stubbornness of his family members. Their misplaced courage caused them to stand their ground and let themselves get shot by Ganso like they were target dummies. The Larkinsons had already made their point. There was no further use in allowing their mechs to get wrecked. Of course, the Larkinsons who showed up today did not see it that way. It was all about showing their attitude against Ganso's conduct. They hoped that by showing how firmly they stuck to their principles, they could convince this young but rash expert pilot of the family to reconsider his stance. Sadly, their hopes were bound to get dashed, as expert pilots never wavered so easily. It was twice as bad when it came to Larkinson expert pilots. After becoming demigods, the bravery and conviction instilled in their minds turned into the pillars of their will, causing them to become more determined than any mortal Larkinson. There was no contest between the two. The 100 Larkinsons that piloted their mechs to form a wall thought that they already possessed sufficient determination. Ganso wouldn't shoot every Larkinson in the way, right? Shouldn't he feel guilty with each Larkinson mech he shot? Yet the expert pilot gritted his teeth and steeled his heart to do what he thought was necessary. As his glittering comet's sensor arrays scanned the debris field, Ganso tried to make sure that none of the wrecks posed any threat to any lives. While he had already justified his actions in his heart and mind, he still did not wish to have any actual blood on his hands. Harming a mech was just an issue of money to him. It still fell short of wounding or killing an actual human being. After verifying that no cockpit or life was at risk, Ganso cast his worries aside and focused on his target. While Ves could have retreated in his headquarters or sneaked away by resorting to stealth, he didn't think it would buy him more than a few minutes' time. The military shuttles carrying infantry already started to approach once Ganso dismantled the wall of mechs. The vehicles already pointed a number of high-powered, directional scanners in his direction. The energy passing through his body was so strong that Ves doubted that he could evade pursuit for long. He did not wish to put his headquarters and the people working inside at risk. The soldiers sent to hunt him down might not be as concerned with collateral damage as Ganso, especially since they were just mortals. "Looks like this is the end of the line for me," Ves muttered. "Do you wish to?" Nita, who had stuck with him, brandished her rifle. "No. Don't think about it. I explicitly order you to attack my captors unless they actually intend to kill me or something." Ves could never resist the might of an entire state. Perhaps the story might be different if he became a master mech designer, but for now his power, influence, wealth and reputation were wholly insufficient to resist lawful authority. This was also why he never considered activating the defenses of the mech nursery and ordering his supporters to open fire. He would just condemn himself and his fellow Larkinsons to persecuting them by their own state. Fortunately, it was not as if he was surrendering his life. He would just be taking a forced vacation for some time. Despite disparaging the state, Ves still had faith in its institutions. The Mech Corps should never mistreat him or arbitrarily sentence him to death. The glittering comet slowly flew towards Ves, as if anticipating a further stunt. When nothing else happened, the expert mech reached within 20 meters of Ves and landed on the ground with a strong enough impact to whip a lot of wind in V's face. "Did you run out tricks, Ves?" The mech broadcasted Ganso's exulting voice. He didn't show any remorse for what he did. "If you weren't family, I would have squashed you like a bug for setting my own relatives against me. You are way too poisonous to be a Larkinson." "My Larkinson blood is just as pure as yours," Ves retorted with forced calm. He showed neither fear nor regret. "Don't worry, venerable Ganso. I won't run any further. Tell your goons to come here and take me away. Do not put my employees in danger." Ves had already exhausted his limited cards. While he failed to stall Ganso, he at least managed to raise enough of a stink in the family and the Bright Republic. The greater the outrage, the likelier he would be freed. There was no way General Cavendish could ever hope to succeed in his scheme after blowing up this confrontation so massively. The glittering comet loomed over Ves like an unfeeling statue. Ganso no longer bothered to talk to Ves as they both waited for the shuttles to land. While Ves awaited his eventual capture, he decided to make some additional preparations. He turned around and beckoned to Nita. I don't want the Mech Corps to confiscate my gear. Please keep them safe. He withdrew his tool belt and all of the gadgets and weapons it held, from the peaceful Resolve to the Vulcan Eye multiscanner. He also slipped his hands under his shirt and withdrew both of his shield generators, including the one wrapped by a Sintra Umbra cover. However, Ves did not relinquish everything on his person. After a bit of thought, he removed his slender comm from his wrist but slipped them into his underwear. While the thin bracelet pressed uncomfortably against his flesh, such a small object should be completely undetectable when shielded by the Sintra Umbra material. While Ves never intended to use his special pair of underwear in this fashion, he had to admit it came in really handy under these circumstances. Since he still possessed some room in his pants, Ves searched the tool belt held by Nita. He withdrew a small cylindrical jamming device before stuffing it in the inside of his underwear as well. Though his pants bulged similar to how the Adonis Colossus codpiece protruded outwards, it was still within an acceptable range. I should make a flatter jamming device next time, he grumbled. Ves did not dare smuggle anything else on his person. His underwear already fit him fairly tight because he never envisioned using it as a hidden pocket. He shook his legs and took a few steps to make sure his smuggled goods did not give themselves away in any sense. The tightness of his underpants barely affected him, which was a big relief. Hopefully, the Mech Corps wouldn't strip search him or replace his clothes entirely. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ves removed his overcoat as well and folded it up before passing it to Nita. Keep that secure as well. It's the most valuable piece of my outfit. Lastly, Ves rubbed Lucky's head and whispered a few words in his ears. Meow. His cat ran past Nita and disappeared within the depths of the LMC's headquarters. Time was up. The shuttles had landed. As soon as their hatches opened, intimidating soldiers clad in medium and heavy combat armor emerged. Ves held up his arms to show that he was unarmed. In the meantime, Nita was already stepping back to the point of entering the lobby of the headquarters. She had already holstered her rifle behind her back in order to carry all of the gear that Ves bequeathed. Unlike Ganso, the silent, helmeted soldiers did not speak at all. Most of them spread out and vigilantly guarded every direction. A pair of armored soldiers approached Ves. Their insignia and markings identified them as soldiers of the 1st Volari Starhawks. They had probably survived the fall of Sydney Superior. They strode forward with no hesitation and thoroughly searched his entire body with suit-integrated scanners. Ves was afraid that they would pat his body as well. Once they patted his waist area, they would probably be able to feel out his smuggled goods. Fortunately, the guards possessed way too much faith in the effectiveness of their scanners. Ves was no average person either. The Mech Corps issued orders to take him into custody. This was not an arrest as he was not an enemy. As a loyal citizen and war hero, none of the soldiers seemed inclined to treat him roughly. In fact, the way the soldiers held his arms and guided him forward showed that they firmly intended to treat him as an honored guest. They belonged to the same side, after all. Though Ves had stopped projecting his combat awards on his chest after removing his comm from his wrist, his record still reflected his illustrious accomplishments. Please excuse our treatment, Mr. Larkinson. An unarmored, uniformed captain greeted Ves upon entering one of the shuttles. You have certainly given us a lot of headaches with your theatrics. Will you continue to make things difficult? The guards surrounding him let go of his arms, allowing Ves to sit and let his seat buckle him in place with a smile. I am alone now. How can I possibly stir up any trouble? I am at your mercy. That only makes me more concerned, the officer replied suspiciously. You are surprisingly accommodating right now, if I may say so. I expected you to continue your resistance. You already forced our venerable to tarnish his reputation. Hey, that's not my fault. If you didn't want Ganso to disgrace himself, then your superiors shouldn't have assigned him on this mission in the first place. Whoever thought it was a great idea to dispatch a Larkinson to capture a Larkinson? As the shuttle rumbled and lifted off the ground, the captain crossed his arms and sighed. We never expected you to overreact to this extent. You are reacting as if we are Ovanian inquisitors plotting to execute you after holding a show trial. In case you don't know, we are not as badly run as the Ovanian Protectorate. We obey the law rather than superstition. Ves threw a skeptical glance towards the officer. If you truly know the Bright Republic as well as I do, you wouldn't be so charitable to our state. Do not attempt to confuse me, devil tongue. My loyalty won't be shaken by your deceptive words. The officer regarded Ves with such caution that Ves quietly gave up his attempts to shake the other man's views. There was no use even if he succeeded in befuddling the man. This was because there were plenty more soldiers where he was heading to. Unless he was an exceptional politician and orator, he could forget about changing everyone's minds. About 15 minutes passed before the shuttle slowed down and thudded onto a metal deck. The hatch opened up, allowing the soldiers and Ves to exit the vehicle and step onto the shuttle bay. Ves inspected the interior of the combat carrier and noted that it looked much more modern and well-equipped than the combat carriers of the flagrant vandals. The technicians and other crew working here did not gawk at Ves or the soldiers. Instead, they continued their duties without any interruption, which showed that they were very disciplined. These were tough customers. None of the soldiers he had seen so far exhibited any sloppiness. Everyone was too professional. Chapter 17 12 Larkinson to Larkinson. Outside of his expectations, his captors did not drag him to some sort of interrogation chamber or pump him for any information. His escorts merely escorted him through the corridors of the combat carrier. Ves did not blank out during this time, but carefully observed his surroundings and tried to form a mental map of the interior. While there was an endless variety of combat carrier classes in existence, the Mech Corps still applied the same standards to all of them. Their designs possessed many similarities which was meant to aid spacers in fitting in. The combat carriers of the flagrant vandals did not differ so much from this vessel. Their current route allowed Ves to guess where his escorts were taking him. While they treated him gently, they did not go too far in treating him as an honored guest. After a few minutes, they arrived at the security department of the ship. His escorts handed him off to the security officers, who subjected him to a more powerful scanning device that surrounded his entire body. Ves could feel the energy rays passing through his entire body. It was extremely uncomfortable. Only his waist area escaped this uncomfortable sensation. Fortunately, the special properties of Sintra Umbra did not outright block the scans in an obvious way. It could even camouflage its properties to a limited degree to avoid standing out too much. Sintra Umbra wouldn't be classified as a high-grade exotic if it wasn't so effective in deceiving scans. Luckily, the security officer behind the monitor only watched out for alerts rather than inspecting the scanning data closely. If he was a bit more attentive, then Ves would surely be in trouble, but fortunately no other search took place. Ves was a brighter after all. Was he really going to whip out a gun from nowhere and shoot his fellow citizens? Please follow me to your temporary accommodations. the captain told him after the scanning had ended. Ves quietly followed until he reached a cell in the brig. Wow! Can't you offer me some dignity here, Captain? I used to be a head designer when I was in the Mech Corps. Major Verl of the 6th Flagrant Vandals treated me very well when I worked directly under him. He would never have the guts to treat me like a prisoner. The officer looked unsympathetic. He gestured to the cell, causing the armored soldiers behind Ves to gently push him inside. An energy screen immediately emerged, blocking Ves from exiting the mostly barren metallic cell. We have our orders, Mr. Larkinson. We initially planned to hold you somewhere comfortable, but your actions earlier have caused us to reconsider. Ganso personally told you to throw me into a cell, right? The captain smiled sheepishly. He harbors quite a grudge against you. We are holding him back from meeting you until he cools down. Well, thanks for that. We are not your enemy, Mr. Larkinson. We don't like this mission either. Venerable Ganso did not seem so reluctant earlier. He turned my mech nursery into a graveyard of mechs by the time he was done. The captain remained unapologetic. Our personal wants and needs are immaterial. When we take the oath and don the uniform, we cease to be individuals. Instead, we represent a great institution, one that is dedicated to protecting our state. I know that. I'm a Larkinson, and I've been in your shoes. I'm just disappointed at being targeted by you guys. You have my sympathies, Mr. Larkinson, but orders are orders. I wish you an uneventful journey. You won't have to stay locked in this cell for long. What is that supposed to mean? The captain didn't reply. He nodded stiffly at Ves through the energy screen before leaving the brig, taking most of his men away. Unfortunately, 2 guards remained in place. While they did not specifically stare at Ves, their presence made him feel as if he was completely exposed. Their closed helmets made it impossible to judge whether they were paying attention to him or not. For all he knew, they were sleeping inside their combat armor. Ves did not dare take out the gear he stuffed inside his underpants. Even without the guards, he was very certain that his cell was stuffed with sensors that monitored his every move. Not even the toilet section of the cell provided him with any relief. The cell was extremely bare, offering nothing more than a bunk, a toilet, and a wash bin. Ves knew that cells like these could be configured to offer additional furniture and amenities. Sadly, his captors were too stingy to offer him comforts such as a chair, table, or entertainment projector. The guards left him with no opportunity to start a conversation either, which left him feeling bored. As someone who always spent his time on something, remaining locked in a cell with nothing to do was already starting to grate at his nerves. He was a man of action. He always tried to spend his time productively. I should be designing a mech, reading a report, questioning my subordinates, or cuddling with Gloriana right now. No matter how much he complained about his treatment, the soldiers assigned to extract from Cloudy Curtain did not engage with him any further. How boring! The Vandals were much more fun than you guys. The guards never deigned to answer him. Ves half suspected that their combat armor filtered out his voice. Sometimes, he really hated his devil tongue nickname. Why couldn't he have a proper nickname that highlighted his strengths in mech design? An indeterminate amount of time went by as the muted sounds and vibrations of the combat carrier offered him various hints of what was taking place. He had no other way of determining what was going on outside his cell. Only when his body started feeling queasy for a moment did he detect that the ship had entered FTL. His hopes of getting released before the Mech Corps sorted out the situation at High Command were dashed. Perhaps Ves needed to wait until the captured fleet returned to real space for the Mech Corps to release him from custody. With all of the trouble I've stirred up, There is no way General Cavendish can still have his way. What took place on Cloudy Curtain was the last thing the Bright Republic needed at this time. Anything that distracted from the struggle against the Sandman was deeply disruptive. What was worse was that there was no way his forced departure from Cloudy Curtain could be hidden. If the government thought they could take him away quietly, then the battle between the Larkinsons firmly ensured that many people would come to know what transpired. This was the insurance plan that he plotted ever since he heard that Ganso was coming to take him away. After seeing how all of his friends and allies failed to protect him at this critical moment, Ves no longer dared to place his hopes on their efforts. He emphatically did not trust the Tovars to do what they promised. Who knew what kind of shady deals and compromises they might make with the Cavendish and Ramsay families? Rather than placing his hopes on unreliable allies, he much preferred to rely on his own means to extricate himself from this crisis. A series of footsteps interrupted his musings. He raised himself from his bare cot and spotted a familiar figure. The man paused in front of the energy screen until it shut off. He strode inside and stopped in the center of the cell as if he was its master. The strong will contained in his body was like compressed mist that was barely contained in his head. As it was, its strong presence could not be hidden as it radiated an aura that was reminiscent of the glows of LMC Mechs. Ganso. How lovely! Just the Larkinson I wanted to meet. His cousin showed up in an impeccable black and white uniform of the 1st Volari Starhawks. His badges and insignia signified his status as an expert pilot and a mech captain of the Mech Corps. The uniform showed off nothing else, as this was not a situation where Ganso needed to show off his combat awards. So here you are. Ganso spoke up. Different from before, he exhibited little emotion. We would have brought you here regardless of what you did. Instead of accepting the inevitable, you launched a futile resistance and shook the foundations of our family. I did not ask them to come and block your way. They came on their own accord. Ves lightly replied. That's a lie, Ves. You openly appealed to them to form a wall of mechs. Even if you phrased it as a request, you should have known how seriously our family members would take it. I have to admit that I even fell for your sophistry. Ves chuckled. I said nothing that isn't true in some way. The reason why our aunts, uncles, and cousins voluntarily piloted their mechs to block your glittering comet is because they agreed with what I said. The reason why you grew angry is because you don't want to accept that I'm right. Before he knew it, Ganso swiftly swept forward and punched his face. That smarts. I'm just a mech designer, man. I'm a civilian. Ganso sneered at Ves. You're a Larkinson. You're better than this. Your physical augmentations are even more luxurious than mine. That doesn't mean I'm trained for combat. I'm helpless in front of you and you know it. Ves complained as he rubbed his bruised cheek. Dispense with the theatrics, Ves. I didn't come here to be entertained by a clown. Seeing that Ganso saw right through his act, Ves shook his head and straightened his back. While he had left behind his overcoat, the remainder of his outfit still looked suitably formal. The dignity he carried was no less than that of Ganso. That's better. I finally feel I'm facing an adult. That's because you're too serious, Ganso. Lighten up. Relax. Stop beating up your fellow Larkinsons. A surge of anger flowed from the expert pilot. Everything is your fault. Don't lay the blame of your actions on me. You are one of the most terrible Larkinsons that I have ever met. You don't belong in our family. You don't control the family. I do. We held a vote. Ganso directed a withering glare towards Ves. A single popularity contest held at the spur of the moment does not give you the right to take over the Larkinson family. While you are brought away, I'll be sure to sort of the mess you've made and undo all of the damage. Without your poisonous influence, I have faith that my fellow Larkinsons will return to sanity. Ha! Keep dreaming. You crossed the line today. I expose you and your faction for what you truly are. If the Mech Corps orders you to kill off our entire family, you would definitely jump to obey. Outside of his expectations, the expert pilot did not take the bait this time. Instead, Ganso adopted a smug expression as he looked down on Ves as if he was an ant. Keep barking like a dog. It's all useless. Ever since you fell into our hands, you're finished. You'll no longer be around to pollute the values of our family after we reach our destination. Don't worry. You will still be safe. I am a Larkinson after all. I would never agree to anything that harms your life. Ganso's ominous words inspired vigilance in Ves. What do the Cavendishes and Ramses have in store for me? You sound as if you know something. This time, it was Ganso's turn to chuckle. You'll find out soon enough. Rest assured that you will be contributing to the Bright Republic in a much better way than leaving you on your own. Let me thank you in advance for your valiant service. With that, Ganso turned around and left the cell. Chapter 1713 Confined Men. Ganso did not visit Ves again, and neither did anyone else for that matter. The crew of the combat carrier took their mission seriously and maintained a professional demeanor. The Sandmen had reached far and wide, and they could show up anywhere. While the ship was currently safe in FTL travel, who knew what they might encounter at the other end? The carrier had to be ready to face an ambush. Venerable Ganso needed to prepare himself for battle at any time. How could they possibly have the time to play with their prisoner? Ves felt as if he was a piece of cargo thrown in the cargo hold of a transport. The crew were just responsible for bringing him from A to B without any superfluous steps. He hated it. After spending a lot of time around people, this forced isolation was grating at him. He missed Gavin's dutiful reports, Raymond's advice, Nita's dedication, Gloriana's warmth, and the energy of his design team. It was only now that his captors deprived him from what he took for granted that Ves realized how much he depended on his friends and subordinates. Loneliness swept through his mind and spirit, causing him to feel more and more depressed. The bear's cell didn't help any matters either. For some reason, security officers neglected to offer him any form of distraction or entertainment. They didn't even provide him with a single projector that allowed him to watch old dramas or something. The lack of amenities forced Ves to depend on himself to pass the time. He first attempted to develop some ideas for his next design project. Now that he completed the delivered design, Ves did not really have anything else on his plate. It was difficult to figure out what mech he should design when he did not even know his future trajectory. I don't know where I'll stay next, he muttered. With everything that happened today, his trust in the Bright Republic had dropped close to the bottom. While he identified himself as a brighter, he no longer held the same amount of trust and loyalty in his home state. Some of the words he spoke to the Larkinsons had come from the bottom of his heart. He truly meant it when he told them that they didn't owe the state anything anymore. While he and the Larkinsons should be grateful to the Bright Republic for offering them a good environment to develop, it was difficult to go any further. While Ves figured that the Bright Republic still offered more room for growth, the only way to do so was to grow under the tree of the Tovar family. A shelter is also a cage. My family doesn't necessarily have to rely on others for protection. Ves vastly preferred decoupling the Larkinsons from the Bright Republic and form a more independent existence. So long as his family could retain its most useful customs and traditions, it should have no problem sustaining a mercenary existence. That's not enough, though. Becoming mercenaries was a step down for the Larkinsons. Most of them would certainly rebel if Ves pushed them into adopting an identity devoid of honor. Only pirates and dark mercenaries ranked worse. He scratched his head. I'll have to consider this matter carefully. Ideally, Ves wanted to make the Larkinsons work exclusively for him. The problem was that he couldn't expect every Larkinson to follow this mold. They were unlike him, who did not really care about settling down somewhere else for the long term. He needed to find some way that offered various options for his family while retaining a firm grasp on its core. Since Ves had a lot of time on his hands, he methodically formed some ideas. Several hours went by as he explored every option he could think of. He eventually came up with a new vision for the family that entailed some radical changes. His expression brightened as he looked forward to how he could change his family to his benefit. Of course, plotting the future of his family only entertained him for so long. After he formed his ideas, he grew bored with pretending to be the architect of the new incarnation of his family. He began to spend his time on something different. No matter how much his captors isolated him and deprived him with something to do, they could not prevent him from utilizing his spirituality. Ves turned his thoughts inwards and began to check on each active design spirit. He checked up on Kalankso, Ilvain's spiritual fragment, Zygra, Brevo, the solemn guardian, and so on. He made sure to keep track of their strength, maturity, personality, as well as their spiritual dividend distribution. Most of them reached a plateau in their growth. Pure quantity no longer provided them with measurable benefits. Fortunately, none of them appeared to be dissatisfied with their current lot. Ves believed that other spiritual entities would never be able to grow as fast and effortlessly than his design spirits. Your jobs are pretty cushy if you think about it. There's no reason for you to be dissatisfied with your current progress. The main downside to this easy growth was that none of his design spirits appeared eager to cultivate their strengths by themselves. They had grown completely dependent on the spiritual feedback provided by mech pilots. This kind of relationship reminded Ves of the relationship between the blessed people and the sacred gods they used to worship. As a former sacred god herself, Kalankso had adopted her new role with a lot of gusto. Ves clearly sensed that she was applying her spiritual abilities in a much more sophisticated manner than the rest of his design spirits. Unfortunately, Ves did not have the guts to ask Kalankso to teach his other design spirits how. Getting in touch with each of them alleviated his loneliness, though not very much. None of his design spirits were comparable to human company. Even Ilvain's spiritual fragment, which was the most human design spirit in his collection, was far too pure and cerebral to provide good company. They couldn't really help him out of his current predicament either. As design spirits, the most they could do was to influence the minds of people to a limited degree. It's not like I can convert the crew of this ship by exposing them to the glory of Prophet Ilvain, he figured. A few days went by as the combat carrier apparently traveled to a more distant star system. There were too many possible destinations to count. Space was unimaginably vast, but also filled with countless stars, many of them uninhabited due to their poor resource endowments and unattractive satellites. Though Ves lost track of the day-night cycle, he tried his best to estimate how much time had passed. At least he didn't have to worry about his hygiene. At irregular times, his cell would be blasted by an all-encompassing sonic blast that cleaned up his clothes and body. This was a more convenient solution than offering him a shower, which Ves was very reluctant to take advantage of. He did not wish to expose his exceptional underwear and what he hid underneath. Thank goodness they went for the lazy option. The supply of food also came at irregular times. While Ves did not have access to a clock, his instinctive sense of time suggested that his meals arrived as little as 2 hours or as much as 10 hours after he last had a bite. What is the point of this treatment? He frowned. From what he learned of the Vandals, these kinds of mind games were meant to disorient him and soften him up for further interrogation. Could Ganso have ordered the crew to mess with him as a form or revenge? Screw you, Ganso! Fortunately, this unsettling period did not last forever. By the time Ves felt his entire body experiencing some discomfort due to dropping out of FTL, he estimated that over 3 days had passed. I wonder how my people are doing at home. Hopefully, they haven't fallen apart in my absence. The LMC and his other organizations should still be keeping everything together. He could also count on Gloriana to be on the lookout for anything that threatened his enterprises. Roughly an hour or so passed before something broke the monotony of his confinement. His ears picked up a strong and familiar stride. Ves Larkinson had returned. He gestured towards the guards on duty. They stepped forward and deactivated the energy screen. Did you finally receive orders to free me or something? Ves asked. Not quite. Ganso shook his head. We've completely shut off contact. If you hope for an early release, then keep dreaming. We are still following our original orders. In fact, we can only restore contact after we have transferred you out of our hands. Ves sneered. Sounds like General Cavendish is very certain that his orders would be countermanded. Don't you think that your mission is improper in that case? There's a reason why we are laying low. Luckily for you, Ves, you'll soon find out what we have in store. Ganso did not talk to him any further. He merely watched on as the guards picked him up from his cot and held him gently by the arms. They slowly left the brig and entered the corridors. They walked past various crew members, who did not react to Ves at all, which he found strange. After ascending a couple of decks, they reached the starboard side of the combat carrier and halted in front of an exit hatch. Where are you taking me? Ves asked with some concern. You'll see. Ganso smiled coyly. Eventually, Ves felt a minute thud from the hatch, signifying that some sort of object had formed a connection to the exit. The hatch soon slid open, causing air from a different ship to briefly wash over their bodies. The temperature and filtering of the air was distinctly different. Ves became more and more concerned what lay at the other end. Let's go, Ves. Ganso prodded his back. Only the two of us are allowed to proceed. The pair of armored guards let go of his arms, allowing Ves to move on his own. Since there was nothing he could do to resist despite regaining his freedom of motion, he entered the walkway while Ganso followed him from behind. Are you worried that I'm going to escape or something? Ves frowned. Stop blabbering and keep walking. They silently crossed the distance and emerged onto an entirely different vessel. Ves inspected the interior design and looked surprised. What a luxurious ship! The rich interior reminded him of a passenger liner in the way that it broke up the monotony by offering a lot of decoration. The warm colors, the artful projections, the tasteful plants, the gilded accents, and the pleasant scent did not fit a military vessel at all. The Mech Corps would never waste so much resources on some useless luxuries. What alarmed Ves even more was that the quality of the materials seemed unusually high. While he was not familiar with the specific formulas, he felt that even the smallest plant pot cost as much as a budget mech. A single hatch opened up, revealing a single woman dressed in a very sophisticated business suit. The woman walked forward with heels that clacked against the deck in a steady pattern. Once she reached the two Larkinsons, the blonde woman smiled. Ves Larkinson. I'm very pleased to meet you. I have looked forward to our meeting for a while now. She turned to his cousin. Thank you, Venerable Larkinson, for bringing him to us. We will certainly repay this favor by dispatching our nearest mercenary corps to bolster your Bentheim system. How many mechs? Ganso asked. Around 300 mechs. All second class. All piloted by adequate mech pilots. They will assist in repelling the Sandmen for the remainder of the Sand War. Ves grew suspicious of the woman's sophisticated accent. Her superior demeanor, which did not show any hint of deference towards an expert pilot, signified that her status was quite extraordinary. After inspecting the woman some more, he realized why her attire seemed so familiar. "You're a Friday man," he gasped. "Correct." Ves turned to Ganso in shock. "You traitor! It's not enough for you to shoot against your own family." What Ganso did was nothing less than selling his own cousin to the Friday men. Chapter 17:14 Justified Transaction. Now that he ended up on another ship, Ves finally realized the horrible truth. The plot aimed against him was a lot more complicated than he expected. From what little Ganso and the female Friday man had said, Ves figured out the gist of what had taken place. General Cavendish did not intend to bring him back to Rittersburg, or New Foundation from the start. When the depths of his actions became known, it would be very hard to keep Ves in custody. This was especially so because the Tovars would never let their rivals mess with their allies. Perhaps the Tovars might not care too much about a random individual, but Ves was different. He forged a greater pact with Senator Tovar that intertwined their interests to a greater degree than usual. If the Tovars failed to meet their obligations, then they would not only damage their credibility, but also earn the ire of Gloriana for no good reason. It was extremely worrisome to be targeted by the darling of the Woden dynasty. While she was just a mech designer, she could easily pull a lot of strings to make life very difficult for the Tovar family, or the entire Bright Republic. Therefore, the Tovars should be constantly lobbying on his behalf for his eventual release. Someone as old as General Cavendish should surely be aware of how difficult it would be to take Ves off the board and deprive the Tovars of an exceptional ally. Since the Cavendishes and the Ramses couldn't find a way to keep Ves confined, why not hand him off to someone else? It was no secret that the Bright Republic and its institutions developed some relationships with the citizens and organizations of the Friday Coalition. The founding families should have definitely forged very close ties considering how long they had been in power. While the Komodo War caused many states like the Bright Republic to adopt an openly neutral posture, their bonds to their greater patrons still existed. From what Ves had guessed, General Cavendish formed a clandestine deal with some Friday men. In exchange for handing over Ves to them, the Friday men promised to dispatch one of their powerful mercenary corps to relieve the pressure on Bentheim. 300 second-class mechs was incredibly powerful. While they weren't enough to fend off all of the Sandmen that barged into the Bentheim system, they could easily fend off entire Sandman fleets by themselves, thereby giving the local defenders some breathing room. Ves underestimated General Cavendish. If the mech general's plot succeeded, then Cavendish would be able to harvest several gains while minimizing the damage he incurred by abusing his authority. First, he could justify taking Ves away by pushing all of the blame on the Friday men. If the general claimed that a powerful organization from the Friday Coalition really wanted to get their hands on Ves, how could he possibly refuse? Second, he could rightfully justify his actions as contributing to the Bright Republic by securing the assistance of a powerful Friday men mercenary corps. So far, very few second-class outfits from the Friday Coalition and elsewhere deigned to fight the Sandmen. For General Cavendish to secure the aid of even one mercenary corps from a second-rate state was enough to mollify the rest of the Mech Corps. This was because the Bright Republic truly needed all of the help it could get. The best kind of help it could get consisted of immediate help that came in the form of mechs. In contrast to the tangible help that a powerful outfit could provide, the benefits to keeping VS was much more ambiguous. VS was just one of 1,000 journeymen hailing from the Bright Republic. He wasn't even a senior who possessed a much greater pedigree in designing mechs. While his small number of mech designs were all exceptional, few believed that VS could design yet another mech that changed the overall war situation. Most Brighters did not pin their hopes on a specific mech designer to come up with a killer mech design. This was because their success was very variable. One day, they might come up with a winning product. The next day, their product might flop. VS experienced both outcomes himself. His Desolate Soldier had been a smashing success while the Mech Corps produced only a couple of hundred copies of his Militant Soldier. Rather than gambling on a low-probability event by pinning its hope on VS, the state was much better off trading him to the Friday Men to secure concrete benefits. Very well done! He couldn't help but chuckle uncontrollably when he realized how deep in trouble he was in right now. Falling in the hands of the Friday Men was much worse than ending up as an unwilling guest of the Cavendish or Ramsay family. At least the latter had to abide by the laws of the Bright Republic and the will of its people. The trouble that VS stirred up back in Cloudy Curtain was meant to exert pressure on his captors by exposing their sordid schemes to the Larkinsons and the public. However, even if his entire family and the half of the citizens of the Bright Republic stood up in protest, what did that matter to the Friday Men? The Friday Coalition could effortlessly crush the Bright Republic without affecting their war against the Hexadric hegemony. Even Gloriana was rendered helpless as well. The Friday Men were mortal enemies to the Hexers. It was impossible for them to come to an accord this time, especially during a decisive war. Once VS got over his dire realizations, he did his best to regain his composure. Sorry for that. I couldn't help but become absolutely crazy for a moment because of what you have done. I am truly sorry for the unpleasantries surrounding your unusual transfer, Mr. Larkinson. The woman addressed him with respect. We hope you will allow us to treat you as our guest. We have kept our eye on you ever since you released your Desolate Soldier. We hold immense respect for your accomplishments. VS sneered at the woman. While he usually preferred to be more diplomatic, especially towards someone who was in control over his life, he didn't give a damn at the moment. The betrayal he just witnessed still made him mad beyond reason. I already cut ties with you Friday Men. I want nothing to do with you. I have already committed myself to Gloriana. You should forget about that vixen, VS. Ganso suggested with a smirk. You know how Hexers are. They only acknowledge women as equals. Men like us are destined to be regarded as pets or toys. A star sector ruled by Hexers is the last thing our Bright Republic needs. You've been aligning with the wrong side all this time. What I've done is merely to correct your mistake and put you back on the right track. Absurd. Don't pretend you are doing what is best for our state and myself. What if the Hexers win the war? Did you think about that, Ganso? You, the Larkinsons, and our state will definitely face a reckoning if that happens. Ha! Ganso erupted in laughter. Unlike a weasel like you, I see no need to hedge my bets. I'm going all in on the Friday Coalition. Their values and their culture are highly compatible with our Bright Republic. It's madness to even consider adopting Hexer customs. I don't know what kind of fetish you have for mistresses, but leave the rest of us out. The men of our Larkinson family would much prefer to keep their dignity in front of women. The blonde woman lifted her hand. That's enough, Venerable Ganso. Let us not give Mr. VS here an unpleasant farewell. You're right, miss. Ganso retracted some of his smugness. He turned to VS with a much more serious expression. For what it's worth, you're right. I sold you to the Friday Men. To be more exact, I participated in the action that resulted in this outcome. You don't sound remorseful. I won't apologize for what I've done. Everything I do is for the betterment of our family and the state I have made an oath to defend. The Sandman race is not our greatest enemy. The Hexers that you've unilaterally sided with are much worse. The former just wants to kill us. The latter wants to destroy our identity. Though Ves wanted to argue back, he couldn't muster up a convincing response. He was too angry and unbalanced to think straight. Your intentions are good, but your means are dishonorable. Since when did the Larkinsons believe that the ends justify the means? Some actions are too reprehensible to be acceptable. When my actions end up saving the lives of trillions of people and keep the Bright Republic in existence, I am more than willing to shoulder the guilt of my actions. While I acknowledge that I am wrong, I will sleep easily knowing that I have made the galaxy a better place. After patting V's shoulder in a patronizing manner, Ganso exchanged a few words with the woman before returning back to the combat carrier. The hatch closed after the expert pilot's departure. Presumably, the walkway was being retracted as well. Ves turned to the woman and tried to estimate whether it would be a good idea to storm up to her and take her hostage. He immediately crossed out this stupid idea. Even though no guards were in sight, Ves did not delude himself into thinking he was in control. He owned the Barracuda for many years, so he knew a bit about the security measures of such advanced vessels. If Ves made any hostile move, the artificial gravity affecting his body might grow 5 times as strong, causing him to be pressed down to the deck. A couple of turrets might emerge from the ceiling. The surrounding bulkheads might shift until he was boxed in a makeshift compartment with no exit in sight. Some kind of invisible, odorless paralytic gas might be pumped in the air, causing him to instantly lose his consciousness. In short, there were at least a dozen ways for Ves to get taken out by the internal ship defenses alone. So long as Ves did not grasp control over this unknown but very advanced vessel, he could forget about escaping. So, isn't it about time you introduce yourself? Please be patient, Mr. Larkinson. My lady wishes to introduce herself to you in person. For now, let us settle you in and allow you to freshen up. My lady desires to meet you at your best. I see. That sounded bad for Ves. If he was forced to shower or change his clothes, he might expose his hidden goods. The woman led the way while Ves obediently followed like he was marching to his execution. A sense of resignation suffused his body as he kept looking around. The ship he was on was a lot larger than his Barracuda, that was for sure. The vessel might even outclass Gloriana's stellar chaser. The more formidable his current captors, the more his confidence sank. He already ruled out trying to escape from this unknown ship by himself. There were way too many systems and redundancies for him to sabotage the vessel with his limited means. After going up a few decks, Ves got a sense that they reached the most premier passenger compartments. The woman guided him into a resplendent stateroom that was much more grand than his stateroom on the Barracuda. This shall be your accommodation for the remainder of our journey to the Friday Coalition. We hope you have a pleasant stay aboard our ship as our honored guest. Please forgive us for disabling or restricting many of the functions here. To ensure your good behavior, we have decided to limit what you can do. You have a reputation for trouble, after all. Isn't that right, Mr. Larkinson? Ves smiled grimly at the caution in her words. How much did these Friday men research his exploits? It sounded as if they were a lot more aware of what he could do than his usual enemies. Chapter 17:15 Freshening Up. After issuing some brief instructions, the woman granted Ves an hour to himself. He was supposed to come to terms with his new situation. The Friday men also told him to clean himself up and change his clothes to an outfit that his new hosts had already prepared for him. Apparently, his pride of dusk was too crude and wild to the sophisticated tastes of the lady that owned this ship. As the woman left his new quarters, Ves scratched his head while frowning at her back. While it wasn't immediately apparent, the woman gave off the vibe of a Benny. This was strange, since she clearly looked down on Ganso when she talked to him. It was as if an expert pilot clearly did not matter in her eyes. In contrast, the woman clearly treated Ves differently. Despite becoming their unwilling guest, the Friday men who nabbed him wanted to foster a cordial relationship with him. He felt as if he was being wooed for some reason. After trying to figure out what the Friday men wanted from him, he eventually shrugged. Well, whatever. I certainly won't complain about my treatment. This stateroom is 1,000 times better than my previous cell. Ves suspected that his earlier treatment aboard the combat carrier was meant to foster the gratitude he felt right now. What a nasty trick! He gasped. The worst part about this subtle move was that Ves genuinely appreciated his upgraded accommodations while he was fully aware that he had been manipulated. Ves held much less control over his emotions than his thoughts. In fact, he doubted he possessed any ability to affect his emotions at all. Though he tried his best to stay rational most of the time, he was far from mastering his own emotions. His inability to find fault with his captors for providing him with a very comfortable room was grating at his mind. He felt the urge to beat up his own head until he succeeded in sorting out his emotions. What am I thinking? He vigorously shook his head to rid himself of his stupid thoughts. He decided to focus on something else, lest he fall back to his pointless internal turmoil. He spent 10 minutes going over the amenities of his stateroom. The queen-sized bed placed in the center was incredibly soft and fluffy. Ves had a sense that he would immediately fall asleep if he laid down his body on its surface. Various advanced features allowed him to change its configuration. He could raise the bed, narrow or widen its dimensions, form a concave in the center, activate some all-encompassing massage routine, make it roll over his body at certain pre-programmed times, and so on. He had never seen a bed like this. He even recognized that everything about it, from its bed frame to the silky fabrics, consisted entirely of expensive composites that incorporated some special exotics. Every other piece of furniture was just as extravagant. From the projector that depicted a lively vista of a bustling city from the Friday Coalition, to the solid wooden desk that appeared to have been made by wood cut from an extraordinary tree, everything about his stateroom exuded class that was fit for a prominent Friday man. Gloriana would love this if there isn't such a heavy Coalition influence. Every piece of furniture and decoration alluded to the powerful state in one way or another. From the flag of the starry arrow pointing upwards in front of a hopeful green background, to the symbol of the 9-headed Hydra, everything around him carried the unmistakable marks of the Coalition. The flag of the Friday Coalition represented the aspiration of the state. It signified the hope that the Coalition would be able to unite disparate stars into a single unified state with the strength to contend for more. The 9-headed Hydra symbolized the unity of the original Coalition, which used to consist of 9 different partners. Over the centuries, 3 of the partners fell for various reasons. The surviving partners gobbled up their former territories, thereby leaving 6 who survived the test of time. In the Komodo star sector, the fact that 6 partners of the Coalition still survived was kind of an ironic joke. Of course, no one dared to repeat this joke in front of a Friday man. Ves hummed for a moment as he inspected some of the trinkets. Something is missing. His surroundings didn't show any markings that pointed to a specific partner. Had he been nabbed by the Kansa clan? Was the Vermeer group of dragging him back into its orbit? The latter makes no sense. There is no way Master Olsen will want me back after cutting ties. He also believed that a highly principled mech designer like her would never go back on her word. Though that did not discount the possibility that another faction within the Vermeer group might have different ideas, but Master Olsen's response would certainly be terrible once she found it. It wasn't worth it for one of her rivals within the group to mess with one of her former apprentices. No. Whoever captured Ves should probably be powerful enough to endure Master Olsen's protests. While he toured his new accommodations, he also explored what he could do, which wasn't very much. At least he had access to a projector that allowed him to access a very narrow selection of programs. The interface was extremely limited and did not give him any room for manipulation. As he explored his options, he found out that most of the selection consisted of both entertainment and educational programs. Naturally, all of their content was related to the Friday Coalition. "Are these guys trying to indoctrinate me or something?" he frowned. The way he was being treated gave him some clues of what his captors wanted to do. Obviously, they wanted to convert him to their side on a strictly voluntary basis. They restricted themselves to employing soft methods in order to preserve all of his strengths and qualities. Ves was aware that the Friday men could have employed more forceful means such as coercion or outright brainwashing, but that would definitely cripple his ability to design mechs. This meant that his captors highly prized his design capabilities, which was within his expectations. When Ves moved over to the desk, he tried his best to find a switch or command that would activate its terminal. Only to find out that it didn't offer him anything of the sort at all. So it's true. They're too scared to give me access to an actual interface. Who knew what kind of mischief he could do if he had access to the network of the ship? The simplest way to minimize this trouble was to take away the terminal entirely. "How am I supposed to do anything if I don't have a terminal?" he whined. "I can't design mechs or do anything productive if I don't have a terminal or a comm." He explored his stateroom once again and approached something that looked extremely anachronistic and out of place. "Is this a genuine bookcase?" He withdrew a book and tried to get used to the foreign sensation of holding something so archaic. He cracked it open to browse its contents, only to widen his eyes at the complex diagrams printed on its pages. "This is a textbook. And an advanced one at that." He flipped the pages and surmised that the textbook was about energy transmission systems of high-value mechs. More specifically, it taught its readers plenty of theory and applications on how to design the energy transmission system of an advanced second-class mech. He abruptly chuckled and snapped the book shut before putting it back on its place. "They sure know me well." The lengthy bookcase held hundreds of hardcover books, each of them containing knowledge that second-class mech designers should master. All of these physical textbooks were enough to keep him busy for a long time. He did not mind being deprived of a terminal as long as he could devour all of these books. Ves glanced at a nearby clock and remembered his upcoming meeting. "Oh, I should really prepare for my upcoming meeting." He headed into the bathroom and inspected the outfit that his captors had prepared for him. It was a very understated business outfit that exuded class without looking too gauche. This was the kind of outfit that a long-established noble would want to wear. Ves could tell, because Gloriana already taught him some of this during her occasional lectures. Naturally, the specific fashion of this outfit fully conformed with the current trend of the Friday Coalition. Ves would look no different from a Friday man if he donned these clothes. If Ves had a say, he would much rather stick to his current outfit. The Pride of Dusk was something that truly belonged to him. Its cut completely conformed to the fashion of the Bright Republic. "Well, that woman didn't leave me with any leeway," he grimaced. He decided that it was best to play along despite knowing that it was a mental trap. The only issue was his underwear. He did not wish to expose his contraband, which he would surely do if he removed his clothes. You better not be spying on me. I'm a very private person. Ves angrily raised his fist in a random direction. He came up with an unconventional solution. He stripped all of his clothes aside from his underwear, and did his best to pretend the bulge was something else aside from his cylindrical jamming device. After carefully folding his clothes, he jumped into the shower and just let the water flow down his body while he was half naked. If you think you can enjoy a show, think again. No peeking. By using his desire for privacy as an excuse, Ves hoped that his strange decision to shower with his underpants could be excused. He did not worry about his hidden comm and jamming devices. Both of them were waterproof and would never malfunction after being submerged in water. Ves pretended that there was nothing wrong and nonchalantly washed his before allowing the shower cabin to dry off his body and underpants. After that, he stepped out and slowly began to don his new outfit. He had to admit that the suit fitted his dimensions perfectly. As he looked at himself in a three-dimensional mirror projection, he had to admit he looked very sharp. He rummaged around the bathroom and found a small beauty bot. Once he activated it, the bot automatically floated to his head and began to style his hair in a neat comb over that was much slicker than his usual messy hairstyle. After applying some subtle makeup to his face, he finally felt confident enough to meet the person responsible for taking him away from his home. Here goes nothing, he sighed. Once he exited the bathroom, the blonde female assistant was already waiting for him inside his stateroom. Follow me. My lady will see you now, Mr. Larkinson. Unlike before, they didn't traverse the length of the ship this time. They merely crossed a fairly short distance before entering a lounge compartment. As soon as Ves stepped inside, the assistant led him up to some couches where two women awaited his arrival. Mr. Larkinson! A very gorgeous blonde greeted him with a very gleeful smile. She wore a sophisticated red dress that accentuated her figure while not showing anything off. Welcome aboard the Scarlet Rose! I hope you are happy with your assigned room. I personally configured it for your needs. As Ves seated himself on the opposite couch, he awkwardly smiled back at the woman who seemed to be around his age. I am appreciative of what you have made available to me. Can you introduce yourself? Why, certainly. I am Aisling Curver, a journeyman mech designer from the Gage dynasty. I am also a junior monitor assigned to observe and manage some of the Friday Coalition's affairs in the Bright Republic. I see. You're a spy, then. Oh, goodness, no! Her voice tinkling like bells. I am strictly a monitor. I merely accepted this duty to earn some merits. I wouldn't have stumbled upon a mech designer as fantastic as you if I turned down this boring assignment. And your companion? Is she the same? She's my helper. She accepted a similar duty to earn merits as well. She's been very helpful to me since she's very familiar with the lay of the land. Ves grimly nodded. I'm aware. Hi, Patricia. Hello, Ves. Patricia Schneider greeted him back in a demure tone. Chapter 1716 Lady Aisling Curver. Ever since he realized he fell in the hands of the Friday men, Ves tried to guess the identity of the ultimate beneficiary. He half expected to meet a familiar face, and he did in the form of an old classmate. Of all the people he expected to meet, he never thought he would meet Patricia Schneider under these circumstances. Oh, it should be Patricia Kane by now. She recently married a random apprentice from the Carnegie Group. Patricia should no longer be a brighter now. She abandoned her former state and moved up to a better one. Yet even if she had abandoned her roots and become a Friday man by marriage, Ves never expected that she would stoop so low and be part of his kidnapping. Being betrayed by Ganso was already bad enough to Ves. Getting stabbed in the back by Patricia somehow sparked an irrational fury within his heart. The mild glare he directed towards her only encompassed a small part of his desire to take revenge. He tried his best to temper his fury. It had already been boiling for a while, but in this precarious circumstance losing control would not help matters further. He forcibly suppressed his desire to kill Patricia. Looking at her demure posture and her deference towards Aisling Curver, she should be, just as she said, a helper. In order to hide his temper, Ves decided to distract himself by satisfying his curiosity. He restored his composure and tried to maintain a calm smile. Patricia, why are you here? Everyone must contribute to the war between the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony, she replied with a calm voice. As an apprentice under Master Null, I must also do my part. Due to my limited foundation, I decided to leverage my familiarity with the Bright Republic and applied to be part of Lady Curver's monitoring team. Did you target me, Patricia? She shook her head. It was never my intention to aim at you specifically. My assistant is right. Aisling Curver spoke, obviously intending to direct his attention away from Patricia. In fact, we never acted proactively. I intended to abide by my mission and monitor your state's resistance against the Sandmen without intervening. It was just a complete coincidence that General Ulrich Cavendish approached me with an interesting proposal. You are supposed to be a monitor, right? Ves frowned. Doesn't that mean you shouldn't interfere at all in our state's affairs? Lady Curver grinned. That is ordinarily true, but General Cavendish approached me as a representative of his state. The Bright Republic is really desperate, you know? I should know since I have been monitoring your state for some time. Its infrastructure is falling apart, and Bentheim is starting to crack under the pressure. While we Friday men don't particularly care about your state, it is not that difficult to lift a finger and increase its chances of survival. The Friday Coalition didn't care about the Bright Republic. However, if the latter fell, the Coalition would have to expend some effort and time to recultivate relations with the state that succeeded it. That cost the Coalition far more than dispatching a single mercenary corps to help ease the pressure. Ves sighed. He couldn't really fault Lady Curver for being generous enough to lend a hand to his state. It was just that the deal was too sordid. The price for her assistance was by handing him over as if he was nothing more than a commodity. Ves hated being treated as a commodity. While I admit that the help you offered is very helpful to our state, I object to the means you have employed. I had no say in this. No one asked me if I wanted to fall into your hands. He couldn't hold his anger this time. Fortunately, Lady Curver did not blame him for showing his resentment. She merely smiled at him as if everything was okay. You're upset. You have a right to be. While I am not proud of what I have done, I think it is a very great opportunity for the both of us. I have always kept my eye on you, did you know? As the illustrious designer of the Desolate Soldier, I have tracked your accomplishments very closely. If that obsessive pig Gloriana hadn't stolen you first, I would have already introduced myself to you. Luckily, General Cavendish's scheme gave me an opening. You're a fan? Oh, yes, the blonde woman gushed. I just love your glows and the way you manage to influence your mech pilots in a strange but gentle manner. This is exactly what I need to branch out my design philosophy and pursue a different path from my master. Ves looked up at that. Who are you exactly? Let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Aisling Curver. I'm a journeyman mech designer and a direct disciple of Master Tokman Huron. Are you familiar with my master? A direct disciple. This meant that Lady Curver was similar to Tristan Wesseling. She inherited the design philosophy of a genuine master mech designer. If I recall. Master Huron is a professor at the Clarion University of Mech Design, which is one of the premier mech design institutions of the Gage dynasty. The Gage dynasty was considerably more powerful than the Carnegie Group. The prestige of Clarion University surpassed the Limar Institute of Technology by a significant margin. Correct. You know your masters. Are you aware of his specialty? Ves hesitated for a moment. I only memorized that he specializes in neural interconnectivity. I'm afraid I am not aware of what that means. That's not surprising. Neural interconnectivity is one of the more esoteric specialties. It is a rather obscure field that is technically classified as a Class 8 design philosophy, but is actually as difficult to progress as a Class 9 design philosophy. Why is that so? Lady Curver relaxed her posture. She was relieved that Ves no longer addressed what had happened but instead asked about her passion. Neural interconnectivity is a wondrous field. Let me explain it to you this way. When you think about a mech, do they ever fight alone? Ves shook his head. They're always deployed in squads or larger units. A group of mechs working together can get a lot more things done than a single expensive mech. Of course, the quality, design, cost, and mech pilot all affect their relative strengths. It is not a sure thing that a single good mech can defeat a squad of mediocre mechs, but it is possible as long as the former is outrageous enough. For example, Ganso's glittering comet annihilated his avatars and sentinels without encountering any significant resistance. While a large part of that was because he was representing the mech corps, his expert mech already caused his opponents to give up any hope of restraining it. The glittering comet was simply too powerful. As an experienced marketer, you should be aware that the mechs in use today are mostly employed in groups, Curver noted. If a mech model is too expensive, then our customers won't be able to equip all of their mech pilots with the machine. If a mech model is too cheap, then our customers will face a bottleneck in manpower. The ideal mech ought to be positioned somewhere in between. This means that there is a range of cost and quality that hits the sweet spot of the market. I know all of this. You don't have to explain the composition of market demand to me. Budget mechs and mid-range mechs are the most prominent mechs on the market. Okay, since you know this, let's take a mid-range mech design as a starting point. How can you strengthen this product? There are many ways to do so. You incorporate more powerful exotics. You license more advanced components. You expand your knowledge base and improve your application of it. You refine your design style and implement more ingenious solutions. You partner up with another mech designer who can compensate for your weaknesses. Lady Curver nodded again and again. Those are all valid solutions. The problem is that it's difficult to employ them. The budget of a mid-range mech only goes so far. It's not viable to replace a medium-grade exotic with a high-grade exotic. That will certainly double or triple the cost of your mech model. As for the other solutions, each of them will either break the bank or exceed your capabilities. Only the last solution you've offered is different, but let's leave that for later. What is the point you are trying to make, milady? Call me Ashling, please. I am not your enemy here. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm your benefactor. I intend to save you from the clutches of those witches who see you as nothing more than a boy toy. You should thank me for offering you an opportunity to regain your dignity as a man. Ves scowled and pounded his chest with his palm. I never asked to be saved. Let me make one thing clear. I love Gloriana. While his relationship with Gloriana was very problematic on many levels, Ves had truly developed an affection for her. Hexer or not, female supremacist or not, the love they shared was completely genuine. After encountering betrayal after betrayal in the past couple of days, Ves had grown very disillusioned with people. He had come to hate the act of betrayal and anyone who resorted it. No matter how righteously they justified their betrayals, people like Ganso and Patricia deserved to get their comeuppance. It was due to being the victim of betrayal that Ves felt as if his mind had changed. He developed a new principle that stated that he should never engage in betrayal unless his victims truly deserved it. He refused to lower himself to their standards. This was also why he adored Gloriana. She not only trusted him completely, she had also remained loyal to him throughout their relationship. Even now, Ves was sure that Gloriana was trying her best to get him back. He could count on her to track him down and rescue him from his captors. Of course, Lady Curver did not take well to his declaration. She frowned and flipped her lustrous blonde hair. It seems like the Hexers have already begun to turn you into their slave. Has Ves always been so susceptible to women, Patricia? I can't say. I did not pay much attention to him while we were studying at Rittersberg, his old classmate innocently replied. Curver pressed a finger against her lips while staring at Ves in pity. You poor, poor man. Who knows how much self-esteem you'll lose if you remain by Gloriana's side. Don't worry, Ves. You're free now. I'll do my best to restore you as a man. Let's not talk about this. Ves waved his hand. You still haven't explained what neural interconnectivity is all about. Oh, yes. Well, getting back to my explanation, neural interconnectivity is simply an alternative solution to the problem I've mentioned. Aside from employing those other solutions, some mech designers in the past decided to increase the performance of their mechs by relying on teamwork. As long as the mech pilots are all trained to coordinate and act in unison with each other, the strength they can bring to bear will absolutely be more than the sum of its parts. This does not sound very odd to me, Aisling. All mech militaries, from my Bright Republic's mech corps to your Gage Dynasty's sundered phalanx, rely on teamwork to gain an edge over their opponents. Ah, but the teamwork I'm talking about goes beyond regular coordination. The woman tapped her head. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you expand the man-machine connection to more than a single mech and mech pilot? What if you connect multiple mech pilots together? As long as they achieve a certain degree of synchronization, the coordination they can exert will make their unit fight like a single entity. What? That sounds crazy, Ves uttered in shock. Messing with the man-machine connection is extremely dangerous. Any deviations can easily inflict permanent brain damage to the mech pilot. Chapter 1717 Neural Interconnectivity. Ves encountered plenty of design philosophies over his career. His recent tour throughout the Star Sector allowed him to come into contact with plenty of journeymen who each developed their own ideas on how to design better mechs. He admired the creativity of those journeymen. The galactic mech industry was incredibly huge, and countless competitors had already come up with their own solutions. It was very difficult to develop an original design philosophy that still hadn't been explored. Out of all of the design philosophies he learned, Master Huron's design philosophy was probably one of the most extreme ones he heard. It sounded even crazier than Class 9 design philosophies. Not only did Master Huron decide to dedicate himself in the very sensitive field of neural interfaces, he opted to explore one of its most extreme applications in the form of connecting neural interfaces together. Lady Curver allowed Ves some time to get over his shock. Many mech designers like you react like this when they first learn what neural interconnectivity means. Before you attempt to lecture me, don't forget that my master has managed to realize his design philosophy. Neural interconnectivity is a real thing, and he's not the only mech designer in the galaxy who succeeded in applying it in a safe and useful manner. She was right. While Ves was imagining all sorts of horror stories, a mech designer would never be able to reach master with this specialization if he didn't find a way to apply it without excessive risk. Ves grew curious how Master Huron managed to grapple with the risks of experimenting with neural interfaces. The premise is simple. though the application is much more complex," she replied. "Two peas in a pod are very similar to each other. One of the simplest ways to form a stable neural network that connects the mind of a mech pilot to the mind of another mech pilot is by finding and pairing identical twins. Since they are already identical in many ways, there isn't much incompatibility if we form a small connection between their minds. It can't be that simple, right? One mistake can instantly ruin both of their brains." "That is true. My master and I have never dared to open the floodgates. We only open up a tiny slit so that only a limited amount of data can be transferred back and forth. The bandwidth of this connection can be expanded gradually to strengthen the coordination between the mech pilots as they get more familiar with operating in this fashion. Identical twins, especially naturally born ones, should be rare. Are those the only customers your master is catering towards?" That was just his starting point, Ves. As he developed his design philosophy, he focused on expanding the pool of eligible mech pilots. He developed a way to pair brother to sister, father to son, mentor and student, and so on. My master also engaged in a lot of research to expand the size of what we call the neural network. While this was incredibly difficult, he managed to find a way to pair an entire squad with each other. Once he achieved this breakthrough, it became easier for him to expand the neural network to encompass an entire mech company and mech battalion. That sounded incredibly powerful. Ves knew the importance of coordination in battle. If a mech battalion numbering 500 mechs all fought in perfect sync with each other, Ves could easily imagine it beating twice its numbers. Even when the quality of the mechs and the skill of the mech pilots were identical between the two forces, the side with the better coordination possessed an absolute advantage. Ves understood why neural interconnectivity was such a worthy goal to pursue despite all of the inherent risks surrounding neural interface technology. If Master Huron truly managed to develop a safe application of connecting mech pilots together, then this was absolutely a way to circumvent the conventional limitations of increasing the battle performance of mechs. Unlike adding more expensive exotics or incorporating high technology in a mech design, the cost to set up a neural network was not that significant. The only requirement to form a stable network was to upgrade the neural interface and some other components in the cockpit. Nothing more was necessary. While the underlying tech was very complicated and abstruse, this was not a significant problem as long as Master Huron specialized it to the point where he could design a specialized neural interface in his sleep. Ves couldn't help but convey genuine admiration for Master Huron's success. However, he quickly grew suspicious. If neural networks were so fantastic, why hadn't he heard of it? Why hadn't this tech become more widely known? "There has to be a catch, right?" he asked. Aisling dropped her smile and sighed. "Sadly, my master hasn't been able to develop a way to solve all of the issues surrounding neural interconnectivity. The risks you've mentioned still exist. It is just that one of the main solutions my master has come up with has mitigated them to an extent." "What is his solution?" "It's very simple. He only designs mechs for elite, highly trained outfits and military units. When a mech regiment has developed a strong martial tradition and identity, all of its mech pilots share the same values, mindsets, training and fighting spirit. The greater their commonalities, the easier it becomes to unify them in a neural network. There should still be a lot of differences between the individual mech pilots, right?" "Correct. The neural networks my master has formed for mech companies and mech battalions are only the shallowest versions of what he can provide. We don't dare to expand the bandwidth of the connections for fear or unpleasant side effects. Only smaller units such as squads made up of close companions are safe to form a greater network." "I see. That makes sense. It sounds like your master still has a lot to go. This field is far from mature." "That's where you come, Ves." Aisling directed an intrigued glance at him. The hunger in her eyes was not that different from how Gloriana stared at him sometimes. Your specialty has a lot of potential. While I'm not sure what metaphysical man-machine symbiosis really means, it is obvious that it bears close relations with my field. What? What do you want to do? Why, combine our specialties together. Just imagine it. What if we add one of my specialized neural interfaces to your desolate soldier? We'd create a revolutionary new mech. The biggest issue concerning neural interconnectivity is that it's hard to sustain a neural network if there is too much discordancy between the mech pilots. The further their thoughts and attitudes diverge, the greater the risk of adverse effects. Ves realized what she was after. You want to make use of my glows to increase the synchronization between connected mech pilots. Exactly. I've performed a lot of research on your customers in my free time. It is not difficult to discover that every mech pilot of your desolate soldier and other mechs have each come under the influence of the glows of their machines. This essentially means that when they are put in battle together, they have already started to exhibit a rudimentary form of close coordination. This did not sound very strange to Ves. He knew that when a bunch of his mechs were put together, their mech pilots always exhibited greater coordination. The overlapping of glows created some mysterious effects that subtly enhanced the performance of the mechs in many ways. Ves had always wanted to explore the potential of using glows to connect different mechs and mech pilots together to achieve better results, but he didn't have the time to explore this tangent. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be for him to collaborate with Aisling. You're a direct disciple of Master Huron, right? Does that mean you are already set in your way? I see you aren't very familiar with what it means to inherit a master's design philosophy, she said. It merely means that my starting point and my early progression is entirely shaped by my master. Once I reach journeyman, I can diverge from my master's research direction and explore a branching direction. Perhaps one of the best ways to describe it is that I'm specializing in a possibility that my master has once considered but rejected in favor of another possibility. Ves understood this explanation. It was as if he decided to choose a different direction than the path of balance to progress his design philosophy. While the path of determinism, the path of balance, and the path of life ultimately led to different outcomes, they still shared the same root. How is your research direction different from that of your master? Aisling lifted her head in pride. I chose to develop a dream that Master Huron has never achieved. I wish to widen the application of neural interconnectivity so that every outfit and every group can form a neural network without any cumbersome prerequisites. That sounded incredibly difficult. Ves couldn't help but admire the audacity of her ambition. If your own master hasn't managed to achieve this, then you'll certainly have a difficult road ahead of you. However, if you succeed, you can absolutely revolutionize the mech industry with this innovation. One of the biggest shortcomings of her field had always been its limited applications. No mech designer who specialized in neural interconnectivity ever managed to make their tech safe and accessible to the wider public. Only very close family members or highly trained elites possess the ability to sustain a coherent neural network. I've long tried to explore a way to achieve this on my own. It wasn't until I found out about your design philosophy that I've realized that my ambition is too impossible for me to achieve by myself. I have a very strong hunch that if I combine my specialty with yours, we can absolutely invent a new application of mechs that will astound the MTA and immortalize our names. As a fellow mech designer, surely you can see the potential of our collaboration. Ves nodded in reflex. I can imagine how it can work in theory, but that is just a guess. I can already tell that it is absolutely not simple to form a neural network between mech pilots who aren't very similar. We can explore the solutions of our problems in time, Aisling stated with confidence. I have left you some primers on neural interface technology in your quarters. You should read them first to develop a basic understanding of my specialty. After all, how can we design a mech together if you can't follow my design choices? Isn't that supposed to be restricted knowledge? The MTA never provided me with the authorization to study neural interface technology. It's fine. Aisling brushed the matter off. I'm only giving you a basic introduction, which isn't enough for you to design your own neural interfaces. I just want you to understand its mechanisms and some of the basic underlying theories. Ves would have studied the textbooks regardless of whether it was allowed, but it relieved him to hear that he wouldn't get in trouble with the MTA. Seeing that Ves already had a lot to think about, Aisling decided that she had revealed enough for today. You have just arrived aboard my ship. Take a break and think about your new future. You don't have to pretend to like Gloriana anymore. Unlike her, I'm not a hexer who looks down on men like you. As a brighter, I'm sure you'll come to appreciate our Friday coalition as you have done in the past. She flicked her fingers at Patricia. Please escort Ves back to his quarters. Yes, milady. Patricia rose from her seat and looked at Ves with expectation. When he stood up, he silently followed after his former classmate to the exit. Chapter 17-18 Scarlet Rose. An awkward silence formed between Ves and Patricia as they walked back to his quarters. Once they reached the entrance, Patricia unlocked it and led Ves inside. As Lady Curver's guest, Ves did not have the authority to enter or exit his own room at will. Despite his excellent treatment and warm welcome by his host, Ves did not forget that he was a prisoner. Everyone aboard this ship was his enemy, including Patricia. When Ves became aligned with the hexadric hegemony, he knew that he would never be able to maintain his friendship with Patricia. Her close entanglement with the Friday Coalition meant that they belonged to opposite sides. Though he strongly opposed the beliefs espoused by hexers, he didn't want to upset his girlfriend by rooting for the Friday men. To be honest, he recognized that he was locked in an impossible dilemma. As a brighter and a man, he admired the Friday Coalition. As Gloriana's boyfriend, he had an obligation to support the hexadric hegemony. Ves had never managed to resolve this contradiction. He could never bring himself to cheer on the hexers, but neither did he dare to express any sympathy for the Friday men. It would have been so much easier if Gloriana belonged to the opposite side, but Ves had to make do with what he got. His current plan to resolve this tradition was to attempt to bring Gloriana far away from her toxic state. So long as he managed to bring her to the Red Ocean, there would be a vast intergalactic void between them and her home state. There was no way that Gloriana would be able to perpetuate her hexer culture further. They could make an entirely new start in an entirely new frontier. Of course, all of this was moot if he remained in Aisling Curver's company. While Aisling was clearly saner and more wholesome than Gloriana, she was clearly after the same thing. Ves felt very helpless about the fact that two different mech designers desperately sought to collaborate with him. His design philosophy was simply too attractive to their respective ambitions. Both women believed that they would be able to realize their ambitions with his help. Patricia. Yes? The two had fallen silent after entering his luxurious cell. For some reason, Patricia hadn't left immediately, giving Ves an opportunity to ask some much-needed questions. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, some of which he didn't dare to voice in front of Aisling. Though Ves resented Patricia, he believed she wouldn't lie to him or mislead him in any way. Who is Aisling Curver? Why is she called a lady? Lady Curver rose up from the common folk of the Gage dynasty, Patricia calmly answered. She immediately stood out due to her intelligence and learning ability. She managed to enter Clarion University on a scholarship and soon attracted the notice of Master Huron. He became so impressed by her that he took her in as a direct disciple. As for becoming a lady, This is because she has gained the appreciation of the Gage dynasty. In the Friday Coalition, she deserves equal treatment to a true blood descendant. It sounded as if Aisling was similar to Oleg. Both of them started off as average citizens in their respective locales. He knew how frightening Oleg's intelligence and other cognitive traits had reached. If Aisling was the same, then she had earned everything she achieved. In contrast, Gloriana was born with a silver spoon. Even if her intelligence and talent in mech design started off average, through constant augmentations and intensive tutoring, his girlfriend managed to achieve an enviable height at her age. Both Gloriana and Aisling sounded like talented journeymen, but if Ves had to make a choice, he would definitely respect the latter more. Ves and Patricia were grossly inferior in comparison, though Ves had the confidence to surpass them, for now these second-class mech designers held the upper ground. How does she intend to treat me? Will you guys allow me to leave? I'm sorry, Ves. We can't allow you to leave. Lady Curva is determined to have you. Unless your collaboration with her doesn't work out, she will not let you go. I'm sure you can understand why. When it comes to her design philosophy, she won't miss this opportunity to overcome her hurdles. Ves pressed his lips into a line. I can't imagine how Aisling can think she can convert me while I remain as her unwilling captive. Are you serious, Ves? Patricia scrunched her nose. Do you truly want to become a hexer? He hesitated for a moment. Not exactly, but... Then you should not look at a gift horse in the mouth. While it's unfair for us to treat you this way, think carefully whether you are better off with Miss Gloriana or with Lady Curva. If Ves did not refer to his feelings, then there was no contest. He would definitely wish to side with Lady Curva. Yet, his heart simply didn't allow him to betray his lover. It would be one thing if he broke up with Gloriana, but until they maintained their relationship, Ves was committed to stay loyal. This was his principle as a man, a Larkinson and a mech designer. The thought of betraying her trust and love invoked so much revulsion in him that he simply discarded the idea entirely. Let's not argue about this further. Ves shook his head in disgust. Tell me what will happen to me. How does Lady Curva plan to keep me in her company? Patricia didn't hide Curva's plans. After pulling some strings, she managed to apply for an early end to her assignment. With the help of Master Huron's powerful network, she managed to obtain an early release from her duty. She has already ordered the Scarlet Rose to leave the Bright Republic and return to the Warsaw Giant System, which is where Clarion is based. Where is the Warsaw Giant System located? In the interior of the Gage dynasty's territories. For a mobile supply frigate like the Scarlet Rose, it will take about 2 months for her to reach the Warsaw Giant System. Ves looked a little brighter when Patricia mentioned the Scarlet Rose. Right now, he really needed to know as much as possible about the ship he resided on. His old classmate just gave him an opening to satisfy his curiosity. What is a mobile supply frigate? It's a frigate-sized ship class that is favored by mech designers. The Scarlet Rose is built for speed and independent operation. Many mobile supply frigates are specifically configured for mech designers. She features a full-scale mech workshop and enough cargo space to hold a decent amount of materials. What about defenses? The Scarlet Rose possesses a small mech hangar that can deploy 4 mechs. As a non-combat vessel, her armor isn't the best though, and she mainly relies on speed to avoid dangerous situations. Now that he thought about it, the Scarlet Rose sounded similar to Gloriana's Stellar Chaser, but he had the feeling that the latter fell a bit short. Why is the Scarlet Rose so empty? I haven't encountered a lot of people ever since I stepped aboard this ship. Trained spacers are precious, especially in wartime. The Scarlet Rose is designed to operate with a high degree of automation. She doesn't belong to Lady Curver. The Friday Coalition merely assigned the ship to her so she can discharge her duties as a monitor. She will have to relinquish the ship to the Coalition upon her return to Warsaw Giant. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin as he fell in thought. If the ship belonged to the Friday Coalition, then the quality and capabilities of the Scarlet Rose was likely superior to the Stellar Chaser. That also meant that it would be far harder for Ves to defeat or circumvent her security systems. While he was tempted to ask more, Ves did not wish to give himself away. He reluctantly shifted his questioning. "What do you think of all this?" he asked. "Pardon? Do you agree with Ashling's actions? Are you committed to the Friday Coalition?" Patricia closed her eyes for a moment instead of answering immediately. I never intended to oppose you. I had very little choice of assignments when the Komodo War broke out. Choosing to serve alongside a monitor sounded harmless since we are strictly ordered to observe the Bright Republic without intervening. I never thought that Lady Curver would directly contradict her orders and accept General Cavendish's offer. Well, she did it anyway, and it seems the Friday Coalition doesn't really mind her transgression. She is an honored lady and retainer of the Gage dynasty. Patricia sheepishly smiled. The Gage dynasty was the most powerful partner of the Friday Coalition, and its most important pillar during the war. It was no big deal for Lady Curver to bend some rules, especially if her actions benefited the Coalition in some way. From a diplomatic perspective, Lady Curver merely facilitated a mutual transaction between the Friday Coalition and the Bright Republic. The only one involved who didn't agree with this transaction happened to be himself. Compared to the interests of entire states, his own wants and needs didn't matter the slightest. Ves scowled in disgust. He truly hated being treated as a bargaining chip. In fact, in everyone else's eyes, Ves shouldn't act as if he was disadvantaged in this transaction. Lady Curver ostensibly wanted to liberate him from Gloriana's evil hexer's clutches and restore his manhood. How could any normal man say no to such a deal? Instead of hating Aisling, he should instead see her as his knight in shining armor. However, Ves was still unwilling to acknowledge this in his heart. The betrayals he suffered stung him far too deeply to allow him to appreciate Lady Curver's goodwill. As if sensing his boiling anger, Patricia turned to leave. "I will leave you here for now. Though our assignment ended early, we had to compensate for it with some other tasks. Lady Curver and I won't have the time to entertain you often. I suggest you pass the time by taking advantage of the books that she has provided to you. Much of the textbooks consist of exclusive Clarion teaching material." Ves offered the departing woman a brittle smile. "Please convey my thanks to Aisling for putting some of her library at my disposal." Once Patricia left his quarters and locked the exit, Ves loosened his collar and slumped on his bed. He swept his gaze across his room and noted some new symbols had appeared on his furniture and decorations. Symbols and emblems related to the Gage dynasty and Clarion University occupied a prominent place in his stateroom. How swell! Ves ignored it all and slipped into his bed as if he wanted to sleep. Lights off. All of the lights dimmed until Ves was left in the dark. Instead of falling asleep, Ves went over his options. There was no way he was resigned with his current situation. He idly lowered his arm to his pants and caressed his hidden bulge. While he didn't have an opportunity to make use of his smuggled gadgets right now, he intended to bide his time. 2 months. I have 2 months. Should he attempt an escape or play along with Lady Curver? Once he allowed her to bring him to the Warsaw Giant system, he was sure that it would be 10 times as hard to escape his captivity. Therefore, the following 2 months were crucial. He needed to make a very important decision during this limited window. Should he follow his conscience and do what was best for himself, Lady Curver, the Bright Republic, and the Friday Coalition by accepting his current fate? Or should he follow his heart and do his best to return to Gloriana and affirm his loyalty to his Hexer girlfriend? As Ves silently grappled with his difficulties, Ves suddenly sensed a very familiar presence creeping up from beneath his bed. He concentrated his mind towards the subtle presence. Lucky! A slight pressure formed beneath his other hand that rested on the mattress. Lucky had secretly snuck onto Ganso's combat carrier, and the Scarlet Rose without letting anyone else know. This was because Lucky maintained a completely intangible state. With the help of his miniaturized stealth generator and his CF8-derived ECM, his cat managed to remain completely undetected. As long as Ves had Lucky, he was confident he could subvert the Scarlet Rose's security systems within 2 months. Chapter 17-19 Unwilling Goose. Ves felt as if he was a bird trapped in a cage. While the Scarlet Rose offered him a lot of comfort and luxury, he had no freedom to speak of. He could only live on the ship according to the arrangement of his host. Over the next few days, Ves met with Lady Aisling Curver during breakfast and dinner. Evidently, she had to make up for the early end of her monitoring mission by performing another assignment. She always looked quite weary by the time they were ready to eat supper. Aisling could barely summon enough energy to speak, allowing Ves to observe her without attracting undue attention. Aisling was beautiful, no doubt about it. She was a bit taller than Gloriana and seemed to appeal to him in a different way. If Ves had to make a comparison, then he would say that Gloriana appeared cuter while Aisling looked ravishing. Of course, as a respected journeyman, Aisling always dressed rather conservatively and tried to appeal to Ves through their shared passion in mech design. Ves guessed that Aisling intended to play the long game. She aimed to wear down his resistance by constantly exposing him to her brilliance. So long as Ves continued to be separated from Gloriana, his feelings for her would cool down. Only then would Aisling be able to capture his heart. For now, Ves was still full of resentment. He felt indignant about the betrayals he suffered and his unwillingness to be stuck on a ship heading deep into the Friday Coalition. Instead of aggravating his animosity, Aisling made the right decision to put some distance between them. By meeting twice a day, Ves became more and more used to her company. Obviously, Aisling possessed a lot of confidence in her plan to win Ves over. She had the advantage of time. As long as Ves remained her guest, she could patiently erode his resistance. Certainly, she could employ more coercive means to achieve faster results. Resorting to torture, injecting him with mind-altering substances, or applying outright brainwashing on him would certainly convert him into becoming her loyal slave. However, unless she could keep everything a secret, the MTA was bound to stand up for him. As a galactic citizen, he still possessed certain rights, and the MTA did not wish to turn the galaxy into a shark tank where mech designers continually devoured other mech designers. Ves did not worry too much that Aisling would go too far. Even if she did not fear the wrath of the MTA, she still valued his design philosophy a lot. A design philosophy was strongly connected to the mentality of its mech designer. If the mech designer changed too abruptly, the two no longer fit as well, resulting in a drastic loss of effectiveness. In addition, anything that forcefully interfered with the mind and personality of a mech designer inevitably affected their creativity, ingenuity, passion, and other difficult-to-quantify attributes. Creators work best when they express their earnest ideas. How could Aisling possibly ruin the treasure she obtained? Just like Gloriana, She believed that collaborating with VS was the key to solve the most insurmountable problem of her design philosophy. In order to achieve the dream of making neural interconnectivity available to the masses, Aisling wanted him at his very best. For this reason, she generously allowed him to peruse a portion of her library in the form of printed books. VS knew the value of their contents. Many of them weren't available for purchase in the open market. This was because some of the textbooks contained a lot of advanced knowledge that incorporated some of the ingenuity of other people's design philosophies. Other books were valuable because they were written by the seniors and masters who taught at Clarion University. Though their textbooks did not delve into any advanced subjects, VS constantly sighed in admiration at their marvelous explanations. Most of these professors were over a century old. Clarion University only employed the best of what the Gage dynasty had to offer, so each of these old monsters accumulated a terrible amount of teaching experience. Sure enough, Clarion University is a mecca of mech design. From the quality and subject matter of the textbooks, VS became convinced that Clarion University ranked higher than the Limar Institute of Technology. A part of it was because of the differences in strengths between the partners. Another part of it was due to their different recruitment policies. Limar adopted a policy that reflected the openness of the Carnegie Group. As one of the most commercial and trade-minded groups, the Carnegie Group was very open about recruiting foreign talents from all over the star sector and beyond. While the loyalty of these foreigners was questionable, as long as the Carnegie Group provided them with enough benefits, it could definitely turn these strangers into its own strength. The hiring of Master Null was a typical case. The man was on the run for some reason and needed somewhere to hole up. Limar opened its doors and offered enough incentives to attract this master. In contrast, Clarion University did not bother too much with foreigners. The school instead focused completely on cultivating domestic talents. Because of the unified education of the Gage dynasty, every student accepted into Clarion University all surpassed a certain standard. Not only that, but their prior education all fell in line with Clarion's teaching methods. From what VS could tell, the biggest downside to this strategy was that Clarion lacked diversity. Its students, professors and alumni all formed an insular group of elitists who thought they were better mech designers than anyone else in the entire star sector. The pride exuded by Aisling whenever she talked about her alma mater constantly rubbed him the wrong way. VS felt like talking to an Ansel graduate, but 10 times worse. Clarion is by far the best mech design university in our star sector, she boasted while sipping a glass of wine. Our masters are the most illustrious in the Friday Coalition. Not even their counterparts from the hexadric hegemony can hold a candle to our great masters. Did your masters ever compete directly against hexer masters? VS pointedly asked. No. It's difficult to hold any events between our two states. However, the mechs designed by our masters are much more popular in other star sectors than the mechs designed by those old crones. While that was true, VS knew that the real reason why hexer mech designers did poorly abroad was because their culture rubbed everyone else the wrong way. Who wanted to pilot a mech designed by a man-hating hexer? It did not surprise anyone that most foreign users consisted of female mech pilots. Even if the quality of hexer mechs surpassed the quality of Friday man mechs, most customers would still be reluctant to buy the former. From a business perspective, it's better if I retain a neutral, secular identity, VS concluded. If I become known as an Ovanan or hexer mech designer, my market expansion will constantly encounter hindrances. His forced separation from Cloudy Curtain and his own organization gave VS a lot of time to reflect on past decisions. He achieved plenty of successes and made quite a few mistakes. Perhaps the one mistake he blamed himself for the most was that he had been too blatant in showcasing the potential of his design philosophy. By using the Sand War as an opportunity to popularize his glows, he attracted the greed of people like Lady Curver. It was his bad luck that she did not shy away from resorting to unscrupulous means to obtain his collaboration. "What's done is done," he sighed. "When I made the decision to expose my abilities, I knew I would put a target on my back." He did not regret his choices. He originally planned to lay low, but the threat of the Five Scrolls Compact and the opportunity to emigrate to the Red Ocean prompted him to accelerate his progression. He was still committed to his original plan. He wanted to evade the pursuit of the envoy dispatched by the Sunken Temple by becoming a galactic pioneer. As long as he accumulated enough NTA merits, he could have anything he wanted to start anew in a smaller galaxy that was firmly in the grip of the Big Two. Ves refused to believe the Five Scrolls Compact could act unscrupulously in a galaxy filled with phase water. From what he learned so far, the Five Scrolls Compact played a considerable role in humanity's rise during the Age of Space and Age of Conquest. In other words, the Compact shaped human civilization in the Milky Way galaxy. How could Ves ever rest easily as long as he remained in humanity's old domain? The Red Ocean! I have to reach the Red Ocean! By centering himself around this goal, Ves remained sober and clear-minded. He refused to fall for Aisling's traps. With a firm will, he resisted her subtle indoctrination attempts and continually reminded himself that she was an enemy. He did not bother with any pretentiousness when he expressed his dislike for her. He wasn't a spy like Calabast and did not have the confidence to hoodwink her into believing that he became smitten by her charm. This caused her to express some frustration at his lack of reciprocation at her entreaties. "I don't know why you keep insisting on staying under Gloriana's spell," Aisling sighed as she summoned Ves to the lounge. "Don't you realize what's in store for you if you persist in your relationship with her? Let me show you what men are like in the hegemony." She waved her hand, causing a projection to emerge in the center of the lounge. Ves impassively watched the footage of how female hexers treated their male counterparts. On a random shopping street, the women walked confidently while their spouses followed after them in a manner that hammered home their inferiority. The women talked to them in an imperious and dismissive manner. The men had no choice but to bow their heads and acquiesce to any requests by their women. In another clip, a female hexer mech designer led a design project at a very well-equipped design studio. The lead designer treated her fellow female subordinates earnestly as if they were her own students. She corrected their mistakes, taught them something new, and delegated important assignments to them. Clearly, women went along well with other women. The conduct of the lead designer changed enormously whenever she addressed women. Even when she faced male mech designers who were just as competent as their female counterparts, the lead designer still treated them as nothing more than coolies. The third clip depicted the treatment of hexer mech pilots in the Hex Army. Male mech pilots were relegated to piloting cheaper, less capable mechs. Female mech pilots almost always received the privilege of piloting better mechs. It was easy for Ves to distinguish which mechs the hexers valued more. Unlike most other states, the hegemony distinctly favored mechs with feminine counters. Their mechs were slimmer and more concave than the larger and less mobile mechs piloted by males. This did not mean that males gained no opportunities at all. They could still earn merits and increase their capabilities. However, it was impossible for males to become officers. One of the most central myths of the hegemony was that males were unsuited to be leaders. How could the hexers ever allow men to gain a leadership position? Every single officer in the Hex Army consisted of women. A lot of talented men were trapped in low positions because the female hexers never allowed them to climb further. No woman wanted to take orders from a man. The men themselves had grown up enduring constant attacks on their gender. Their self-esteem was so bad that their subservience towards women was rooted in their bones. As VS watched clip after clip, he knew that Aisling did not serve him with doctored footage. She had no need to resort to falsehoods when the real hegemony already provided her with a wealth of material. Chapter 17:20 Stubborn Boy. VS already knew how hexers treated men in their society. It was actually a mistake to call them man-haters. Hexers didn't hate men. They just considered them inferior. It was not a contradiction for female hexers to adore male gender but simultaneously treat them as lessers. In fact, if hexers treated men like slaves or abused them on a daily basis, the Big Two would not tolerate their conduct. The basic rights of humans had to be respected. Just because the hexers only treated half of its population like dirt did not mean it could get away with such rampant abuse. The hexers therefore propagated an alternate vision on how human civilization should be run. They ran the hegemony like a model that other states should adopt. Both men and women had a place in their society. Women deserved to be in charge and occupied all of the upper-level positions. Even if female hexers weren't good at anything, they still had the right to boss around males in the workplace. As for the boys, they were continually treated as juveniles at best or pets at worst. They received much fewer opportunities than women and had to work a lot harder to get anywhere. This strangely led to the phenomena where the rare male successes became incredibly successful in their chosen vocations. Male expert pilots were one of the rare species of boys who earned genuine respect from female hexers. Male high-ranking mech designers also existed in the hegemony's vast mech community. Each of them gained some appreciation and were treated better than other boys. Of course, just because they were better than most women in their professions did not mean they deserved equal treatment. Every male expert pilot had to answer to a female officer. This was because hexers regarded them as powerful brutes that had to be controlled lest they run rabid. Boys were still boys. As long as they were given free rein, the boys would surely give in to their worst impulses. Male journeymen and seniors received similar treatment. While the hegemony did not block boys from excelling in this career, they were not allowed to design and publish mechs on their own. Each of them had to work with a female mech designer. The best a male mech designer could hope for was to become a spouse of a female mech designer. Those who weren't as lucky could only serve as a minor contributor or assistant to a bossy female mech designer. This was the reality of being born a male in hexer society. Don't you see the absurdity of devoting yourself to your hexer girlfriend? Aisling persistently prodded him. Open your eyes and look beyond her pretty face. Behind her is an awful state that heavily discriminates on men like you. If hexers like Gloriana have their way, they would strip you of your dignity and tear down your pride until you become nothing more than a human-shaped puppy. VS did not attempt to debate her points. In order to resist her persuasion, he took a page out of Ganso's playbook and defaulted to his Larkinson's stubbornness. I am committed to Gloriana. I never break my commitments. To change my mind is to betray the promises I've made to her. I will never stab her in the back. Aisling threw a perplexed look at him. She didn't understand how someone so brilliant in mech design could be so stupid when it came to women. Do you enjoy being treated this way, VS? The Friday Coalition can offer you so much more. As long as you stick with me, I can give you a new status in our state. As Master Huron's direct disciple, no one will hinder me from settling you in the Warsaw Giant system and giving you an opportunity to participate in my design projects. So long as we achieve some success in our collaborations, my master will definitely put his full weight behind our partnership. I have already cut ties with the Friday Coalition, VS flatly remarked. That's not entirely correct. You merely cut ties with Master Olson and the Limar Institute of Technology. At most, you're blacklisted by the Vermeer Group and the Carnegie Group. Our Gage dynasty never pays attention to what they do. We are better. Ves shrugged. That sounds nice, but I have no desire to restore my relations with the Friday Coalition. Gloriana will never tolerate me if I reconcile with your state. Aisling grew angry and momentarily lost control. Gloriana, Gloriana, Gloriana! Everything is about Gloriana to you. Don't you realize that she has got you wrapped around her fingers? The moment she met you at Centerpoint, she ceaselessly tried to trap you in her web. The two of you were never made to be together. A proud mech designer like you deserves better. Obviously, this conversation went nowhere. After enduring a long tirade, Aisling finally sent him back to his quarters. During his time in captivity, only Patricia talked to him without an agenda. Sadly, Patricia rarely appeared in his presence. Ves suspected that Aisling was worried that he would fall for Patricia, and thereby kept her away. However, Ves always became more mellow and receptive after talking to Patricia. This was something he deliberately did to encourage his host to keep giving him opportunities to talk to his old classmate. Though Ves firmly regarded Patricia as an enemy, he did not hold any personal animosity against her. She was merely performing her duty to her new state. As a citizen of the Friday Coalition, it was impossible for her to remain a bystander in the war between the Coalition and the hegemony. The only doubt about Patricia's assignment was what the Friday men were doing in the Bright Republic in the first place. Ves faintly suspected that the Scarlet Rose was sent to the Bright Republic for another, more clandestine mission. Why did the Coalition dispatch a young and talented journeyman to perform a seemingly routine monitoring mission when they could have easily dispatched a diplomat or a spy? The fact that the Coalition explicitly sent mech designers to the Bright Republic meant that their mission probably had something to do with mechs. Of course, Ves kept all of his guesses to himself. He didn't care about their prior missions. Instead of worrying about irrelevant issues, he would much rather work on his escape attempt. Ever since he confirmed that Lucky followed him aboard the Scarlet Rose while remaining completely hidden and intangible, Ves believed he had the capital to turn the tables on his host. In order to reverse his current circumstances, Ves had to stay patient and make ample preparations. Taking over a mobile supply frigate by himself was not very simple. Even if he had the help of a team of commandos, he would still fail in his attempt to wrest control of the Scarlet Rose. To succeed, he had to mitigate or circumvent every security measure in place. Ves therefore dispatched Lucky on a scouting mission and secretly scanned each and every compartment and component. This was extremely tedious for Lucky. To keep his presence hidden, Ves ordered his pet to resort to passive scanners only. This meant that Lucky had to crawl through every single section of the ship, all the while remaining out of sight. Ves trusted in Lucky's ability to remain hidden. The cat had become way too good at sneaking into places where he shouldn't be in. While the Scarlet Rose was much more advanced than all of the other places he had broken in, the cat possessed too many advantages in this regard. For now, Ves did not dare to instruct Lucky to hack the Scarlet Rose's network or tap into its quantum entanglement node to send a message to Gloriana and his people. The moment Aisling found out that Ves possessed the capability to communicate with the outside galaxy, she would surely strip him of his privileges and throw him straight into the brig. Though Ves wanted to take it slow, he knew that delaying his hijacking attempt would only increase the difficulty of returning home. Taking over the Scarlet Rose was just the first step. He still had to leave the Friday Coalition, so it would be best if he escaped before the ship crossed into its borders. That meant that his actual time limit was much less. Ves estimated that the Scarlet Rose would probably enter into Coalition space in around 2 weeks. If he failed to hijack the ship until then, then he would have a lot more problems on his hands. He needed to do everything possible to hasten his preparations. Aside from waiting for Lucky, he also resorted to other means to increase his understanding of the Scarlet Rose. One example of this was by taking advantage of the library in his quarters. "These books are quite good," he murmured as he leaned back on his chair while flipping page after page. He currently studied an advanced programming textbook. While its contents were most relevant to mechs, the programming language it taught just happened to be common enough to be used in many ships as well. Learning how to hack or subvert the programming of the Scarlet Rose was essential to taking it over. Though it was impossible for him to access her systems on his own, so long as he had Lucky, he was confident he could circumvent most of the safeguards and tap into her core systems. This wasn't enough to guarantee a successful takeover, though. He dabbled in other textbooks as well. For example, he deepened his understanding of power reactors in order to find some way to sabotage and disable the ship's central power reactor. As Lucky occasionally came back and covertly displayed the data he gathered, Ves ascertained what he needed to do in order to subvert the ship. He identified 3 core areas which he needed to control. First, he needed to lock down the bridge and prevent the captain and the bridge crew from controlling the vessel. Second, he needed to secure the engineering compartment in order to grasp the crucial power reactor and FTL drive. Ves could not afford to allow anyone to damage these 2 critical ship components. As long as the engineers thrashed either of them, the Scarlet Rose would become stranded in space. Therefore, Ves not only had to take control of engineering, but also neutralize the engineers before they could do any damage. The third area that Ves needed to control was the security compartment, which also served as the armory. While the Scarlet Rose did not employ a lot of spacers, she still possessed a crew complement of 50 people, of which 15 of them consisted of guards and security officers. Ves not only had to grasp the entire security compartment, but also neutralize the armed personnel before they could take up arms and launch a counterattack. Of course, that did not mean the rest of the crew were harmless. Each of them posed a risk to his takeover attempt. With their expertise and access to the systems of the ship, they could easily cut off his access by sabotaging crucial communication lines or something. Aside from taking over these 3 areas, Ves also had to disable every independent safeguard. Lucky's surveys revealed that each compartment contained an independent security system that would automatically activate as soon as something went wrong. Ves could not afford to ignore these small and isolated security systems. He had to sabotage or tamper with each and every one of them lest they blew up when he walked through a corridor or something. What a headache! Yet the more formidable the ship, the more Ves wanted to claim her for himself. The Scarlet Rose would serve as an excellent mobile workplace for him if he was on the move. She was pretty much a miniature version of a factory ship but in a much smaller and more convenient package. Chapter 1721 Snark. Are you proud to be a part of the Friday Coalition? You willingly married some loser in order to gain citizenship, after all. Now you're an accessory to a kidnapping. You used to be a brighter. How could you do something like this? Don't you have any honor? His provocative question did not fluctuate Patricia's mood at all. She directed a pointed gaze at Ves, as if she saw through his attempt to rile her up. This wasn't the first time he poked her with his poisonous tongue. Pride is irrelevant. I am a mech designer. The boundaries between states and the machinations of its people are inconsequential. We are meant to fulfill a greater role than participating in the petty power plays of those who cannot see the forest from the trees. Ves blinked at Patricia. You sound like a sage from the MTA. I don't see how you can pretend to be lofty when you abandoned the state that nurtured you in order to become a gold digger in a more prosperous state. Patricia sighed and leaned back on the chair in his quarters. I am forced to play by the rules as well. It was never my intention to be caught up in these matters. If you don't want to dirty your hands, you could have just stayed put. Instead, you chose to become a sellout. I know you are angry, Ves. You have a right to be. I don't want you to get consumed by it. Regardless of what you think of me, I do not approve of human conflict. I would much rather be a part of the struggle against alien civilizations. Too bad you're not a part of the MTA. Did they reject your application? The MTA is very strict when it comes to hiring mech designers, Patricia replied in an indirect answer to his question. In fact, even the most talented and brilliant mech designers might not necessarily be able to become an internal of the MTA. While the MTA maintained a rather open recruitment policy, their exact hiring criteria were very random. No one who applied knew for sure whether the MTA took a liking for what they had to offer. Otherwise, how could a mech pilot such as Charlotte Hoffmeister enter the MTA while countless second-class mech pilots fail? Well, since the MTA hasn't deemed you worthy, I don't see why you should care about the Big Two's mission. You should let the big guys worry about defending humanity. Patricia began to look annoyed at Ves. This was a rare occasion, as she always controlled herself carefully. Ever since he encountered her when he studied at Rittersberg, Patricia always gave off the sense that she existed on a different plane than everyone else. It was as if she was the only galactic citizen in a mob of space peasants. Her refined conduct and reserved behavior drew a lot of admiration from everyone else. That was all in the past. While Patricia still acted as if she was holier than thou, Ves had grown up from the naive little boy who had nothing to go on but his passion for mech design. Her charm no longer impressed him. After falling for Gloriana, every other woman fell short in his eyes. In fact, the more he interacted with Patricia, the more he started to grow suspicious about her origins. Was she even a brighter? Who were her parents? Why was she so smart? Why did she study at an average mech university like Rittersberg as opposed to Ansel? Why stay in the Bright Republic at all when she was clearly capable of studying at Limar? Patricia never elaborated about herself. Whenever he attempted to satisfy his curiosity, she flatly disregarded her inquiries. Fortunately, she was more than willing to talk about other matters, which made her much more bearable. The main reason why he insisted on talking to her was because she was a font of information about the Scarlet Rose. While Ves did not have the courage to pump Aisling for information, he was not as apprehensive towards his old acquaintance. For her part, Patricia did not put up her guard against his questioning. Like Aisling, she was completely assured of their security. Ves was not only alone, but also under their control. There was no way he could do anything to change his fate. Sadly, none of the Friday men on the Scarlet Rose could ever anticipate that Ves wasn't alone. Not only did he have Lucky and his smuggled gadgets, he also had more potent trump cards in reserve. Therefore, Ves took his questions a lot more seriously than Patricia, who apparently saw no harm in elaborating about the Scarlet Rose. The Scarlet Rose operates under the jurisdiction of the Coalition Reserve Corps. The CRC is one of the few organizations of our state that is allowed to operate throughout the Coalition. That's because the Friday Coalition is still a coalition of different groups. Ves sneered. Even after 4 centuries, the Coalition partners still haven't managed to unify. The only reason why the 9 partners turned into 6 partners is because the weakest ones got devoured. Regardless, the CRC is not involved in the rivalry between the partners. The Gage dynasty has no more say than the Puffer clan. This is by design, as the Friday Coalition cannot tilt the balance any further towards the powerhouses. Why does the CRC even need a ship like the Scarlet Rose? The CRC is one of the main organizations which organizes the mech designers of the Coalition in the event of war or any statewide mobilization events. What is that supposed to mean? It means that during the Komodo War, any mech designer who isn't exempted from service or working for one of the mech militaries must follow the arrangements of the CRC. As Lady Curver is not a part of the Sundered Phalanx, she is obliged to contribute to the war in a different fashion. Mobile supply frigates such as this ship exist to facilitate her work in many different circumstances. That sounds like overkill for a simple monitoring mission. You're not wrong. A simple corvette is sufficient, but don't forget that Lady Curver represents the coalition when she's on assignment. A corvette is too small to make the locals take her seriously. A capital ship is too excessive, but a sophisticated frigate-sized vessel is just right. That made sense, but that didn't explain why the Scarlet Rose featured a full-sized mech workshop. This was far from standard when it came to other frigate-sized vessels. Ves pretended to buy into Patricia's explanation. What makes the Scarlet Rose so great for this purpose? A monitor is supposed to be a non-threatening presence in the state they are permitted to stay in. In line with a diplomatic treaty that the Friday Coalition has signed with a collective of third-rate states, a monitor is only allowed to bring a limited escort. That is why the Scarlet Rose can only field 4 mechs at most. That sounds dangerous. What if some ambitious mercenary corps covet this ship? She snorted dismissively. Just because the Scarlet Rose has limited protection doesn't mean it's vulnerable. The 4 mechs we carry are very high-quality mechs. While the treaty limits the quantity of mechs we can carry, it says nothing about the quality. The mech pilots themselves are highly trained elites. That sounds a bit strange to me. With the Komodo War raging like a firestorm, how come the CRC is able to get their hands on elites? While the Friday Coalition is a lot larger and more populous than the Bright Republic, the standard for second-class elite mech pilots was incredibly high. A second-rate state only had so much elites, and Ves figured that all of them were needed to battle the Hexers. The elites aren't as you imagine. They aren't military. Instead, they're drafted from the private sector. You mean they're mercenaries? Ves raised his eyebrow. Some of them are. Others come from personal forces or security companies. A significant portion are even mech athletes. Most of these mech pilots won't fit in the military, so the CRC offers them an alternate way to contribute to the state. Are the mech pilots of the Scarlet Rose any good? She hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure. I don't interact with them. They keep to themselves. They don't respect anyone on this ship except for Lady Curver. Ves felt rather indignant that Patricia wasn't afforded the same treatment. How dare they? It sounds like they all need a good kick in the butt. They are only here to deter opportunistic pirate raids. Everyone else doesn't dare to lay a hand on us. The Scarlet Rose represents the entire CRC, which in turn represents the coalition as a whole. There have been a few times in the past where unknown forces attacked our monitor ships, but each time the CRC moved in full force to investigate these incidents. The people or states responsible have never escaped the CRC. They paid a very heavy price for their transgressions. That sounded rather bad to Ves. He had to admit that the CRC intimidated him a bit. If he truly succeeded in his hijacking attempt, he would definitely provoke a counterattack from the CRC. This meant that Ves had to make some very careful choices. He also had to form a follow-up plan. If he failed to prepare an escape route for himself, he would surely fall victim to the coalition's revenge. It sounds like no one dares to provoke CRC. We should be safe, right? Patricia confidently nodded. The Scarlet Rose is nearly as fast as the Barracuda. Your corvette is a purely civilian vessel. The CRC is a paramilitary organization, so our mobile supply carrier is built with slightly better tech and materials. Her FTL drive cycles nearly as fast as that of your corvette, so the Scarlet Rose is fully capable of escaping nearly any opponent that can threaten our safety. What about pursuit by a Hexer force? That's unlikely. The Bright Republic and the surrounding states are all aligned with the Friday Coalition. The CRC and coalition organizations keep track of any Hexer elements in the region. If any of them tries to intercept our ship, we'll know well in advance. Besides, it will only take 11 days until we enter the Friday Coalition. We will be absolutely safe once we return to our territory. 11 days. Ves felt some urgency when Patricia revealed how little time he had left. In fact, his safety margin was even less, considering that a ship would be traveling to a coalition-owned star system a few days before this deadline. While it was possible to interrupt the FTL drive and throw a ship back into real space, this was extremely dangerous, and sometimes led to disintegrating the entire vessel after suffering the equivalent of a dimensional crash. Is there any chance you could drop me off along the way? Patricia shook her head. I don't know why you keep asking this question. Lady Curve is determined to have you. I suggest you accept your situation. It is not all that bad. Hee hee. Ves chuckled. I'm done with people telling me what is best for me. Even if I'm wrong, I keep my commitments. She looked at him as if he was an idiot. I truly don't know what is going on in your head these days. You are so much different from the classmate I used to know at Rittersburg. I got better. I doubt that. To me, you've regressed. The fact that a man like you still supports the hegemony over the coalition is proof of faulty judgment. Is that an insult? Ves grinned. I never thought you of any people would employ snark against someone. It's tiring to argue against someone like you. Every time I talk to you, I feel as if you are dragging me to your level. Why do you keep coming back then? He cheekily asked. I don't know, Patricia whispered, looking a bit lost for a moment. Chapter 1722 Damaged Soul. When the Mech Corps took Ves away from Cloudy Curtain, Ganso left a graveyard of mechs behind. What started off as a simple retrieval mission ended up in an exaggerated public spectacle. It was all the fault of Ves. If he hadn't overreacted to the admittedly strong-handed request from the capture fleet, this matter wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Everything that ensued from his refusal to play along became known throughout the remainder of the Bright Republic and beyond. The famed Larkinson family, known for its honor, valor, and uprightness in battle, erupted into a schism. One side was the young expert pilot who many people regarded as the next Arch Larkinson. Ever since he advanced to expert, Ganso constantly distinguished himself in battle against the Vesians and the San Nen. Baptized in 2 different wars, his proficiency in piloting his glittering comet constantly increased by leaps and bounds. His marksmanship constantly grew more and more precise to the point of reaching an uncanny level. On the other side was the first and most impressive mech designer of the Larkinson family. Almost every brighter heard of Ves Larkinson by now, not just because of the awards he received during the war against the Vesians, but also because of the soldier product line he conceived. The influence of the Desolate Soldier and variants couldn't be overstated. Its glow was so useful that the soldier mech sold over 1 million times. Almost every mech pilot and a large chunk of civilians personally experienced the legendary glows, and each of them gained an unforgettable impression of duty. Aside from the Bright Republic, the soldier mechs had also played a pivotal role in other states such as the Ilvain Protectorate and the Reinald Republic. An uncountable amount of people were grateful to Ves Larkinson for delivering a mech that single-handedly saved them from catastrophe. The fame, honor, and prestige of Ves far surpassed that of Ganso. Therefore, when this matter initially blew up, by far the most sympathized with Ves. Though most Briters held a lot of respect for the Mech Corps and expert pilots, Venerable Ves Larkinson's conduct during the incident had been far too ugly. Through his mule-headed actions and words, he practically disgraced himself and his beliefs. The public no longer recognized the dignity he possessed as an expert pilot, and instead hurled insults at his name for being such a stubborn tool. The consequences of blowing up this matter was dire. Though the government acted quickly, none of them had been prepared to suppress this matter. Many Larkinsons witnessed the events in person or through a live feed. Plenty of them had a bone to pick with Ganso, so they readily spread the footage all over the galactic net. Ganso's betrayal and the mysterious capture of Ves became known throughout the Bright Republic and beyond. The Mech Corps became furious. How could High Command stab one of the heroes responsible for helping them fight off the Sandmen in the back? Due to the weird and exaggerated events, no one believed that the mission to capture Ves was about relocating him to a safer location. If that were true, Ves wouldn't have resisted so strongly. The Larkinson family became angry as well. All of the Larkinsons serving in the Mech Corps heard about the incident one way or another. To say they were mad was an understatement. Though the influence of the Larkinsons wasn't much, when they united around a single issue, their clout turned out to be quite formidable. When Colonel Ark Larkinson himself paid attention to this matter, he started to investigate the matter behind the scenes. He and every other Larkinsons were beginning to stir the hierarchy of the Mech Corps. Plenty of servicemen were more than willing to support them due to their impeccable honor and the injustice they suffered. For now, Ark and the other influential Larkinson mech pilots remained silent. Yet once they opened their mouth to the public, the Bright Republic would definitely listen. The government of the Bright Republic could not afford this outcome. Give them what they want! Where is Ves Larkinson? Spit him out! The pressure on the government and the Mech Corps increased as nothing happened for a few days. Because of their inaction, the matter boiled over to such an extent that even the Ylvain Protectorate began to knock on their doors. The Bright Martyr enjoyed an exalted status within their state. His disappearance alarmed the entire Protectorate, causing every Ylvanian to detest the Bright Republic with a passion. Where is Ves Larkinson? Did the Mech Corps kill him? Why would they do such a thing? He's not dead. If he was, the soldier mechs would have lost their powers by now. The pressure on the government increased to such an extent that the slow-moving Mech Corps had no choice but to break its own rules and force General Cavendish to answer. Even the full might of the Cavendish family and the Ramsay family failed to resist the overwhelming pressure from the masses. Yet General Cavendish remained mum. As a distinguished mech general, he knew that it would be very bad if he told his interrogators the truth. At the same time, Venerable Ves Larkinson came under immense pressure himself. Both Benjamin and Ark Larkinson used all of their power and influence to corner Ganso. Throughout this crisis that threatened to grow into a fatal distraction that might end the Bright Republic, the three Larkinsons faced each other in a three-way calm call. In ordinary circumstances, it was impossible for two current expert pilots and a former expert pilot of the Larkinson family to gather together during a war. Each of the three held a lot of responsibilities. Both Benjamin and Ark stared at Ganso's resigned expression with indignation. While Benjamin hadn't talked to Ves very often, he already regarded Ves as his favorite grandson. As for Ark, his close sentiments with his missing brother Wrinkle made him feel guilty that he hadn't been able to protect Ves. Who could guess that the Mech Corps he unflinchingly served for decades would start with his own cousin? Ganso, Ark began. I'm disappointed by you. It is one thing to do your duty. It is another thing to confuse right and wrong. I won't excuse myself. Ganso defended himself. I followed my orders faithfully, Not just because I am a Larkinson or took an oath to serve the Mech Corps, but also because it is for the good of our state and every life that depends on its protection. My actions have saved the bright Republic. Absurd. Benjamin blew up. Though he was normally amiable, this time he lost control. Look at what is happening in the news. You've tarnished the service. This is not an inconsequential matter. Every serviceman is questioning the honor of the Mech Corps. The performance of our soldiers have dropped by 5% throughout the war theater. Not just the Mech Corps, but also the Starfighter Corps and the irregular forces are fighting with less enthusiasm. Ark Larkinson looked at Ganso with condemnation. Do you realize what you've done? You've damaged the soul of our state. The Bright Republic is a state based on laws and rights. Every Brighter is not only fighting for their lives, but also for the ideals they grew up with. If it turns out that the Mech Corps has betrayed our ideals, then what are we all fighting for? Why must we continue to lift up our arms and sacrifice our lives? These matters are not my concern, Colonel Arkansas. Ganso defiantly crossed his arms. I am a soldier. I am an instrument. It is not my job to set policy. I merely do what I'm told. Everything else is not my problem. The only thing I regret is that our Larkinson family will never be the same. I share some blame for that, but if I had a choice, I would do the same thing again. What are you talking about, Ganso? What does disappearing Ves have to do with saving the Bright Republic? I'm sorry, Colonel Arkansas. My lips are sealed. I'm under strict orders not to reveal any details about my mission. As far as I'm concerned, High Command has not issued any orders to disclose what I know. Until that happens, I won't tell you anything. Both Benjamin and Ark exchanged a silent glance. Due to the entanglement between three different founding families, it was unlikely for High Command to resolve this problem quickly. The oldest Larkinson closed his eyes and spoke. If that is how you want to play this game, then so be it. Let me send you something, Ganso. A priority alert quickly sounded out from Ganso's comm. An unsettling feeling overcame his mood. His intuition warned him that something very bad might happen. Even though Ganso did his best to ignore his comm, the data package he received forcefully triggered its backdoors. His comm automatically projected a very official-looking document in front of his face. He wouldn't be able to avoid it unless he destroyed his comm, but that was disallowed under the regulations of the Mech Corps. The moment he saw the very prominent-looking seals, Ganso instantly knew who issued these orders. This comes directly from the office of the Bright President, Ganso uttered in shock. How could you obtain an exception? Do you think I have been keeping my head down at the Ministry of Defense? Benjamin smiled. The Bright President himself wants to resolve this matter as fast as possible. Now, will you spit out the truth, or choose to defy the lawful authority of our state? Choose carefully. Ganso's face turned ugly as he read through the official document. He reluctantly took a minute to verify its authenticity. Nothing was wrong. Everything was completely in order, which meant that the Bright President truly signed these orders. The people run our state, not the generals, Benjamin reminded Ganso. While the emergency laws that have come into effect have empowered the military, don't forget the person who holds the title of Commander-in-Chief. Ganso did not need a reminder. The Commander-in-Chief of all of the military branches of the Bright Republic was the head of state. Because of the high trust in the military, the Mech Corps and the other branches usually ran their affairs by themselves. Very rarely did the Bright President intervene directly. Yet that did not change that this esteemed individual exercised supreme command over the military. In many states, the military answered to the civilian government. This was the standard throughout human space as it was the most successful model that ensured long-term stability and prosperity. What are you waiting for, Ganso? Ark prodded the silent expert pilot. You are an obedient expert pilot, are you not? Your mission has already been declassified. There are no more excuses for you to hide behind. Whatever backing you are relying on to support you won't be able to exceed the authority of the bright president. He was right. Seeing that the orders sent by Benjamin were completely valid and unambiguously clear, Ganso had no choice but to obey them. Even though he really didn't want to, he had his principles. Ves Larkinson is not at Rittersberg or New Foundation. When we brought him out of the Cloudy Curtain system, we did not dump him at some secret military base or transferred him to another government branch. Where is he, Ganso? Where is my grandson? Under General Cavendish's orders, we met up with a monitor from the Friday Coalition and handed him over to her ship. She's a famous mech designer and she appears to be very interested in working with VS. If I am guessing correctly, the monitor has long brought VS away. What? Why? Have you noticed the Friday Men mercenary corps that recently participated in the battle for Bentheim? General Cavendish made a deal with the monitor. In exchange for trading away VS, she would dispatch a second-class mercenary corps to defend the Bentheim system for the remainder of the Sand War. Both Ark and Benjamin Larkinson became shocked, before turning incredibly angry. Such a trade was not only dishonorable, but also broke the bottom line of the Larkinson family. There was no way both of them approved of this scheme. Even Ark, who felt very sympathetic about Ganso's commitment to following orders, felt his trust for his state beginning to break apart. Chapter 1723 Headless Chicken. After using the bright president's authority to pry the truth out of venerable Ganso's lips, Ark and Benjamin Larkinson passed what they learned to a select few people. Some of the Larkinsons and many high officials slowly learned the truth of what had happened. To say they were all angry was an understatement. They were furious. The Cavendish and Ramses families boldly plotted against a war hero. If their plans had worked, not only would they gain the appreciation of the Friday Coalition, but also be able to take credit for securing the help of a powerful second-class mercenary corps. As for sacrificing VS, neither of these two founding families cared about him. As long as he was sent away, then the Tovar family would lose a popular ally who would only grow more powerful in the future. Once the relevant people learned the truth, the Cavendishes and the Ramses had no choice but to bow down their heads. If not for the Sand War pushing the Bright Republic to the brink, perhaps the other factions would have torn them down already. Right now, the state needed every help it could get. The founding families who hatched this scheme knew this as well, and quickly offered many current and future concessions to placate their opposition. Now, all of these benefits were moot. With the exposure of their sordid dealings, the conspirators lost a huge amount of respect. Once the war was over and the Bright Republic still remained standing, the balance of power would definitely shift. The Bright Republic quickly calmed down. Everyone in the know kept the explosive news to themselves. No one wanted to damage the soul of the Bright Republic any further. With both Benjamin and Ark taking charge, the outrage within their family dimmed. They soon published a statement that informed the public that Ves Larkinson was safe but in hiding. While this didn't satisfy everyone, now that the Larkinsons appeared pleased, the crisis appeared to be resolved. Only a handful of Larkinson elders knew the truth. They kept every other Larkinson in the dark because the chance that one of them would leak the truth was too great. While all of this was taking place, the LMC and the other organizations founded by VS were left to fend without their leader. VS was the LMC, and the LMC was VS. His absence completely tore out the heart of his company. Without his design capabilities, the remaining mech designers could never come close to designing a mech that was even close to his illustrious products. Fortunately, the people that Ves entrusted with running his organizations quickly managed to quell the unrest and stabilize the situation. Both Kelsey Dornbos and Raymond Billingsley Larkinson worked together to prevent the chaos from damaging the LMC. Commander Melker took charge of both the Avatars and Myth and the Living Sentinels. Though Ganso inflicted great losses on their mechs, he coordinated with the LMC to bring new life to the fallen mechs. A huge operation commenced. The mech nursery resumed production as the workers tried their best to fix the more intact wrecks. As for the more damaged components, the LMC dispatched them to a local recycling company to break them down and retrieve their base materials. Through these efforts, the Avatars and Sentinels would definitely be able to restore about 80% of what they lost over a couple of months. Surprisingly little opposition emerged. While there were plenty of opinions flying around, the current leaders were firmly in charge due to the contingency plans that Ves prepared beforehand. As a paranoid individual, Ves had long considered what might happen in the event something might happen to him. He never took his safety and freedom for granted. Therefore, upon his abrupt departure, every leader who Ves had delegated his responsibilities to received a set of instructions and a list of priorities they should fulfill. In addition, they also received clear mandates to do what was necessary to follow his instructions. Kelsey officially became V's agent once again. She gained the right to exercise the power bestowed by his 49% ownership in the company. Combined with Benjamin Larkinson, who took charge of the 25% stake in the company, they held absolute power to decide its future. However, some of the contingency plans prepared by Ves were very controversial. Neither Kelsey nor Benjamin dared to enact them straight away. For this reason, a gathering between every important stakeholder of the LMC commenced a week after Ves was taken away. The conference room filled up as some people attended the pivotal meeting in person while others showed up in the form of projections. All of the shareholders were present. Aside from Kelsey and Benjamin, Marcella Bollinger with her 5% stake and Leland Toll on behalf of Flashlight's 21% ownership attended the gathering as well. Commander Melker Larkinson stood up for the Avatars of Myth. Commander Magdalena Larkinson gained permission from the Mech Corps to set aside some time to take part as well on behalf of the Living Sentinels. Kelsey tried to reach out to Commander Cinnabar of the Battle Criers, but none of them were accessible at this point of time. Who knew what kind of mission Ves had given them? The rest could only hope that the Battle Criers would not object to any decisions they made today. While Director Clinton Larkinson only represented the Ves Larkinson Foundation for Wounded Veterans, his valor during the confrontation against Ganso earned him a lot of respect. Miles Tovar attended on behalf of both the design team and the Tovar family. Kedis appeared as well as a student and confidant of Ves, though she looked as if she would rather be elsewhere. In truth, the only reason she agreed to attend the meeting was because Calabas reached out to her. It was not proper for Calabas to attend this meeting herself, so she passed some instructions to Kedis to make sure the meeting did not produce any unwelcome outcomes. Dr. Lupo Guernica showed up as well, though like Kedis, he looked anything but comfortable. The Larkinson Exobiology Institute was by far the smallest organization under Ves, and many people attending this meeting hadn't even heard of its existence. Colonel Ark Larkinson showed up via projection as well. His appearance surprised many people as most expected him to be occupied with the war. He represented a portion of the Larkinson family, particularly the old guard who valued tradition. There was no way that anyone present would allow Venerable Ganso Larkinson to attend this meeting. He was currently the biggest black sheep of the family. Of all of the people who showed up, none of them could ignore the presence of the only person who was qualified to be described as Ves Larkinson's equal. While Gloriana Woden owned no shares in the LMC, she absolutely deserved to have a say. Ves officially designated her as a lead designer of his mech company. When Ves was absent, she was the sole lead designer in charge. As a contributing mech designer to The Desolate Soldier and every other recent mech released by the LMC, she deserved much of the credit for their design. Of course, no one could possibly forget that she was Ves Larkinson's girlfriend and partner. It would be bad if she agreed with any of the decisions made during the meeting. As a prominent hexer, she could exert a lot of influence if she wanted. Everyone looked solemn as the conference room filled up. No matter if they were present by remote or in the flesh, everyone felt the weight of this gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for answering our call and attending this meeting. Kelsey spoke. Though she felt slightly nervous, her years of experience as the caretaker of the LMC had long turned her into a capable speaker. Everyone here is doubtlessly aware of the current state of the LMC and its affiliated organizations. We have done our best to prevent this crisis from impacting us any further. We've succeeded in that. Now we must look to the future and decide where to go from here. Ves left behind some contingency plans in case anything happened to him. Raymond continued. However, these plans do not fully fit the current circumstances. While he planned for the eventuality that the Bright Republic would turn on him for some reason, he never expected it to happen quite this way. Benjamin swept his gaze at everyone present. At present, we have taken care of the LMC, the avatars, the sentinels, and all of the assets owned by my grandson. Our overarching goal is to preserve everything that Ves has built. Not only him, but also our Larkinson family depends on how much we can retain. What's the matter? Gloriana frowned. Though she was one of the most important people in the gathering, Ves hadn't included her in any of the contingency planning. What has Ves decided? Let me cut to the chase, Benjamin said. In the event that the government has broken our trust, Ves has ordered us to relocate the LMC and everything else to a different state. Though some of the higher-ups already knew about this instruction, it still came as a shock to most people. Not everyone imagined that Ves would have prepared such an instruction. It said something about him that he foresaw a possible need to leave the Bright Republic. Many people's faces grew pensive. The decision to abandon their foundation in the Bright Republic and move to another state was incredibly disruptive. The Larkinsons like Clinton and Ark took it especially hard. They committed their lives to the Bright Republic. How could they possibly imagine leaving their home state? Benjamin understood their consternation. Mind you, these instructions only concern the LMC and his other organizations. He hadn't said anything about our family. The future of the Larkinson family is not on the agenda. Isn't it? Clinton retorted. You are in control of a quarter of the LMC, Benjamin. That means our family will certainly be affected by the decision to relocate the LMC. You know what I mean. Let's get back to the topic. Since Ves decided to relocate his organizations, we need to make a decision where they should settle next. I can pull some strings to bring you to the hegemony if you like, Gloriana chirped. While the LMC is rather shabby by our standards, Ves will doubtlessly be pleased to establish a foundation in a second-rate state. No. No. Absolutely not. I don't agree. Never. Despite her clout, almost no one agreed with Gloriana. The gathering immediately shot down the suggestion to relocate to the hexadric hegemony. Ves has already made a decision in this regard. Benjamin regained control over the discussion. He offered us a list of suggestions. According to his criteria, only one destination stands out. No other alternative is as fitting as his first choice. Commander Melker chuckled. Let me guess. He wants to move his stuff to the Ilvain Protectorate, is that right? This did not come as a big surprise. No other state was as favorable to Ves and the LMC than the Protectorate. In fact, the Ilvanans thought much more highly of Ves than the citizens of the Bright Republic. Yet, even if they knew that this decision was the clear favorite, very few felt comfortable with this choice. Otherwise, Benjamin and Calcy wouldn't have convened this gathering. A heated discussion soon ensued. Some of the people, such as Clinton and Larkinson, were deeply reluctant to see the LMC go. While they were indignant at what happened to Ves, they blamed the conspirators instead of the state as a whole. Why should the Bright Republic be blamed for the actions of a couple of factions? Others fully agreed with the decision to decouple the LMC from the Bright Republic. Ketty spoke up strongly in favor of this plan, as did Gloriana. She detested the Bright Republic for tearing Ves away from her side. She regretted that she hadn't been able to protect her boyfriend during the previous incident. Chapter 1724 Uncertain Future. To the organizers of the meeting, the outcome was already set in stone. Ves left very clear instructions behind. While he was completely absent, everyone else still retained a huge amount of respect for him. Whether it was his ability to earn a lot of money, his contributions to the state, or his embodiment of Larkinson values, no one wished to oppose his will. It was just that the decision to relocate everything to the Ilvain Protectorate sat very poorly with many people. Almost everyone attending the meeting consisted of Brighters. While some were disappointed with their state, they still preferred to stick with the familiar instead of moving to foreign territory. If they really had to leave the Bright Republic, then most of them would rather prefer it if they moved to a similar state. The Sentinel Kingdom, which Ves visited recently, came up as a popular suggestion. While it was engulfed in some sort of unrest related to the Nixian Gap, the state was still far enough away from the frontier to escape the Sand War. It was also firmly in the sphere of influence of the Hexadric hegemony. The Friday Coalition was on the opposite side of the Star Sector, so there was no way the Coalition would be able to threaten the LMC if he eventually returned. Sadly, Ves firmly placed the Ilvain Protectorate above the Sentinel Kingdom. To him, trust was much more important than anything else. Even if it was struggling for survival against the Sandmen, Ves still had faith in the religious state. Moving to Sentinel is not realistic, Raymond concluded. It's too far away from the Bright Republic. We'll have to cross through the territories of a dozen states in order to reach our destination. Even if we get there, our foundation there is very weak. In recent months, a lot of refugees have flooded into Sentinel. The state isn't able to support the influx of so many foreigners. Calcy made her stance clear. The Ilvain Protectorate is the only state that will welcome us with open arms. Ves often referred to it as his second home state. With how much they worship the so-called Bright Martyr, they won't treat us poorly. Despite everyone's apprehensions towards the openly religious character of the Protectorate, that was not a good reason to reject this choice. No other state could match its offer. Lieutenant Dominic Cronin had been in constant contact with his superiors and already conveyed the Protectorate's stance. I think the Protectorate is a fine choice, Gloriana declared. While she still preferred to bring everything to the Hexadric hegemony, the Protectorate wasn't too bad. As an insular, religious state, the Ilvain Protectorate never developed a good relationship with the Friday Coalition. Instead, it welcomed the influence of the Hexers. While their beliefs clashed significantly, they still had enough in common to get along with each other. While the Ilvanans only possessed a shallow relationship with the Hexers, this was enough to limit the influence of Friday men within the state. Something as similar as what happened to Ves would never take place in the Protectorate. No monitor from the Friday Coalition ever set foot in its territory. After a consensus had been reached, the LMC and the other organizations began to move. It was not that easy to relocate everything from one state to another state. Much of the value in the LMC couldn't be moved at all. The mech nursery and its other real estate had to be sold, traded, or abandoned. Even moving the large industrial equipment such as the production lines imposed considerable demands on the transport capacity of the LMC. One of the shortcomings of the LMC was that it did not own its own transport ships. The company always signed contracts with other logistical companies to take care of its shipping and distribution needs. A small corvette like the Barracuda could only transport a few containers as most. The ships owned by the Avatars and Sentinels mainly consisted of light carriers meant to transport mechs wherever they were needed. Fortunately, the carriers could easily be used as makeshift shipping vessels. Their owners only had to make a couple of adjustments in order to accommodate other types of cargo aside from mechs. Raymond, Calcy, Benjamin, and Melker did not foresee too many problems with moving the physical assets of their respective organizations. They didn't have to worry about the intangible assets either. The Bright Republic never treated VS like a criminal. Due to all of the controversy that ensued, the government really could not afford to affront VS and anything related to him again. Any perceived unfairness would not only piss off the LMC, but also the Larkinson family. As a pillar of the military, the Bright Republic still needed its support. The unrest that happened previously revealed that the Larkinson family enjoyed such a high reputation that it could affect the morale of the people. While Colonel Ark Larkinson returned to his duties, he still kept a constant eye on the situation. He already released some hints that he would definitely step in if something happened that he did not agree with. What happened to VS must never happen again. It's quite sad that it has come to this. Calcy sighed as she sat behind V's desk. I guess we'll all have to say goodbye to this fancy office. Gloriana smirked. Oh, this office is quite bare in my tastes. I'll definitely design a more impressive headquarters for the LMC when VS returns. Will he return? Gavin questioned. From what I have heard, the monitor dispatched by the Coalition turns out to be someone similar to you. Lady Aisling Curver is a mech designer who specializes in neural networks. Don't mention her to me, Gloriana growled. I want to wring her neck with fingers. She stole my boyfriend. Poor VS. I can't imagine what kind of torture he is enduring. This vixen is probably attempting to seduce him even now. Regardless of what is happening to VS, we can't do anything to help him, Calcy stated. The most we can do is take care of his enterprises and make sure that they are ready to further his interests once he returns. If he returns. He will return. Nita spoke from the side. VS is more resourceful than you think. Don't count him out yet. If any of you have any ideas on his properties, then. Gavin raised his hands. Calm down. No one here can get away with any shenanigans. You should trust the people that VS put in charge. No one knew what the future had in store. While it wasn't secret to them that Lady Curver received VS from the capture fleet, no one truly understood what this meant. Only Gloriana possessed a greater understanding of Lady Curver's identity and possible actions. While they never intersected with each other, Clarion University was quite famous even in the Hexadric hegemony. She was sure that Aisling would bring VS back to Clarion University and take advantage of Master Huron's support to settle her captive. Once that happened, it would be extremely hard to rescue VS. The Warsaw Giant system was situated in the interior of the Gage dynasty. The Hexers would have to gain a decisive edge in the Komodo War and thrust deep into the Coalition in order to reach this well-protected star system. The Gage dynasty would have never invested so much in Clarion if the school was situated in the periphery. I hope your confidence isn't misplaced. VS must get through this. If he's absent for more than a couple of years, it's doubtful whether we can keep the LMC together. Calcy looked concerned. Gavin sighed. If you asked me, our company is already falling apart in some ways. We can take away the production lines and such, but we can't take all of the people with us. Who wants to abandon the Bright Republic and move to a state that every Brighter has looked down upon? Our employees have already started to tender their resignations. How many people will drop out? Melker asked. According to our projections, we'll lose the majority of our workers, say 70 to 80%. Many people can't bear to leave their friends and family. Others don't want anything to do with the Ilvanan faith. Up to 80% of the workshop exhibited signs of quitting. That was a very drastic figure that cut deeply in the workforce of the LMC. Should we do something to retain them? Gloriana questioned. It will be difficult for VS to pick up where he left off if our new headquarters is empty and if there aren't any mech technicians left to produce his mechs. It's fine, Kelsey reassured everyone. We have already anticipated this outcome. In truth, letting go of these people won't necessarily affect our operations. At most, we'll be stifled a little until we hire enough replacements. We don't even have to fill up all of the vacated positions, as the LMC will certainly downsize in the near future. It's highly unlikely for us to sell a mech as popular as the Desolate Soldier. We'll still be losing lots of valuable knowledge and know-how, Gavin warned. Some of which are common to all professions, but some are very critical to the running of our company. Think of how much expertise and familiarity our top management team has accrued. We can't do anything about that. Gloriana adjusted her mindset. In my opinion, this ordeal is actually quite good for us. I'm sure the Ilvanans are much more willing to commit to VS and the LMC. While not everyone was comfortable with this statement, they did not refute it. Ever since they communicated their intention to move the LMC to the Protectorate, the state had practically laid down the red carpet for them. The Kirin dynasty offered so many privileges, exemptions and sweetheart deals that Kelsey and Raymond found the circumstances rather surreal. It's not as if we are abandoning the Bright Republic entirely. We are only shifting the headquarters and our main assets to the Protectorate. We'll still maintain a subsidiary here which will continue to facilitate our business activities within this state. VS is still a Brighter. I don't think he's petty enough to exclude his home state as a market. Gloriana sneered. If it was up to me, I would forbid our mechs from being sold in this state. However, I won't make things awkward for the Larkinson family. I'm not sure what is going on in the family right now. Melker frowned. Every available Larkinson elder has been discussing what they should do. Ganso's outrageous actions and V's attempt to usurp the leadership of the Larkinson family has damaged our cohesion beyond the point of repair. What do you think the old fogies will decide? The Avatar commander shrugged. Beats me. A lot of Larkinsons want us to stick together. We're family, after all. Few of us can bear the thought of splitting up due to a disagreement. However, I don't see how the two sides can reconcile their differences. While Venerable Ganso disgusted a lot of Larkinsons, there were still a lot of family members who still clung to their customs and traditions. The conservative faction within the family merely disavowed Ganso while holding on to their stances. As they mostly consisted of current and former mech pilots, they still commanded a lot of respect. However, they were grossly outnumbered by the more forward-looking faction that sided with VS. If he wasn't missing, this faction would have probably taken complete control over the family already. As it was, both sides had no choice but to come together and negotiate a way to move forward. While both sides wanted to have their way, it was impossible to achieve a satisfactory outcome. While all of this was taking place, the Ilvain Protectorate began to experience some changes. The Cronin dynasty started to field an entirely new mech model, one which made the Ilvanans ecstatic. Chapter 1725 Eye of Ilvain. The Ilvain Protectorate anticipated the arrival of the Deliverer for many days. Through the 3 Cronin mech pilots residing at Cloudy Curtain, the leaders of the Protectorate received prior notice of this wonder mech. The higher-ups learned the purpose and some of the specifications of the deliverer. They also received some excerpts of the testing results of the first and second prototype. They could scarcely believe what they learned. Yet the proof was undeniable. The deliverer truly possessed the ability to guide the aim of the mech pilot. While the deliverer hadn't exhibited this strength too often, it was enough to form a statistical certainty. If leaders other than Ilvanans received this information, then they might remain skeptical. In the mech industry, it was not that rare to encounter mech designers who exaggerated or outright lied about the capabilities of their works. Of course, in many instances, the mech designers did not set out to deceive their customers. They merely believed too much in their own specialties to gauge the actual strength of their applications. Too many mech designers were prone to overselling the strong points of their mech designs. After all, those who did the opposite often failed to achieve commercial success. The mech market was too competitive to provide any space for low-key mech designers. Fame, prestige, and brand recognition were all essential to stand out in the market. In this regard, Ves acted rather conservatively. Though he consented to sharing some of the details of the deliverer to the Protectorate, he did not dare to make any bold promises. This was because the actual performance of the deliverer depended on the whim of Ilvain's spiritual fragment. Without its assistance, the deliverer was nothing more than an uneven marksman mech with an oversized Gauss rifle. The Ilvanans nonetheless put their faith in the deliverer. The transcendent messenger and the holy soldier already burnished the bright martyr's credentials. Even if they hadn't actually seen the deliverer in action yet, most Ilvanans who became aware of this upcoming product already believed in its promise. The deliverer will deliver us from death. The great prophet acts through the bright martyr's mechs. No other vehicle is more appropriate to carry his will than through his mechs. The bright martyr hasn't abandoned us. Our faith hasn't been in vain. While the Ilvanan people possessed the highest morale out of all of the states in the third line of defense, the constant losses and setbacks grinded away at their hope. For this reason, the three leading dynasties decided that it wouldn't do any harm of publicizing the deliverer. The hype around this mech that promised to end the Sand War built up overnight. With reputation of the bright martyr backing up his upcoming product, hardly any Ilvanan doubted that the deliverer would become a dud. After reaching an easy consensus, the Protectorate immediately prepared to make use of the deliverer as fast as possible. The Kirin dynasty approached some of the best and most pious seniors to ready their best production lines. Both the government and the mech industry pooled their efforts together to build up a stockpile of materials needed to build the deliverers. While some of the rarer exotics required to produce the executor rifle were very hard to get, as long as the Ilvanans united together, none of these problems posed a hindrance. The top generals of the Cronin dynasty deliberated on the most appropriate use of the deliverers. Initially, they planned to attach them to their existing mech regiments, but after finding out that their glows were as exceptional as the transcendent messengers, they changed their mind. Any mech that bore the great prophets will must not be profaned. While the Cronins did not intend to treat the deliverers as special as the transcendent messengers, they still intended to form an elite mech troop based completely around the deliverers. After entertaining a few suggestions, they finally settled on calling it the Eye of Ilvain. This was due to the distinctive third eye featured prominently on the forehead of the deliverer design. The Eye of Ilvain will gaze upon the enemies of our faith and smite them from existence. Once the formation of the Eye of Ilvain became known, practically every Cronin mech pilot wanted to become a part of this exclusive unit. Not only did they wish to pilot the mech that promised to save the Protectorate, they also wanted to experience Prophet Ilvain's grace in person. While hundreds of thousands of mech pilots aimed to pilot a deliverer, the selection requirements were extremely strict. The Ylvain Protectorate could only produce so many deliverers at a time. Besides, it was impossible to field a force that consisted entirely of deliverers. It wasn't economical, as the mechs were very vulnerable on their own. The deliverer mechs only promised to neutralize the Sandman swarms quickly. There was no way the deliverers could achieve much effect against the huge and formidable Sandman monoliths. No amount of excellent aim could make their executor rifles bypass the all-encompassing layers of sand and other particles. Only brute force worked against the monoliths, which meant that the holy soldiers with their cheap and economic sandbreaker rifles achieved more sustainable results. At the start, the Cronin dynasty only intended to field 500 deliverers and test them in action. This was already a very significant investment. If the Cronins weren't so confident in the Bright Martyr, and if the war situation wasn't so dire, they would have taken their time. Only the most deserving mech pilots gained the right to pilot the Deliverer. The Cronins formed a list of candidates. Every mech pilot who excelled in marksmanship became eligible to pilot the new mech. However, that wasn't enough. The Poxco dynasty combed through the candidates and thoroughly inspected their devoutness in the Ylvanin faith. It didn't matter if their beliefs differed a little from the orthodox interpretation. As long as they were earnest, they were eligible to wield Ylvain's might. The Eye of Ylvain officially came into being. 500 excellent mech pilots left their old positions to prepare for their upcoming duties. The fate of the Ylvain Protectorate rested on their shoulders. The 500 chosen had to go through a lot of training. In order to avoid wasting the opportunities that the Deliverers provided to their mech pilots, their marksmanship had to be as good as possible. It would be a shame for their mechs to single out a critical target, only for the mech pilots to botch their aim. With how chaotic Sandman swarms tended to be, it wasn't always possible to track a Sandman drone once someone figured out that it contained a Sandman admiral. If the Deliverer missed, the exposed Sandman admiral would certainly order a bunch of drones to meld together and split apart, thereby forcing the mech pilots to start from scratch. This training regime only lasted for 2 weeks, give or take a few days. This was because the mech manufacturers contracted to produce the sacred mechs had delivered their first batches at this time. Each and every hunter of Ylvain as the chosen mech pilots came to be called looked up at the Deliverer mechs with awe and devotion. Even the guards and mech technicians were stunned into silence. Some of them had already experienced the glows of the transcendent messengers. The glows emanating from the Deliverers felt exactly the same, but much more pure. While none of the Deliverers emphasized any virtues such as zeal or sacrifice, their seemingly empty purity brought peace to every Ylvainin. Everyone bowed in front of the mechs. They completely became immersed by the holiness of these sacred mechs. The fact that tens of Deliverers arrived together enhanced their holy appeal as their glows overlapped. Only 6 transcendent messengers existed, and all of their glows were different. In contrast, the Deliverers were all completely identical, as many of the mechs shipped to the various bases that hosted the Eye of Ylvain came from the same manufacturers. With the high requirements imposed by the Qin dynasty, the mech manufacturers did their utmost to achieve a high and consistent level of quality. The right to produce the Deliverer was a supreme honor to every mech manufacturer. Even senior mech designers did not look down on this design, because they knew they could never make their mechs as holy as the mechs designed by the Bright Martyr. Each mech designer responsible for the production of the Deliverer took this privilege as a badge of honor. There was no way they wanted to suffer the indignity of losing this contract. In fact, those who weren't lucky enough to supply Deliverers to the Eye of Ylvain also produced some mechs for themselves. The LMC officially released the Deliverer as a commercial mech design, which meant that anyone with a license could legally produce this mech. VS didn't want the Ylvainins to restrict the production of the Deliverer too much. who knew what they would do if they gained the sole right to produce the mechs. He didn't forget his earlier resentment towards the Cronin dynasty. In his eyes, the Cronins didn't deserve to monopolize the deliverer. Of course, even if various private sector outfits already planned to field some deliverers, the effect wouldn't be as good. The Protectorate did not possess a very strong mercenary tradition. For so long, the state had closed its borders to the outside galaxy. There wasn't much to fight for within its borders, and the prestige of the Cronin dynasty was very high. A few days went by as the hunters of Ilvain got used to their sacred mechs. While they were already well prepared, they still needed some time to adjust to their mechs because they became intoxicated by the sacred glows. Fortunately, it wasn't hard to find the Sandmen once the Eye of Ilvain was ready to bare its teeth. Ton Melon, a chosen mech pilot of Zeal, was one of the mech pilots who tested the first delivers in battle. As a mech pilot specialized in piloting hero mechs, his marksmanship was almost as excellent as those committed to this specialization. Ever since the Sand War came about, the Transcendent Messengers had mostly been used to lift the morale of the Ilvanian people instead of fighting the Sandmen. The Ilvanians couldn't help it. While the Transcendent Messengers were fantastic on land, they did not come with any flight systems. Though it was possible to pair them with flight platforms that gave land-bound mechs the capability to fly in space, it wasn't worth it because these platforms were too large and vulnerable to damage. Ton Melon waited for this opportunity for a long time. He always bided his time throughout the Sand War, as if he knew his time would come. A familiar sensation overcame Ton as he entered the cockpit and interfaced with his mech. As the Chosen of Zeal, his ability to connect with the sacred mechs was better than any other hunter of Ilvain. His deliverer deployed from a combat carrier alongside 3 other deliverers. At this time, battle had already commenced. A large Sandman fleet consisting of up to 15 Sandman admirals were bearing down on a major planet housing billions of people. Thousands of holy soldiers and starfighters were desperately fighting to whittle down the swarms and monoliths before they reached their destination. Countless lasers and projectiles impacted sand and metal alike. Amidst this intensive battle, a handful of mechs with glowing third eyes deployed in the rear of the human formation did not attract much attention. The mech with the brightest glowing eye slowly aimed its massive rifle at the periphery of the humongous swarm. A deliverer fired a single shot. Just seconds later, a tenth of the swarm abruptly became paralyzed. The Sandman admiral in charge of coordinating their movements had died. Ton Melon only took seconds to fire his critical shot. Everyone monitoring the first deployment of the deliverers became stunned by his stellar performance. Something like this could never be a fluke. Ilvain was truly on their side. "We are saved!"